Mr. Impossible, Carsington Family Series, written by Loretta Chase. Chapter 1. Outskirts of Cairo, Egypt, 2 April 1821. Thanks to his mother, Rupert Carsington had hair and eyes as dark as any Egyptian's. This did not mean he blended in with the crowd on the bridge. In the first place, he was easily the tallest man there. In the second, both his manner and attire marked him as an Englishman. The Egyptians and Turks, who judged men by the quality of their dress, noticed, too, that he was not a man of low birth. The locals had the advantage of the Earl of Hargate's fourth son. Having arrived in Egypt only 6 weeks ago, Rupert was not yet able to distinguish among the numerous tribes and nationalities. Certainly he couldn't size up social status at a glance. He could, however, recognize an unequal match when he saw one. The soldier was large, a few inches shy of Rupert's 6+ feet, and armed like a man of war. 3 knives, a pair of swords, a pair of pistols, and ammunition protruded or hung from his wide belt. Oh yes, he brandished a heavy staff, too, in an unfriendly way at the moment, at a bruised, limping, filthy fellow in front of him. The poor devil's crime, as far as Rupert could see, was being too slow. The soldier roared some foreign threat or curse. Stumbling away, the terrified peasant fell. The soldier swung his staff at the man's legs. The wretch rolled to one side, and the staff struck the bridge inches away. Enraged, the soldier raised the weapon and aimed for the unfortunate's head. Rupert broke through the gathering crowd, shoved the soldier, and yanked the staff from his hand. The soldier reached for a knife, and Rupert swung, knocking the blade to the ground. Before his adversary could draw another weapon from his arsenal, Rupert swung the staff at him. The man dodged, but the edge of the weapon caught him in the hip, and over he went. He reached for his pistol as he fell, and Rupert again swung the staff. His opponent howled in pain, dropping the pistol. "Go," Rupert told the dirty cripple, who must have understood the accompanying gesture if not the English word, because he scrambled to his feet and limped away. The crowd parted to let him through. Rupert started after him a moment too late. Soldiers were forcing their way through the growing mob. In an instant, they'd surrounded him. News of the altercation, greatly embroidered, travelled swiftly from the bridge to El Ezbekaya. This quarter of Cairo, about half a mile away, was where European visitors usually lodged. During the inundation, in late summer, the overflowing Nile turned the square of the Ezbekaya into a lake where boats plied to and fro. The river being low at present, the area was merely a stretch of ground, enclosed with buildings. In one of the larger houses, a mildly anxious Daphne Pembroke awaited her brother Miles. The day was fading. If he did not arrive soon, he would not get in, because the gates were locked after dark. They were also kept locked during times of plague or insurrection, both regular occurrences in Cairo. Daphne was only half listening for her brother's arrival, though. She gave the better part of her attention to the documents in front of her. Among them was a lithographic copy of the Rosetta Stone, a recently acquired papyrus, and a pen-and-ink copy of the latter. She was nearly 29 years old, and had been trying to solve the mystery of Egyptian writing for the last 10 years. The first time she'd seen Egyptian hieroglyphs, Daphne had fallen madly, desperately, and hopelessly in love with them. All her youthful studies had aimed at unlocking their secretive little hearts. She had become infatuated with and wed a man nearly thrice her age, because he was A, poetically handsome, B, a language scholar, and C, the owner of a collection of books and documents for which she lusted. At the time, she'd believed they were ideally suited. At the time, she'd been 19 years old, her vision obscured by the stars in her eyes. She soon learnt, among other painful lessons, that her brilliant scholar husband, exactly like stupider men, believed that intellectual endeavours put too great a strain on the inferior female brain. Claiming to have her best interests at heart, Virgil Pembroke forbade her studying Egyptian writing. He said that even male scholars familiar with Arabic, Coptic, Greek, Persian, and Hebrew had no hope of deciphering it in her lifetime. This he deemed no great loss, Egyptian civilization being primitive, greatly inferior to that of classical Greece. Decipherment would contribute little to the store of human knowledge. Daphne was a clergyman's daughter. She'd made a sacred vow to love, honour, and obey her husband, and she did try. But when it became clear that she must pursue her studies or go mad with boredom and frustration, she chose to risk perdition and disobey her husband. Thereafter she continued her work in secret. Virgil had died 5 years ago. Sadly, prejudice against women scholars did not die with him. This was why even now only her indulgent brother and a select group of friends knew the secret. Everyone else believed her brother Miles was the linguistic genius of the family. Had he been, he might have known better than to pay £2,000 for the papyrus she was studying. However, a merchant named Vani Anaz had claimed it described the final resting place of a young pharaoh, name unknown, as was the case at present for most Egyptian royalty. The story was clearly the product of the romantic Eastern imagination. No educated person could possibly believe it. Nonetheless, it had apparently captivated Miles, much to her surprise. He had even gone to Giza again to study the interior of the second pyramid because he said it would help him understand the thinking of ancient tomb builders and aid in locating the young king's tomb and its treasures. Though Daphne was certain the pyramids could tell him nothing, she held her tongue. He delighted in exploring Egypt's monuments. Why spoil his fun? She merely made sure he took sufficient supplies for the overnight stay he planned. She declined to accompany him. She'd gone with him once to Giza and explored the 2 pyramids it was possible to enter. Neither contained any hieroglyphic writing, although various visitors had scratched their profound thoughts upon the stones. For example, Suverinus loves Claudia. Equally important, she was not eager for another squeeze through the pyramid's long, small, hot, smelly passageways. At the moment, however, the pyramids were far from Daphne's thoughts. She was deciding that Dr. Young had incorrectly interpreted the hook and the 3 tails signs when her maidservant Lena burst through the door. "A bloodbath!" Lena cried. "Stupid, stupid English hothead! Now the streets will run with blood!" She tore off the head and face veils she despised but must wear in public, revealing the dark hair and hazel eyes of an older woman of mixed Mediterranean origins. Daphne had hired her in Malta after her English maid proved unequal to the rigours of foreign travel. Lena not only spoke English, Greek, Turkish, and Arabic, but could read and write a little in these languages, unheard-of accomplishments for a woman in this part of the world. She was, on the other hand, deeply superstitious and fatalistic, with a tendency to discern the dark cloud attached to every silver lining. Accustomed to Lena's histrionics, Daphne merely raised her eyebrows and said, "What Englishman? What has happened?" "A crazy Englishman has been fighting with one of the Pasha's men and broke the pig's head. They say it took 100 soldiers to capture him. The Turks will cut off the Englishman's head and put it on a pike, but that will not be enough. The soldiers will make war on all the Franks, especially the English." Unlike most of Lena's impending doom announcements, this sounded all too plausible. Egypt's Ottoman rulers would have been right at home in the Dark Ages. Beatings, torture, and beheading were their methods of maintaining order. Egyptian and Turk alike had no great regard for Franks, the despised Europeans. The military, comprising a homicidal assortment of Egyptians, Turks, and Albanian mercenaries, took a hostile view of everybody, including, at times, their leader, Muhammad Ali, Pasha of Egypt. They made Genghis Khan's Mongol hordes look like giggling schoolgirls. And Daphne was alone, but for her servants, all of whom were most intelligently terrified of the soldiery. She was aware of alarms stirring within, of a chill and a welter of thoughts tumbling one over another. Outwardly she remained calm. Her marriage had taught her how to hide her true feelings. "This is difficult to believe," she said. "Who would be so foolish as to fight one of the Pasha's men?" "They say the man is new to Cairo," Lena said. "Only this week he has come from Alexandria to work for the English Consul General. They say he is very tall and dark and beautiful, but I think he will not look so beautiful when they carry his head through the town on a pike." The revolting image rose in Daphne's mind. She hastily banished it and said briskly, "The man must be fatally stupid, which ought not surprise us in the least. The consulate has too much to do with persons of dubious character." This was because the English Consul General, Mr. Salt, was here mainly to collect as many antiquities as he could, and he was not over-scrupulous about how the task was accomplished. Now, thanks to his adding a violent imbecile to his staff, the military had an excuse to run amok. No European in Cairo would be safe. And Miles, on his way back, blonde, blue-eyed, tall, and unmistakably English, was all too tempting a target, as was she, a green-eyed redhead, like their late mother. She looked down and saw her hands shaking. "Calm down," she commanded herself. "Nothing's happened yet. Think." She had a brain, a formidable brain. It must be able to formulate a solution. She stared at the lines of Greek characters praising Ptolemy while she debated what to do. Sarah, the wife of the famous explorer Giovanni Belzoni, had a few years earlier donned the dress of an Arab merchant and safely visited a mosque forbidden to women and infidels. With any luck, Daphne could escape Cairo in such a disguise and meet her brother en route. Then they could hire a boat and head upriver, out of danger. She opened her mouth to tell Lena the plan. At that moment the courtyard erupted in shouts. An anguished wail rose above the other voices. Daphne bounded up from the divan and hurried to the latticed window, Lena beside her. Coming up the stairs from the courtyard was a group of Egyptian men. They bore the inert body of Miles's servant, Ahmed. The following morning, in a mansion in another part of the Ezbekaya, His Majesty's Consul General was reflecting with mixed emotions upon the prospect of Rupert Carsington's head parading on a pike through the city streets. In the month and a half since the Earl of Hargate's fourth son had arrived in Egypt, he had broken 23 separate laws and been jailed 9 times. For what Mr. Carsington had cost the consulate in fines and bribes, Mr. Salt might have dismantled and shipped to England one of the smaller temples on the island of Philae. He now knew exactly why Lord Hargate had sent his 29-year-old offspring to Egypt. It was not, as his lordship had written, to assist the Consul General in his services on behalf of the nation. It was to saddle someone else with the responsibility and expense. Mr. Salt brushed sand from the document before him on the desk. "One ought to be grateful, I suppose," he told his secretary Beachy. "The soldiery might have used this as an excuse for slaughtering the lot of us. Instead, they merely demand an extortionate fine and twice the usual assorted bribes." Amazingly enough, the injured soldiers' comrades had not hacked Carsington to pieces and let their superiors make up a law to explain it later. He'd certainly tested their patience on the way to the city. Though outnumbered 20-1, he attempted escape 3 times, inflicting many injuries in the process. Yet the city remained quiet, and Lord Hargate's troublesome son was alive and in possession of all his limbs, confined to a rat-ridden hellhole of a dungeon in Cairo's citadel. Though this conveniently kept him out of trouble, one could not leave him in the cesspit indefinitely. The Earl of Hargate was a very powerful man, who could easily arrange for Mr. Salt's exile to some god-forsaken antiquity-less corner of the globe. But getting Carsington out? Good God! The consul reviewed the figures on the document in front of him. "Must we pay all these people?" he said plaintively. "I'm afraid so, sir," his secretary said. "The Pasha has discovered that Mr. Carsington's father is a great English lord." Muhammad Ali was an ignorant, illiterate man, but he was not stupid. After someone had read to him Machiavelli's The Prince, the Pasha of Egypt had said, "I could teach him some things." One thing Muhammad Ali could do to admiration, besides lead an army of deranged killers repeatedly to victory, was count, and he had counted up a ludicrous sum to free the great English lord's son. If Mr. Salt paid the sum, his rapidly dwindling funds wouldn't cover his excavation expenses, and the instant he abandoned a site, his French competitors would move in. If, on the other hand, he did not arrange for Carsington's release, Mr. Salt might easily end up as British ambassador to the Antarctic Peninsula. "Let me think," said the consul. The secretary went out. 5 minutes later he came in again. "Now what?" said Mr. Salt. "Has Carsington blown up the citadel? Made off with the Pasha's favourite wife?" "Mrs. Pembroke is here, sir," said the secretary. "A matter of great urgency, she says." "Ah, yes. Archdale's widowed sister," said the consul. "Something of earth-shaking importance, no doubt. Perhaps he has discovered a vowel. I can scarcely contain my excitement." Though Mr. Salt was mainly interested in acquiring impressive Egyptian artifacts, he did have a scholarly interest, and had made his own attempts at deciphering the baffling code. But today he was not in the mood. He'd returned from a too-short holiday in the suburbs to the Carsington fiasco. Swiftly sinking into the gloom of his perpetual money troubles, he could not view Mrs. Pembroke with scholarly detachment. The deep mourning she wore head to toe, and her elderly husband, dead more than 5 years, did nothing to raise the consul's spirits. She always put him in mind of certain ghostly shadow figures he'd seen on the walls of royal tombs. On the other hand, the late Mr. Pembroke had left his young wife everything, and everything comprised a magnificent property and an even more magnificent fortune. If Mr. Salt could feign excitement about whatever little squiggle she imagined Archdale had deciphered, she might feel inclined to invest a part of her wealth in an excavation. As she entered, Mr. Salt arranged his mouth in a smile of welcome and advanced to greet her. "My dear lady," he said, "how good of you to call. What an honour this is. Please allow me to offer you refreshment." "No, thank you." She put back her widow's veil, revealing a pale, heart-shaped face. Shadows ringed the unnaturally green eyes. "I have no time for social pleasantries. I need your help. My brother has been kidnapped." Ahmed was not dead. He had been badly beaten, though, and when at last he reached the Ezbekaya, he'd collapsed. It was long past sunset yesterday by the time he regained sufficient strength to speak, and then he was barely intelligible. By the time Daphne made sense of his tale, it was too late to act. At night the streets of Cairo belonged mainly to the police, and the felons they hunted. In any event, Europeans in difficulties must apply to their consul, not local officials. Mr. Salt and his secretary being away yesterday, Daphne had had to wait through the long night. Now, body and spirit exhausted, she was on the brink of hysteria. She could not succumb. Men merely humoured emotional women. She needed to be listened to. If she wanted men to take action, she must first make them take her seriously. After her initial shaky declaration, she let Mr. Salt lead her to a shaded portico overlooking the garden. She drank the thick, strong coffee a servant brought. It restored her fortitude. She told the story from the beginning, as requested. Her brother, servants, and crew had returned from Giza early yesterday morning. Shortly after Miles disembarked from the ferry at Old Cairo, some men who claimed to be police took him away. When Ahmed attempted to follow, to find out where they were taking his master and why, he was taken up too. The police dragged Ahmed to a solitary place, beat him senseless, and left him. "I did not understand why they beat Ahmed and abandoned him," Daphne said. "He believes these men were not police, and logic compels me to agree. If they truly were law officers, why did they not take Ahmed to the guardhouse with Miles? Moreover, it is impossible that my brother committed any crime. No person of sound intelligence would dream of running afoul of the local authorities. Everyone knows that diplomatic conventions mean little here." "It will turn out to be a silly misunderstanding, I dare say," said Mr. Salt. "Some of these petty officials are over-quick to take offence at trifles. They are not all as honest as one could wish, either. Still, there is no need for alarm. If Mr. Archdale has been jailed, you may be sure the authorities will inform me before the day is out." "I do not believe he has been jailed," Daphne said. Her voice climbed. "I believe he has been kidnapped." Now, I am sure it is nothing of the kind. Merely an official looking for a bribe. An all-too common occurrence," the consul added bitterly. "They seem to think we are made of money." If money was all they wanted, why not send Ahmed directly to me with their demands? Daphne said. Why beat him senseless? It is illogical. She waved her hand, impatiently exiling all disorderly thinking from the discussion. I believe the servant was beaten to prevent his promptly reporting the incident. I believe that while you try to humour me with comfortable explanations, the trail to my brother grows ever colder. The trail? The consul said, startled. I hope you do not seriously consider that Mr. Archdale is the victim of a plot of some kind. Who would risk torture and beheading to make off with a harmless scholar? If you, who have been consul general in Egypt for 6 years, cannot produce a plausible motive, it is absurd to ask a woman who has been here scarcely 3 months, she said. It strikes me as illogical as well to debate villains' motives. It would make more sense to find the persons responsible and ascertain their motives by interrogating them. Do you not think? And this ought to be done sooner rather than later, I believe. My dear lady, I beg you to recollect that we are not in England, he said. Here we have no Bow Street officers to undertake an investigation. The local police are no substitute, being for the most part pardoned thieves. I dare not abandon my many other responsibilities to search for missing persons, nor can I spare my secretary. None of my agents is within 100 miles of Cairo at present. As it is, we are sadly undermanned and underfunded for the work we are expected to do. We are all of us a great deal occupied with scarcely a minute to collect our thoughts. He added after the briefest pause. All of us, that is to say, except one. 2 hours later. Although Daphne was covered from head to toe, her face veiled, she'd forgotten how clearly her clothes proclaimed European, female, until she entered the citadel and became aware of the men staring at her, then looking away and muttering to one another. She hadn't considered she might be unwelcome. She told herself that A, women were unwelcome in all too many places, and B, these men's opinions didn't signify. In addition to her maid Lena and the consul's secretary Mr. Beachy, she had an official escort, one of the district sheikhs. They followed the prison guard down a deeply worn stone stairway that grew steadily darker, while the air grew increasingly rank and oppressive. By the time they reached the bottom, the stench was making her sick, and she was wishing she hadn't insisted on coming. She might have left it to Mr. Beachy to arrange matters. She didn't need to be here. But she hadn't been thinking clearly. She'd been too aware of time passing, every minute taking miles more deeply into danger. She needed help, and the only help available apparently was being held in a dungeon deep enough to be flooded during the inundation. Was that one of the tortures employed here, she wondered? Would they leave a man chained, to watch the water rise until it drowned him? Was Miles in such a place? She gave one quick involuntary shudder, then firmly banished the image from her mind, and squared her shoulders. Beside her, Lena murmured a charm against evil. The men waved the odd torches that worked like dark lanterns, lightening the gloom a few degrees. They could not lighten the air, which was thick and unspeakably foul. "Rejoice, Inglesi!" the guard called out. "See who comes! Not one but 2 women!" Chains clanked. A dark figure rose. A very tall, dark figure. Daphne could not make out his features in the gloom. Surrounded by protectors, she had no reason to be alarmed. All the same, her heart picked up speed, her skin prickled, and every nerve ending sprang into quivering awareness. "Mr. Beachy," she said, her voice not as steady as she could wish. "Are you sure this is the man I want?" An impossibly deep voice, most definitely not Mr. Beachy's, answered with a laugh. "That would depend, madam, on what it is you want me for." Chapter 2. The sound of an English voice, an English woman's voice, was more welcome than Rupert would have guessed. He had been growing exceedingly bored. The feminine sound instantly revived his good humour. He knew which of the females had spoken. His eyes had long since grown accustomed to the darkness. Though both women were veiled, the taller wore European dress. He knew she was not only English, but a lady. The cultured accents of her clear musical voice, a trifle unsteady at present, told him so. He could not, however, determine whether she was old or young, pretty or not. He knew, too, that one could never be absolutely certain of a woman's figure until she was naked. But looking on the bright side, she must possess all the necessary parts, and if she'd made it down all those hundreds of stairs, she couldn't be decrepit. "Mrs. Pembroke, may I present Mr. Rupert Carsington?" Beachy said. "Mr. Carsington, Mrs. Pembroke has generously agreed to pay for your release." "Have you indeed, ma'am? That's deuced charitable of you." "It is nothing of the kind," she said stiffly. "I'm buying you." "Really? I'd heard the Turks were severe, but I never guessed they'd sell me into slavery. Well, well, you learn something new every—" "I am buying your services," she cut in, the musical voice frosty. "Ah, I stand corrected. And which services would you be requiring?" Rupert heard her sharp inhalation. Before she could retort, Beachy said smoothly, "It is an assignment, sir. Mr. Salt has released you from your regular consular duties so that you may assist Mrs. Pembroke in searching for her brother." "If all you want is a brother, you're welcome to one of mine," Rupert said. "I've 4. All saints. Ask anybody." He was not a saint, and no one had ever mistaken him for one. The lady turned toward Mr. Beachy. "Are you sure this is the only man available?" "How did you contrive to lose your brother, by the way?" Rupert said. "In my experience, the feat's impossible. Everywhere I go, there they are. Except here. That was one reason I jumped at the chance when my father offered. It came as a vast relief, I'll admit. When he summoned me to his study, I thought it was going to be one of those Devil in the Deep Blue Sea choices, like the one he offered Alistair 3 years ago. Get married or suffer a fate worse than death or something like that. But it was nothing of the kind. It was, why don't you go to Egypt, there's a good boy, and find your cousin Tryphena some more of those stones with the picture writing on them. Stones, and what else did she want? Those brown rolled-up thingums, paper rice or some such." "Papyri," came the melodious voice, strained through gritted teeth by the sounds of it. "The singular is papyrus, the plural is papyri. The Latin word derives from the ancient Greek. It is a paper made not from rice, sir, but from a reed plant native to these regions. The articles you refer to furthermore are not thingums, but valuable ancient documents." She paused, then said in milder, puzzled tones, "Did you say Tryphena? You do not refer to Tryphena Saunders?" "Yes, my cousin, the one with the hobby horse about the comical picture writing." "Hieroglyphs," said the lady, "the decipherment of which— never mind. Attempting to explain to you their importance would be, I have not the smallest doubt, an expenditure of breath to no purpose." She turned abruptly, in a delicious rustle of silk, and started away. Beachy hurried after her. "Madam, I do apologize for detaining you in this disagreeable place. Naturally you are distressed. However, I must beg you to recollect—" "That man," she said, in low but still audible tones, "is an idiot." "Yes, madam, but he's all we've got." "I may be stupid," Rupert said, "but I'm irresistibly attractive." "Good grief, conceited too," she muttered. "And being a great dumb ox," he went on, "I'm wonderfully easy to manage." She paused and turned to Beachy. "Are you sure there's no one else?" "Not between here and Filey." "Filey must be a good distance from here, else the lady wouldn't be scouring the dungeons of Cairo for help," Rupert thought. "I'm as strong as an ox, too," he said encouragingly. "I could lift you up with one hand and your maid with the other." "He's cheerful, madam," Beachy said, sounding desperate. "We must give him that. Is it not remarkable how he's kept up his spirits in this vile place?" Obligingly, Rupert began to whistle. "Obviously he doesn't know any better," she said. "In the present circumstances, fearlessness is a great asset," Beachy said. "The Turks respect it." The lady said something under her breath. Then she turned to the Turk who'd brought them, someone important apparently, with an immense turban, and said something in one of those impossible Oriental tongues. The big turbaned fellow tisk-tisked a good deal. She talked some more. He didn't seem happy. It went on. "What's she saying?" Rupert called out. Beachy said they spoke too quickly for him to follow. The maid drew closer to Rupert. "My mistress bargains for you. I am sorry for you that your wits are so slow. When we came, she was willing to pay almost the full price, but now she says you are not worth so much." "Really? How much were they asking?" "With all the bribes, it came to 300 purses," she said. "A white girl slave, the most expensive slave, is only 200 purses." "I don't suppose you know what 300 purses amounts to in pounds, shillings, and pence," Rupert said. "It is more than 2,000 English pounds." Rupert let out a soft whistle. "That does seem steepish," he said. "This is what she tells the sheikh," the maid said. "She says you are of little worth to anybody. She says your head on a pike would be good for entertaining the Cairenes, but this is all the value she sees. She tells him that lords are as common in England as sheikhs in Egypt. She says only the oldest son of an English lord is valuable, and you are one of the youngest. She says your father sent you away because you are an imbecile." "Astonishing," he said with a laugh. "She can tell all that when we've only just met, and in the dark, too. What an amazingly clever woman." The turbaned fellow launched into a harangue. The lady shrugged and started to walk away. The price of release was ridiculous. No one in his right mind would pay it, including Lord Hargate. All the same, Rupert was disappointed to see her depart. Searching for her brother could be interesting. It had to be more interesting than digging in sand for broken chunks of stone, and a good deal more amusing than prying papyri from the clutches of ancient corpses. Yes, he knew what the correct word was. If he'd heard it once, he'd heard it 1,000 times from Tryphena. He'd said it wrong only to hear Mrs. Pembroke's reaction, and that was highly entertaining. Now he might never find out what she looked like. The maid left to follow her mistress. Beachy threw up his hands and started after them. Rupert watched the taller feminine figure until the gloom swallowed her up. Then the turbaned man called out something. Mrs. Pembroke emerged from the gloom, and Rupert's heart gave a small but unmistakable leap. Daphne didn't stay to see Mr. Carsington released. Having settled on the price, she left Mr. Beachy to sort out the details and distribute bribes, the baksheesh that oiled most transactions in the Ottoman Empire. She couldn't wait to be away from the citadel. Her skin crawled. She berated herself for bargaining with the sheikh for so long, but to discover the sort of blockhead upon whom her hopes were to depend, then to be bullied by an official who very likely couldn't write his own name, it had made her nearly wild. Her brother was in trouble, lost, hurt, possibly dead, and all the men she'd encountered so far made light of it, mocked her, or tried to thwart her. She wanted to weep with frustration, but above all she wanted to get away, from the citadel and that stinking pit, and all those callous men. As she emerged at last through one of the fortress's doorways into the light, she drank in gulps of hot, late-morning air. "Do you know why they put him there, mistress, so deep under the ground, in chains?" Lena said as she caught up with her. "It's obvious," Daphne said. "Mr. Salt said Mr. Carsington is the man who assaulted the Turkish soldier yesterday. The man is a brainless, brawling ruffian." She walked faster toward the citadel gate, beyond which their donkeys and donkey-drivers waited. "I truly hope the other sons are saints, as this one claims," she continued irritably. "It might compensate Lord and Lady Hargate for the affliction—" She broke off, as she discerned the logical conclusion of her own words. "Oh, what have I done?" Daphne stopped short, and Lena bumped into her. When they disentangled their respective veils, Daphne said, "We must send a message to Mr. Salt, declining Mr. Carsington's services." "But you bought him," Lena said. "I wasn't thinking clearly," Daphne said. "The place stank so, and the rats were so bold. Meanwhile, there was the illiterate sheikh trying to frighten me, and Mr. Carsington behaving so provokingly with his paper rice and thingums. If I had not been so beset, I should have realized that no man could be more ill-suited for my purposes than he. We shall be dealing with villains, I'm sure of it. The task wants a cool, calculating brain. What I need is another Belzoni, a man who knows when to employ persuasion, even guile, and when to use force." "When first we came here and Mr. Beachy took you to meet the sheikh, I heard the guards talking," Lena said. "They said no guardhouse could hold this Englishman. He is quick and cunning and without fear. This is the reason they chained him in the deepest dungeon of Cairo." "Anyone who is utterly fearless is either demented or dim-witted," Daphne said. Lena pointed to her head. "You have enough up here for 6 men. You do not need a man with a great brain. You need a man with big muscles and great courage." Daphne didn't know whether Mr. Carsington had big muscles or not. All she'd seen was the tall, dark form. Yet there was nothing shadowy about his presence. She'd been aware of him the entire time she haggled with the sheikh. She heard the deep voice in the background, a rumble tinged with laughter when he had nothing to laugh about. She'd heard the scrabbling rats, she'd smelled the filth, and she knew what his captors were like. While she'd argued with the sheikh, her mind had wandered repeatedly to the prisoner. 24 hours he'd spent in that place, in the dark, figurative and literal. He'd no idea what would become of him, whether his captors would whip or torture or mutilate him, whether his friends would ever find him, or he'd die there alone. Miles might be in the same plight. A cold knot formed in the pit of her stomach. "I feel filthy," she said. "I need a bath. We'll have plenty of time. It will be an age before Mr. Beachy and the sheikh have completed all their bureaucratic rituals." The baths were a sinful luxury Daphne had discovered early in her stay here. The tiled chambers of the women's bath shut out the outside world and its troubles. Here one need only yield to being pampered and listen to the other women laugh and gossip. Even today the bath worked its magic. She left with a clearer head and a calmer spirit. She was perfectly capable of working out a method for finding Miles, she told herself as she mounted her donkey. She only needed a man to do what she couldn't. In that case, the bigger the better, as Lena suggested, and Mr. Carsington was taller by a head than most of the men hereabouts. He had to be strong, too, to survive a collision with Muhammad Ali's brutal soldiers. All Mr. Carsington needed was a brain, and Daphne could supply that. Letting the drivers manage their donkeys and clear the way through the crowded streets, she and Lena proceeded at the usual fast clip, dodging camels, horses, peddlers, and beggars, to the house in the Ezbekaya. Outside its gate they dismounted. Leaving Lena to pay the donkey boys, Daphne entered the shaded passageway bordering the courtyard. She was nearing the stairs when a tall form emerged from the shadows, and a deep, instantly recognizable voice said, "20 quid." She stopped short, and her heart skidded to a stop as well, then started again, far less steadily. The area was well shaded, but it wasn't nearly as dark as the Citadel dungeon. She had no trouble seeing him now, even through her widow's veil. He was tall and broad-shouldered, as she'd discerned in the darkness. What she had not been able to see was the starkly handsome face. Black eyebrows arched over dark, laughing eyes that looked down at her over a long, insolent nose. Laughter lurked at the corners of the too sensuous mouth. Heat washed through her in waves, burning away her hard-won calm and confidence, and leaving her for a moment swamped in self-consciousness, like the gawky schoolgirl she'd once been. But she'd never been as shy as she ought, as Virgil had made clear often enough. She wasn't too shy now to take in the rest. The exquisitely tailored coat, waistcoat, and trousers, the crisp shirt and neckcloth. The instant's glance was enough to sear into her mind a vivid image of the lean, powerful body the close-fitting garments only emphasized. Her mouth went dry and her brain went away, and for a moment nothing made sense at all. Only for a moment, though. Her brain came back, and, "Mr. Carsington," she said as soon as she got her tongue untied.
20 quid, he repeated. 3 purses. That's what you argued Sheikh What's-His-Name down to. At the baths, I learned it's the going rate for a eunuch.
"The more expensive eunuchs, yes," Daphne said, quickly adding, "I did not expect to see you so soon. You've even had time to bathe. Miraculous." Her mind produced an image of the gentleman wearing only a mahzam, a Turkish towel, wrapped about his waist. She told her mind to stop it. She should not have smoked at the baths, even to be polite. It left a bad taste and made one dizzy. She should not have listened to the women's lewd talk. It had given her smoke-addled mind all sorts of improper ideas. Ordinarily, she took no notice of men except as obstacles in her path, which in her experience appeared to be their primary function. She moved past him and started up the stairs, talking rapidly. "It is amazing, is it not, Lena? The Turks usually take hours and hours for the smallest negotiations. I had thought we'd no hope of getting started before tomorrow."
I don't doubt the Sheikh would have liked to drag on negotiations in the usual leisurely style, Mr. Carsington said. But you wore him out.
"Their prison was disgusting," Lena informed him as she trailed Daphne up the stairs. "To get rid of the stink, we went to the baths. We smoked, we talked with the other women, we learned some rude jokes, and now we are not so sick in the stomach and crazy in the head."
"Smoking?" he said. "Rude jokes? Excellent. I knew this would be more interesting than collecting stones."
Rupert watched Mrs. Pembroke continue up the stairs and through the door in an angry swish of black silk. She had flounced away from the Sheikh in much the same fetching way. Since he'd found her entertaining, Rupert was delighted to learn, shortly after her departure, that she was not, as he'd assumed, of Tryphena's generation, old enough, in other words, to be his mother. Beachy had told him that Miles Archdale, the missing brother, was an antiquarian scholar in his early 30s, and the sister a widow a few years younger. Rupert had also learned that the plague, which had kept him confined to Alexandria for weeks, had trapped those in Cairo as well. The quarantine had only recently been lifted. Otherwise, Mr. Archdale and his sister would be in Thebes by now. According to the secretary, Archdale was eager to test his language theories on the temples and tombs of Upper Egypt. Beachy also said that the brother was bound to turn up sooner or later, perhaps the worse for dissipation. One couldn't tell the sister this, of course, but the consul general was certain the servant Ahmed had lied. Cairo offered entertainment for all tastes, and men disappeared for days into brothels and opium dens. Archdale was probably still carousing in such a place. No doubt his servant had smoked too much hashish and ended up annoying somebody who paid him with a flogging. Rupert was on no account to enlighten Mrs. Pembroke. He was to humour her. "You might inquire at the guardhouses and that sort of thing," Beachy had said. "I'd advise you to question the servant privately. If you do run Archdale to ground, or he turns up on his own, as is more likely, give her whatever version of events he prefers. I cannot stress enough the importance of remaining on cordial terms with them. They are in a position to contribute a great deal to our efforts here, in both the scholarly and financial senses. Mr. Salt relies upon you to exercise the utmost discretion, tact, and delicacy." Rupert had nodded wisely, while privately wondering if Beachy, like Archdale's servant, had been smoking too much hashish lately. Any sober person would have understood that Rupert Carsington was exactly the wrong man for any assignment requiring discretion, tact, and delicacy. Rupert himself could have said so, and normally would. But he liked the way Mrs. Pembroke twitched her skirts when she was vexed, and he wanted to see what she looked like, and so, for once, he held his tongue and tried to look tactful and discreet. It wasn't a pose he could maintain for long, he knew. He followed the maidservant up the stairs and into the house, through a zigzagging series of halls and rooms, each a step up or a step down from the previous one, and finally into a lofty room. At one end was a raised area, its floor covered with Turkey carpets. Along its three sides ran a low banquette covered with cushions. A wide, squat table, heaped with books and papers, occupied most of the space in the centre of the raised area. A narrow shelf on one side of the room held a great lot of small wooden figures. The widow looked at the table, then sank to her knees and started shuffling through the heaps. "Mistress," said Lena. "This isn't the way I left it," Mrs. Pembroke said.
"How can you tell?" Rupert said.
"I was working on the new papyrus," she said. "I always arrange the materials in a certain way. The papyrus to the right for reference, the copy in the centre, the table of signs below, the Rosetta inscription here, the Coptic lexicon alongside, the grammar notes here. There is an order. There must be. One must work systematically, or it is hopeless." The pitch of her voice climbed. "The papyrus and the copy are gone. All that work, all those days unrolling it, all my care in making a precise copy." She rose unsteadily. "Where are the servants? And Ahmed? Is he all right?"
"Check on the servants,"
Rupert told Lena. To Mrs. Pembroke he said,
"Calm down. Count to 10.
She looked at him, or appeared to have her head turned in his general direction.
"Do you never take that thing off?"
he said impatiently.
"He must have been remarkable," the late lamented, "to warrant so much grief."
He made a sweeping gesture encompassing the heavy veil and the black silk.
"It must be as hot as Hades under all that. No wonder you're addled."
She went on looking in his direction for a moment, then abruptly threw the veil back from her face. And Rupert felt as though someone had given him a sharp thump in the head with a heavy Turkish staff.
"Well,"
he said, when he'd mustered the wind to speak again.
"Well."
And he thought that maybe they should have worked up to it more gradually. He saw green, deeply shadowed eyes set above high cheekbones in a creamy heart-shaped face, framed with silky dark red hair. She wasn't pretty at all. Pretty was ordinary. She wasn't beautiful either, not by any English standard. She was something altogether out of the common run of beauty. Tryphena owned numerous volumes dealing with Egypt, including all of the French Description de l'Égypte that had been published thus far. Rupert had seen this face in somebody's colour illustration of a tomb or temple. He remembered it clearly. A red-haired woman, naked but for a golden collar about her neck, her arms stretched toward the heavens. Naked would be good. His experienced eye told him the mortal lady's figure might well be as extraordinary as her face. Rather like a temperamental goddess, she pulled off the gloomy headdress and flung it down. Lena hurried in. "They have disappeared," she cried. "All of them."
"Really?" Rupert said. "That's interesting."
He turned to the widow. Her face was chalk white. Devil take it, was she going to faint? The only feminine habit he feared and hated more than weeping was fainting.
"We all thought your brother was lost in a brothel," he said, "but this news makes me think maybe not."
A flush overspread her too pale countenance, and her green eyes sparked. "A brothel?"
"A house of ill repute," he explained, "where men hire women to do what most women won't do unless you marry them, and oftentimes not even then."
"I know what a brothel is," she said.
"Apparently the Cairo brothels make the Paris ones look like Quaker nurseries," he said. "Not that I speak with absolute certainty. The truth is, my recollections of Paris are hazy at best."
Her eyes narrowed. "What you do or do not remember of Paris is of no relevance whatsoever at present," she said.
"I only wanted to point out how immense a temptation it is," he said. "Only a saint like one of my brothers could resist it. So naturally, not knowing how saintly your own brother was—"
"You and your associates simply assumed that Miles was cavorting with prostitutes and dancing girls."
"And what with the hashish and opium and what-not, we supposed he'd lost all sense of time."
"I see," she said. "And so you were assigned to keep me occupied until Miles came or was carried home?"
"Yes, that's how it was all explained to me." he said. It seemed simple enough. A brother missing, we can put it down to drugs and women. But now we've lost a papyrus, not to mention the servants. Matters grow complicated.
I do not understand how bad people could come here, Lena said. The doorkeeper Wadid was in his place when we came. He said nothing of any disturbance.
That fellow sitting on the stone bench near the gate, Rupert said. He seemed to be praying. He certainly paid me no heed.
The mistress and the maid exchanged glances. I will go to Wadid, Lena said. She went out. The widow turned away from Rupert and returned to the ransacked table. She knelt and moved a book to the left. She shook sand off a paper and set it under the book. She picked up pens from the floor and set them back on the inkstand. The angry spark was gone from her eyes, and the flush had faded, leaving her face dead white, which made the smudges under her eyes appear darker than ever. Rupert wasn't sure what made him think of it, but he had a vivid picture in his mind of a long-ago time. His little cousin Maria, weeping over her dolls after Rupert and her brothers had used them for target practice. He didn't have any sisters, and wasn't used to girls crying, and it made him frantic. When he offered to try to glue the doll's mangled parts back together, little Maria whacked him with one of the larger mutilated corpses and blackened his eye. What a relief that was! He vastly preferred physical punishment to the other thing, the nasty stew of emotion. The dark smudges under Mrs. Pembroke's eyes and the cold white of her face affected him much as his cousin's tears had done. But he hadn't broken any dolls. He hadn't hurt this lady's brother. Wasn't sure, in fact, he'd ever clapped eyes on the fellow. Rupert certainly hadn't touched her precious papyrus. There was no reason for him to feel wrong. Maybe it was something he'd eaten, the prison swill, perhaps. Or maybe it was a touch of plague.
The thing's definitely gone, then, he said lightly, not misplaced or mixed in with the other papers.
I should hardly confuse an ancient papyrus with ordinary papers, she said.
Well, I'm dashed if I can make out why anyone would go to so much bother for a papyrus, he said. On the way here I was accosted at least 6 times by Egyptians waving so-called artifacts in my face. You can hardly pass a coffee shop without some cheery fellow popping out to offer you handfuls of papyri, not to mention his sisters, daughters, and extra wives, virgins all of them, certified and guaranteed. She sank back on her heels and looked up at him. Mr. Carsington, she said, I believe it is long past time we settled one important matter. Not that I'd be interested if they were the genuine article, he went on. I could never understand the great to-do about virgins. In my view, a woman of experience—
Your view is not solicited, Mr. Carsington, she said. It is unnecessary for you to make out why this or that. You are not here to think. You are to provide the brawn in this undertaking. I am to provide the brain. Is that clear? It was clear to Rupert that irritating her was an excellent way to prevent waterworks. The light was back in her eyes, and her skin, though still pale, was not so taut and corpse-white.
Clear as a bell, he said.
Good. She indicated the divan opposite. Kindly sit down. I have a great deal to say, and it is tiring to look up at you. You needn't take off your shoes first. Eastern custom is inconvenient for those wearing European dress. Not that I am at all sure why people here go to the trouble of taking off their shoes before stepping on the rugs, when the sand easily covers rugs, mats, divans, and everything else, with no help from us. He took the seat she indicated, plumped up a cushion, and leaned back on it. As she settled onto the divan opposite, he noticed that she had shed her shoes. He caught a glimpse of slim, stockinged feet before she tucked her legs under her. He doubted she'd done it on purpose. She was not that type of female at all. But those nearly naked feet teased all the same, and the usual heat started down low. The lady opened her mouth to start lecturing or whatever she had in mind, and he was turning his mind to imagining the view from her ankles up, when Lena burst in. She pulled in after her the sturdy, cheerful fellow Rupert had waved to in the courtyard a short while earlier. "Drugged!" the maid cried. "Look at him!" Everyone looked at Wadid. He smiled and salaamed. "All day long he has been smoking hashish, or perhaps it was opium, mixed in his tobacco," Lena said. "I could not tell what it was because a perfume disguised the smell. But anyone can see that Wadid is in a heavenly place and looks kindly upon everyone. He can tell us nothing." Rupert got up, walked up to within inches of the gatekeeper's face, and peered down into his half-closed eyes. Wadid smiled and nodded and said something in sing-song. Rupert grasped him by the upper arms, lifted him off the floor, and held him aloft for a moment. Wadid's eyes opened wide. Rupert gave the man a shake, then set him down. Wadid stared at him, mouth opening and closing.
"Tell him the next time I pick him up I'll pitch him out the window," Rupert said. "Tell him if he doesn't want to test his flying skills, I recommend he answer a few questions."
Lena spoke rapidly. Wadid stuttered an answer, occasionally darting a frightened look at Rupert. "He says thank you, kind sir," Lena said. "His head is much clearer now."
"I thought it might be," Rupert said.
He looked inquiringly at Mrs. Pembroke. Her remarkable eyes, too, had opened very wide. Her mouth, previously taut with disapproval, shaped an O. The prim expression had acted apparently as a sort of corset. Freed of it, her mouth was soft and full. He would like to pick her up, too, and bring that amazing face close to his and test the softness of those lips. But he was not that stupid.
"You wished to interrogate him, I believe," he said.
She blinked, and turning to Wadid, launched into a stream of foreign talk. Wadid answered haltingly. While they went back and forth, Rupert departed in search of coffee. After a few wrong turns in the maze, he found the stairway, and soon, on the ground floor, what looked like the cooking area. Its occupants had apparently deserted the place in great haste. He saw evidence of a meal in preparation. A bowl of chickpeas, partly mashed, wooden implements on the floor, a bowl of dough on a stone, a pot on the brazier. He found the silver coffee service with its tiny handleless cups, but discerned no signs of coffee. He stepped into a small adjoining room, which looked to be a sort of pantry. He started opening jars. Then he became aware of movement, a faint rustling. Rats? He looked in the direction of the sound. Several tall crockery jars stood in a dark corner. He saw a fragment of blue cloth. He crossed the room. The lurker attempted to dart past him, but Rupert caught the back of his shirt.
"Ah, not so quick, my fine fellow," he said. "First let's have a friendly chat, shall we?"
Chapter 3. Though one could not tell by looking at her, though she seemed her usual controlled self, it took Daphne a good deal more time than it did Wadid to recover from Mr. Carsington's demonstration of brute strength. She had felt, for a moment, like a character in the 1001 Nights who'd inadvertently let a genie out of a bottle, a large, powerful, and uncontrollable genie. She tried to concentrate on her few clues, but her mind wouldn't cooperate. It produced too clearly the look on Mr. Carsington's face when she raised her veil. She had no name for the look. He was a man far outside the narrow bounds of her experience. She could hardly name her feelings, either. A wild hammering within, and a chaos of thoughts, and no way to make sense of a single one. There was only a powerful awareness of the world having turned wild, unpredictable, and unrecognizable, and the sense of something dangerous let loose. This was irrational, she knew, but she was too overset to think clearly. Miles gone, the fine papyrus stolen, the house abandoned, the doorkeeper drugged. When her mind worked in the proper manner, Daphne did not believe in genii, good or bad. She made herself examine matters logically. Mr. Carsington was merely an English male of above average but by no means unusual height, she reminded herself. He appeared larger than life because A, the average Turk or Egyptian was several inches shorter, and B, He had the muscular physique more commonly associated with certain members of the labouring classes, such as blacksmiths, and boxers possibly, although she couldn't be certain, never having seen a boxer in the flesh. Furthermore, the demonstration of brute strength proved how well Mr. Carsington suited her purposes. With him about, no one would dare intimidate her or stand in her way or refuse to cooperate. True, he was a blockhead, but that too was to her advantage. He could not confuse or cow her, as her erudite husband had done so often and easily. Mr. Carsington would not assume, as Miles did, that she was too intellectual and unworldly to comprehend everyday life's coarse realities. Considered calmly and rationally, in short, Mr. Carsington was perfect. Her mind once more in proper order, she focused on Wadid. He was more than willing to talk now. The trouble was he didn't know anything. He didn't know which coffee shop boy had delivered the drugged tobacco. How could he? There were scores of such boys in Cairo, he said. They ran away. They died of plague. They found work elsewhere. Who could keep track of them? He had no idea where the tainted tobacco had come from. Assuredly not from Wadid's usual source, one of Cairo's more respectable coffee shops. As to who had invaded the house and driven the other servants away, Wadid was equally in the dark. He'd been in a beautiful dream, he said. People came and went. Dream people or real people, he could not say. On learning that someone had stolen the master's beautiful papyrus, he wept and blamed himself. He hoped the master would return soon and beat him, he said. But please, he begged, would the good lady tell her giant not to tear him limb from limb? The lady was kind and merciful, everyone knew. Had she not brought Ahmed back from the dead? The men carry him in, and all the breath is gone from his body. Then she gives him a magic drink, and behold, he breathes again. Ahmed had in fact been breathing, and the magic drink was tea from Daphne's precious stores, the sovereign remedy for every ailment, physical, emotional, or moral. But having started talking, Wadid showed no signs of stopping. She let him carry on his monologue while she wondered what had become of her giant. He'd been gone rather a while. Gone back to the consulate, no doubt, she thought grimly. And who could blame him? She had a man's mind in a woman's body. The feminine arts were a far greater mystery to her than Egyptian writing. She had at least a rational hope of solving the latter, but when it came to femininity, her case was hopeless. Virgil's efforts to change her had only infuriated her, quite as though she were a man. Had she learnt those mysterious arts? Had she behaved more prettily with Mr. Salt? He might not have been so quick to dismiss her concerns and fob off on her his aristocratic lummox of an aide. She had behaved even less prettily with Mr. Carsington. A proper woman would have exercised more tact. Even dumb beasts had feelings, and men could be sensitive about the oddest things. She rose. She would have to find him. She would return to the consulate if necessary and apologize. "We'll speak more of this later, Wadid," she said. "Go back to your place. Perhaps while you sit quietly you'll remember more." She hurried across the room and out of the door through which Mr. Carsington had vanished. "Mistress?" Lena called behind her. Daphne turned her head to answer, and collided with something big, hard, and warm. Very big, very hard, very warm. Physical sensation knocked out thought, and she tottered, unbalanced. A large hand clamped on her upper arm and steadied her.
"What a dervish you are, always hurrying this way and that," Mr. Carsington said. "Pray consider the heat, and the possibility of a brain fever."
He released her arm. The warmth lingered, and she still felt the impression of long, strong fingers on her skin. She retreated a pace. "I came looking for you," she said, her voice strained, as though she'd laboured up a pyramid to find him. "I thought you were lost."
"Oh, I never get lost," he said. "Not for long, at any rate. I only went looking for coffee. Turkish coffee is a wondrous beverage, and I thought we all needed a stimulant."
"Coffee," she repeated stupidly.
"Yes, and see what I found."
He moved aside. Behind him, the 12-year-old Udile carried the coffee service.
Lucky thing I was in front, eh, Tom? Else she might have bowled you over.
His name is Udile, Daphne said. Tom, said the boy, gazing worshipfully up at Mr. Carsington. Is me Tom. My name is Tom. In mere minutes, the man had frightened one servant into submission and cajoled another into idolatry, and he was tying her mind in knots. Daphne did not believe in genii. At that moment, however, she had no doubt that her trip to the Citadel dungeon had released a dangerous force. Her mouth, Rupert noticed, was not only soft and full, but mobile, forbiddingly grim at one moment and adorably bewildered in the next. He watched it change from bewildered to grim in the instant it took her to recover from their lovely collision. He'd seen it coming. He'd also seen no reason to prevent it. Quite the contrary. Her grim look did not trouble him in the least, neither did her telling him he was not to rechristen her servants. "How would you like it," she demanded, "if I were to rename you Omar or Muhammad?"
A pet name, do you mean? He said. I shouldn't object.
After a visible struggle to rein in her temper, she said, "What you do or do not object to is not the point. He is an Egyptian boy, not English."
Tom doesn't mind, Rupert said. In any event, I couldn't tell which part of the earful he gave me was his name.
"He was probably trying to tell you what happened," she said. "I have no idea how you occupied yourself on the voyage to Egypt or during your stay in Alexandria. It is clear, however, that you employed not a minute of the time learning the language." She turned sharply away and started back into the room she'd just exited, Cairo's version of a salon or drawing room, with the usual unpronounceable name.
I thought you were to do all the brain work, and I was in charge of the physical side, he said. Surely you weren't expecting me to interrogate the lad? I had the devil's own time getting him to understand I wanted coffee.
They entered the large room. Wadid had left. Lena was there, though. After Tom set down the coffee service, on top of Mrs. Pembroke's precious papers, Lena grabbed the boy by the shoulders, shook him, then hugged him, talking great guns all the while. Once Tom had recovered from near suffocation against Lena's ample bosom, he launched into a very long recital. Several tiny cups of coffee later, Mrs. Pembroke gave Rupert the shorter English version. Apparently, persons calling themselves police had come, saying they must search the house. When Ahmed heard their voices, he ran away. When the lady came to this point of her narration, Tom attracted Rupert's attention. Saying Ahmed and something else, the boy did a comical imitation of a man limping. A green glare from Mrs. Pembroke brought the performance to a halt. Because Ahmed ran away, the widow continued, all the other servants did too. Tom, who was cautiously sneaking back into the house when Rupert entered the cooking area, had ducked into the nearest hiding place. Mrs. Pembroke returned her cup to the tray. "Since it's obvious we'll learn nothing more from the other servants, I see no reason to await their return," she said. "The only logical course of action is to retrace my brother's footsteps."
"We ought to check the guard houses first," Rupert said, recalling Beachy's advice.
"Miles is not in a guard house." She rose abruptly from the divan, all impatience and rustling silk. "The men who came here were no more police than I am, and my brother is not in a brothel or an opium den, so you needn't get your hopes up about visiting any of those establishments. We shall talk to those with whom Miles most recently associated. We shall start with his friend Lord Noxley."
"Garnet," Rupert said as she picked up her hat and veil.
She turned and looked at him, her expression wary. "I beg your pardon?"
"Garnet. If someone asked me what colour your hair was, I'd say garnet."
She clamped the hat onto her head. "Did you hear a single word I said?"
"My mind wandered," he said. "You're on the tallish side for a woman, I think."
"Something over 5.5 feet, he estimated." "I do not see the relevance of my height or hair colour," she said.
That's because you're not a man, he said.
Very much not. The dress seemed designed to play down her assets, rather than enhance them. She couldn't disguise her walk, though. She walked like a queen or a goddess, chin high, back straight. But the arrogant sway of her hips bespoke a Cleopatra kind of queen, an Aphrodite kind of goddess. The walk was an invitation. The attire was a keep-off sign. The combination was fascinating.
To a man, you see, he continued, these facts are immensely important.
Oh, yes, of course, she said. A woman's looks are all important. Her mental capabilities don't signify in the least.
That would depend, he said, on what she was thinking.
Daphne was thinking. It was very hard to think with Mr. Carsington in the vicinity. She was good at solving puzzles, usually, but the only idea she had about recent events was a ridiculous one, and no more ideas were forthcoming. She was not easily distracted. One must possess tremendous powers of concentration, not to mention an obstinate and tenacious character, to contend with ancient Egyptian writing. She might have easily ignored an earthquake or a barrage of artillery fire. She could not ignore him. She was aware of his abstracted expression while he calculated her height and decided what colour her hair was. Now, as she sent Udail out to order the donkeys, she was aware of Mr. Carsington's attention drifting away from her person to the table containing her materials. She recalled her agitated reaction when she first spied the disorder. What had she said? Had she given herself away? But no, she couldn't have. The ruse was a habit by now, practically instinctive. It was Miles who had the more difficult task, pretending to be the brilliant scholar. Luckily, very few people in the world understood enough about decipherment to suspect him, and he took care not to meet those people face to face. Mr. Carsington was frowning down at the copy of the Rosetta Stone.
That papyrus, he said. I collect it was something out of the ordinary.
She, too, stared at the lithograph, wondering what he saw there. A fragment of hieroglyphic text. Below that, another nearly complete section written in the script some scholars called Demotic. Then the battered Greek text, with its all-important final lines, announcing that all three texts were identical in content. Like the Rosetta Stone, she said. I wish it had contained some hints in Greek, but it was all in hieroglyphs. She looked up at him. Are you asking whether it was valuable? He nodded. I dare say it was, she said slowly, the truth dawning as she spoke it. She hadn't thought of the papyrus in that way. She knew it had cost more than most, but then it was a superior specimen. But that's all it was to her. Perhaps Miles was right, to an extent. She was rather unworldly. It hadn't occurred to her to lock it up, any more than it would occur to her to lock up a book. I suppose one could call it valuable, she said. It was expensive. She related the merchant's tale of the mysterious pharaoh and his presumably untouched tomb. I told Miles he encouraged such tall tales, and probably set a bad precedent by paying so much, she went on. Yet it was remarkable, written entirely in beautifully drawn hieroglyphs, exquisite illustrations. The others I've seen are not works of art, and most were written in the script form. None was in such good condition. It isn't hard to understand why Miles couldn't resist it. Mr. Carsington's dark gaze shifted from her study materials to her face. He wore a perplexed expression.
And it didn't occur to you why robbers might want it, he said. A guide to buried treasure?
No, it didn't, she said. I couldn't imagine anyone could be so foolish as to believe that story.
Yet it might seem to others that your brother, a scholar, believed it.
Miles certainly had seemed to believe it, perhaps because he was a little boy in some ways, and he had a romantic streak. Her romantic streak had shriveled and died years ago. Her marriage had mummified it. No educated person could believe that Vani Anaz or anyone else knew exactly what was written on that papyrus, she said. No one, I repeat, no one can read hieroglyphic writing. But the papyrus did contain symbols associated with royalty. Naturally, Miles planned to look for those symbols in Thebes. A number of tombs have been discovered there. More will certainly be discovered. Whether any remain filled with treasure is impossible to know.
Someone believes it, Mr. Carsington said. Someone went to a deal of trouble to steal that papyrus.
But what good will it do them? She said impatiently. They can't read it.
My eldest brother, Benedict, takes an interest in criminal proceedings, Mr. Carsington said. He says the average felon is a person of low cunning, not high intelligence.
At that moment, the absurd idea she had kept pushing away stomped to the forefront of her brain. Miles kidnapped, papyrus stolen. They believe Miles can read it, she said. Good grief! They must be completely illiterate, or desperately gullible, or—
French, said Mr. Carsington.
French? She said. She gazed at him in plain incomprehension.
I hope they're French, he said. My brother Alistair was at Waterloo.
Killed? She said.
No, though they did their best.
He clenched his hands.
He'll be lame for the rest of his life. I've been waiting for a chance to repay the favour.
Not very far away, in another corner of Cairo, an elegant middle-aged man stood by one of the windows overlooking his house's courtyard. He did not gaze out of the latticed window, but down reverently at the object in his hands. Jean-Claude Duval had come to Egypt with Napoleon's army in 1798. Along with the soldiers had come another army of scientists, scholars, and artists. These were the people responsible for the monumental Description de l'Égypte. To Monsieur Duval, this army of savants was proof of French superiority. Unlike the barbaric British, his countrymen sought intellectual enlightenment as well as military conquest. He had been in Egypt when his compatriots found the Rosetta Stone, and being intellectually superior, instantly understood its value. He was here in 1801, when the English defeated the French at Alexandria and took the stone away, claiming it was honourably acquired by fortune of war. He was still here, and he still hated the English for a long list of reasons, including most recently their employing the infuriatingly lucky Giovanni Belzoni, but their stealing the Rosetta Stone constituted reasons number 1 through 5. Duval had spent 20 years working to even the score. However, though he had sent to France a great number of fine Egyptian artifacts, he had found nothing approaching the Rosetta Stone's significance. Until now. Very cautiously, he unrolled the papyrus. Not all the way, only enough to reassure himself that this was the one. His men had blundered enough already, but it was the one. His chief agent Farouk was no fool, and Monsieur Duval closed the document up again with the same gentleness and no small degree of frustration. The first time he'd seen it, he'd understood it was above the common run of papyri. Even so, he had not believed the story the merchant Vani Anaz told to justify the insane price he asked. Only the most ignorant persons would believe it. Everyone else knew that no one could read hieroglyphs or any other form of ancient Egyptian writing. Therefore no one could tell what this papyrus said. Still, it was a rare specimen, and Duval had determined to get it. But before he could arrange to have it stolen, Miles Archdale, one of the world's foremost language scholars, had gone to Anaz's shop, listened soberly to the tale of long-hidden treasure and forgotten pharaoh, and paid the horrendous price, without a murmur. One need not be a linguistic genius to comprehend why. Archdale had found the key to deciphering hieroglyphs. He'd kept it a secret because it would lead to great discoveries, and he wanted all the honour and glory. He'd seen that this papyrus would lead to the greatest discovery of all, far surpassing anything Belzoni had done, and at least equalling the Rosetta Stone in importance. An untouched royal tomb, filled with treasure. Duval unrolled the foolscap copy of the papyrus. Its margins held numerous notes in English, Greek, and Latin, along with a number of odd symbols and signs, all of it incomprehensible.
"But he will explain it to us," Duval murmured. "Every word of the papyrus, the meaning of every sign."
And once Archdale had given up all his secrets, he would die, and no one would ever find his body. The desert kept secrets even better than he. Jackals, vultures, sun, and sand combined to make corpses vanish with amazing speed. In the meantime, however, Duval must deal with the infuriating complication.
"These must leave Cairo at once," he said, "but I must stay, for a time at least."
The man who'd brought the documents stepped out of the shadows. Though he called himself Farouk, he was Polish. He was educated, one of the more intelligent of the many mercenaries and criminals who found in Egypt a profitable market for their talents. Duval wished he'd sent Farouk after Archdale, but how could he have guessed he'd need his top agent to carry out a simple kidnapping? The men sent after Archdale failed to take him in Giza. He was too well guarded. They could not get to him until he crossed the river again and dispersed his escort in Old Cairo. When the men finally did capture him, they beat his servant and left him for dead without making sure. The servant had somehow crawled back to the sister, who promptly reported the incident to the consulate. By tomorrow, everyone in Cairo would know. The local authorities did not worry Duval. They were slow, incompetent, and corrupt. The one who worried him was the Englishman known as the Golden Devil. He had become Duval's nemesis in the last year. In addition to being cunning, ruthless, and as hungry for glory for England as Duval was for France, the Golden Devil was slightly insane. Duval hated crazy people. They were too unpredictable.
"The sister will care only to find her brother," Duval said. "She will be easy to divert. The Golden Devil is the graver problem. You must go ahead to join the others at Minya as we planned. You must take the papyrus. Whatever else happens, it must not fall into his hands."
Though he spoke coolly, Duval was close to weeping with vexation. Everyone dreamt of finding an intact royal tomb. The key was in his hands, in this papyrus. The man who'd finally unlocked the secrets of hieroglyphic writing was Duval's captive, and barely a day's journey away. But Duval must remain in Cairo to divert suspicion. If he left, his most feared and hated rival would instantly know who was behind the kidnapping and theft. If Duval stayed, he would become merely one of several possible suspects. If he arranged matters well, suspicion would soon shift elsewhere. And so Monsieur Duval put the 2 documents into a battered old dispatch bag that wouldn't tempt thieves, gave the bag to Farouk, and told him where and when they would next meet. Rupert had not failed to notice that his comments about the French distracted Mrs. Pembroke from asking the logical question, "What will they do to my brother when they find out he can't read the papyrus?" It was a question Rupert had rather not answer. He did not count Archdale's life worth a groat once the villains discovered their error. He doubted the man's life would be worth much even if he could read the papyrus. Still, there was a chance. In Archdale's place, Rupert would pretend and prevaricate, putting off the moment of truth as long as possible. Meanwhile, he'd be looking for a way to escape. If the villains did discover the truth sooner than was convenient, one might be able to persuade them to demand a ransom. That way, at least, he would tell them they needn't come away empty-handed. Rupert kept these thoughts to himself, and concentrated on keeping Mrs. Pembroke's mind from dwelling unhappily on her brother. Fortunately, Rupert Carsington had a natural talent for driving others distracted. Because she'd found his renaming the boy Tom so provoking, the first thing Rupert did when they'd mounted their donkeys was christen his Cleopatra. "That is not the creature's name," said Mrs. Pembroke. She told him the Arabic name.
"I can't pronounce it,"
Rupert said. "You don't even try," she said.
"I don't understand why these people don't speak English," he said. "It's so much simpler."
He could not see her face. She'd put on the evil veil, but he heard her huff of exasperation. They set out at a surprisingly fast clip, considering how narrow, congested, and busy the streets were. He thought it was wonderful, the donkeys trotting steadily on their way, while carts, horses, and camels came straight at them, the drivers running alongside and ahead, calling out incomprehensibly and waving sticks, trying to clear a path while everyone appeared to ignore them. He praised the donkeys to their drivers, congratulated the beasts on particularly narrow escapes, and told the men anecdotes about London hackneys. Mrs. Pembroke bore it for as long as she could, which was not very long, before she exploded. "They have no idea what you're saying!"
"Well, they'll never learn, will they? If one doesn't make an effort," he said.
If the streets hadn't been so noisy, he was sure he'd have heard her teeth grinding. She said nothing more, but Rupert was confident she was too preoccupied with his breathtaking stupidity to fret overmuch about her brother. Still, Rupert was not a man to leave anything to chance. When they reached their destination, he was off his mount even before it had come to a complete halt, and instantly at Mrs. Pembroke's side. He reached up and grasped the lady firmly at the waist. "That is not She broke off as he lifted her up from the elaborate saddle. Instinctively she grasped his shoulders. Smiling into her veiled countenance, Rupert held her in the air at eye level for a moment. Then slowly, he lowered her to the ground. She did not immediately let go of his arms. He did not immediately let go of her waist. She remained utterly still, looking up at him. He couldn't see her face, but he could hear the hurried in and out of her breath. Then she let go and pushed away from him, and turned away in that quick, angry flurry he found so delicious. "You are absurd," she said. "There is no need to show off your strength."
"That hardly wanted strength," he said. "You weigh far less than I'd have thought. It's the layers and layers of mourning that fooled me."
Not completely, though. There was the walk. "I can only hope that you will be as diligent about finding my brother as you are about ascertaining the dimensions of my person," she said crossly. By this time the gatekeeper had appeared. He looked to Rupert, but Mrs. Pembroke got in the way and spoke in impatient Arabic. The gate opened, and they entered the courtyard. Another servant appeared and led them into and through the house. As they navigated the labyrinth common to Cairo's better houses, Mrs. Pembroke dropped Rupert a few hints. "Do keep your mind on why we are here," she said in an undertone. "We can't afford to waste time. Please resist the temptation to give Lord Noxley's servants nicknames. I doubt he will appreciate it, and I'd rather not spend valuable minutes smoothing matters over. And please try not to wander from the subject, or tell anecdotes. You are not here to entertain anybody. You are here to obtain information. Is that clear?"
"You're so forgetful," he said. "Don't you remember telling me that you're the brain and I'm the brawn? Naturally I expect you to do all the talking, and naturally I shall knock heads and toss people out of windows as required. Or did I misunderstand? Did you want me to think, too?"
Chapter 4. Rupert disliked the Viscount Noxley on sight. He was a few inches shorter than Rupert and not so broad across the shoulders and chest, but he was fit enough. His hair and eyes were the tawny colour properly belonging to cats. Rupert especially disliked the eyes and their expression when regarding Mrs. Pembroke. It was the look a hungry lion cast upon the gazelle selected for dinner. Rupert wished she'd left her veil down, but she'd thrown it back as soon as she entered the room, and his lordship's face lighted up bright as the sun at the sight. And then, as soon as she'd explained what had happened, it was as though a vast thundercloud mounted over the fellow's head. Servants hurried in with the obligatory coffee and sweets, and hurried out again at his brusque signal.
"This is incredible," Noxley said. "I can scarcely take it in. What fool would leap to such a conclusion, let alone act upon it? But no, it must be a madman. The idea's monstrous.
I'm sure your brother never gave the smallest indication of a breakthrough of that magnitude. Quite the contrary. He is exceedingly modest about his work. One can scarcely persuade him to speak of it." "I agree that it is bizarre," she said, "but the two matters must be connected. Or do you believe it is mere coincidence?"
No, yet I hardly know what to believe." He shook his head. "It is shocking. I need a moment to collect my thoughts. But I am remiss." He indicated the coffee tray with its array of elegant silver dishes. "Do take some refreshment, I beg. Mr. Carsington, you may be unfamiliar with the local delicacies." He explained the food while lovingly arranging a plate for Mrs. Pembroke. Less lovingly he prepared one for Rupert. Once this task was done, Noxley forgot about Rupert and devoted his attention to the lady. Rupert let his attention wander to his surroundings. The room was entirely in the local style. Acres of Turkey carpets, plastered and whitewashed walls, elaborately carved and painted wooden ceiling with chandeliers suspended therefrom, high latticed windows, low banquettes running along three sides of the room, heaped with pillows and cushions, panelled cupboards above the banquettes, panelled doors almost but not quite facing each other. The one they'd entered was shut, the other stood partly open. The opening was clearly visible from where Rupert sat. A figure moved past, then returned and hovered there. A veiled face peeked round the edge of the door, and a dark gaze met his. He pretended to study the design of his coffee cup, while covertly watching the woman watching him. After a moment she grew bolder and showed more of herself. There was a great deal to show, the veil being the only modest feature of her attire. It must have been too heavy for her, because she dropped it once or twice. Still, Rupert was attuned to the conversation nearby. Mrs. Pembroke was prodding Noxley to remember something Archdale might have said or done to cause someone to leap to conclusions. Noxley still seemed bewildered. He described the small dinner party, merely 3 guests besides Archdale, all English, 1 artist and 2 colonels. "I did wonder," he said, frowning. "Your brother's reason for going to Giza this time seemed odd to me, but I suppose I must have misunderstood him. Either that or he had some private business there he preferred to keep private." Rupert came to attention. "A woman, do you mean?" he said. Mrs. Pembroke stared at him. Noxley looked too, and his expression chilled. "I had not considered that possibility," he said. "Really?" Rupert said. "It's the first thing that occurred to me." "Mr. Archdale would never be so unwise as to become entangled with any of the local women," Lord Noxley said frigidly. "The Muslims have strict notions of propriety, and the consequences of violating them are severe. Those notions don't include the dancing girls, I've noticed," said Rupert. "From what I've seen—" "Mr. Carsington," Mrs. Pembroke said. He gave her an innocently inquiring look. "We seem to be straying from the main point," she said. "That point, which may have eluded you, is the possibility of my brother's going to Giza for reasons other than those he gave me." "Given your theory about the 2 incidents, Mrs. Pembroke, I find myself wondering whether Mr. Archdale did after all make a discovery of some kind at the pyramids," his lordship said. "Or perhaps while at Giza he said or did something to arouse curiosity and speculation. The Egyptians are formidable gossips, as you know. They will endlessly debate the most trivial matters, elaborate on every tale they hear, and pass it on to everyone they meet. News travels up and down the Nile with prodigious speed. Then there are the French and their spies watching everything we do, as though we were still at war. They are so jealous of our accomplishments here, and we all know their agents are not the most savoury persons." "The French," Rupert said. "They seem to believe that Egypt and all it contains belong exclusively to them," Noxley said. "They are completely unscrupulous. Bribery, theft, and even violence are nothing to them." "Now here's something like it," Rupert said. "Violence, unsavoury persons. And French besides."
He looked at Mrs. Pembroke.
"Well, we'd best set out after the scoundrels, hadn't we? By the way, where exactly is Giza, and what's so irresistible about it?"
They both stared at him. Mrs. Pembroke wore a comical look of wondering exasperation. Rupert was well aware that the Giza Plateau lay across the Nile. He must be blind not to be aware. The famous pyramids were plainly visible from any number of places in the metropolis. He'd asked the stupid questions just to see Mrs. Pembroke's reaction.
"Mrs. Pembroke, I beg you will allow me to assist you," said Noxley. "I am sure the Consul General wishes to do all he can to help you, but his resources are limited."
He glanced briefly in Rupert's direction.
"Please allow me to put my staff at your disposal, and myself, of course. I am sure we shall get to the bottom of this very quickly."
Far more quickly than Hargate's brainless son was politely left unsaid. Rupert had to agree about the brainless part. He'd blundered badly. Why should she not discard him in favour of a man presenting clear signs of intelligence? And how could Rupert blame her? Noxious obviously knew her brother better than Rupert did. The man had lived several years in Egypt. He seemed to know everybody. He spoke the language. "Why, thank you," said Mrs. Pembroke. "I shall be very glad to have your help."
"Idiot,"
Rupert berated himself.
"Imbecile."
Now Noxious would have all the fun of a search with her, and Rupert would end up in the desert, looking for rocks with writing on them that no one could read. Then she and Noxley began to talk, as though Rupert didn't exist. He gave a mental shrug and redirected his attention to the partly open door. The dusky beauty lingered still. What a hypocrite Noxious was, acting so prim when Rupert spoke of dancing girls, when a member of his lordship's harem stood only a few yards away, half naked, and clearly objecting to her lord and master's attention being diverted elsewhere. She disappeared and reappeared at intervals, looking more and more vexed at each reappearance. Watching her, Rupert only half heard the conversation nearby. Noxley had some people he promised to talk to, starting with the men who'd come to dinner the other night. He'd send some servants out to collect the latest street gossip. He'd call on some district sheikhs. He summoned a servant and gave orders in Arabic. Mrs. Pembroke chimed in. The servant exited. Then it was time to leave. A good deal more subdued than when he set out, Rupert escorted her home. He was vaguely aware of its being later than he'd supposed. He wondered how long they'd been at Noxious's.
"Weren't we going elsewhere?" he said as they reached her street.
"Weren't you paying attention?" she said. "Lord Noxley is going to call on the others. It is very good of him. I had not realized how tired I was until now, but I never slept at all last night. I must have a proper night's rest. I shall be no good at all in Giza otherwise."
"Ah, so you're going to Giza," Rupert said wistfully.
He would like to explore the inside of a pyramid, especially with her. He'd heard the passageways were dark and narrow. "Yes, well, he doesn't know that," she said. Rupert turned sharply toward her, but there was the hateful veil hiding her expressive face.
"How can he not know?" he said. "He'll see you there."
"Lord Noxley?" she said.
"Who else?" Rupert said.
"But he's not going to Giza," she said.
"He's not?"
"No," she said. "You are." They arrived at her door.
"I am?"
Rupert said stupidly. She let out a long sigh. "Really, Mr. Carsington, I wish you would try to attend. Surely you heard him. He is like Miles. They think women— Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter. He doesn't need to know, and you wouldn't understand. But do pay attention now. You are taking me with you to Giza, no matter what he says. You are to come and collect me tomorrow at daybreak. Is that clear?"
"Clear as a bell," Rupert said.
He saw her safely indoors, left the house, and with a wave at Wadid, passed through the gate and set off down the street, whistling. Once Mrs. Pembroke had gone, all the sunshine went out of his lordship's countenance. Ashton Noxley liked to have things his way. Exactly his way. This wasn't easy anywhere. In Egypt it was particularly difficult because people here, even or perhaps especially Europeans, acted according to no known rules of civilized behavior. Very early in his stay, he had learnt that official documents became increasingly meaningless the farther away one was from the official who'd provided them. For instance, the Pasha might give him the exclusive right to excavate at such and such a place, or to remove this or that object. But if the site was in, say, Thebes, and the Pasha 450 miles away in Cairo at the time, the one who actually got to excavate was the one who either paid the local officials the largest bribes, or produced the largest band of thugs and ruffians to ensure his rights. Lord Noxley had found local officials unreliable. They accepted bribes from rival parties. They were accommodating one day and obstructive the next. They withheld workers' food and boats when the mood struck them. Consequently, he had amassed a large band of men he could depend upon to make people behave as they ought. He now employed agents in most of the major villages between Alexandria and the Second Cataract. Though Miles Archdale and his handsome sister didn't know about it, his lordship was making arrangements for them too. His lordship was cultivating the brother, reputed to be one of those nearest to unlocking the secrets of the ancient script. They would make an ideal team, Lord Noxley believed. Together they would unearth a great find, greater than anything Belzoni had discovered. Equally important, Lord Noxley would make the sister his Viscountess. He'd wanted her from the first moment he saw her because she, rather like the papyrus her brother had bought, was a rarity. Countless beauties in England had thrown themselves at him, and he'd had his pick of their exotic counterparts in Egypt. Mrs. Pembroke had no counterpart. She was not pretty, not beautiful. He was not sure she was handsome, but her face was striking and her figure magnificent, and she was as rich as Croesus. Moreover, she was conveniently here. His lordship need not return to England to renew the tedious search for a suitable bride. He could remain in Egypt for years. When he did return, it would be to great fame and honours. But someone had disrupted his plans. Archdale, one of the world's great linguists, might be in deadly peril. Meanwhile, the Earl of Hargate's hellion son was sniffing about the future Viscountess Noxley's skirts. Lord Noxley sent for his agent Ghazi, who arrived within the hour. Ghazi was his lordship's right-hand assassin. Lord Noxley told him what had happened, and asked why he was one of the last to know.
"I will send men to Old Cairo," Ghazi said. "They will discover who took your friend. But it is very strange. One day they steal the man. This I understand. They do it for a ransom. But today they steal a papyrus? This I do not understand. The merchant Vanyanaz has an endless supply. He has men who make them, too. The peasants sell them in all the villages. Why go to the trouble of stealing?"
Lord Noxley explained.
"Ah," said Ghazi. "But is it true?"
"Someone thinks so," Lord Noxley said.
"It must be the French," Ghazi said. "They grow desperate."
This was because Lord Noxley's agents were steadily driving the French away from the richest sites. He wasn't sure desperation explained it completely, though. Had he erred regarding Archdale, mistaking secrecy for modesty? "The question is, who possesses the means and is ruthless enough to undertake such villainies?" he said. Apart from Lord Noxley himself, only one man met the requirements.
"Duval, then,"
said Ghazi.
"I rather think so. I will talk to his people."
The word talk, both men knew, was a euphemism for a very broad range of activities. But Lord Noxley knew Ghazi didn't require specifics. His lordship only added, "And that idiot Carsington." He briefly described Lord Hargate's fourth son. "He'll be in Giza tomorrow. I want him out of the way." Wednesday, 4 April. Rupert arrived at the widow's domicile at daybreak as ordered. He found they would travel with a retinue. All of her cowardly servants but Ahmed, it turned out, had skulked back to the house by the time she returned the previous evening. She'd decided they must come along to Giza today. It took Rupert a while to take this in because he was still trying to digest her appearance. She'd abandoned the black silk for a costume, a gold-trimmed maroon jacket over full Turkish trousers of a bright blue, and a turban. They would pretend she was a man. His Maltese translator, she said. She did not in any way resemble a man, Maltese or otherwise. She made Rupert think of harems and concubines and dancing girls. In those thoughts, clothing of any kind was not a prominent feature. He remembered how surprised he was when he lifted her off the donkey. She was smaller than he'd guessed, though quite as generously curved. He could almost feel it still, the inward turn of her waist, the flare of her hips where the edge of his hand had rested. A familiar heat, having nothing to do with the morning's temperature, settled into his nether regions. As a consequence, a long moment passed while he tried to get his mind on business. The ludicrous turban didn't help matters. It begged him to unwind it by spinning her round and round like a top until she was giddy and giggling, then pick her up. But he couldn't. Not yet. If he moved too quickly and put his mouth or hands where she thought they didn't belong, she'd send him back to Salt. Rupert would end up toiling in the desert, supervising natives shifting sand and rocks. Lord Noxious would have the fun of a search with her, and fights with unsavoury, very likely French persons, while Rupert died of boredom. Picturing Noxious with his hands on her waist promptly squelched Rupert's lascivious urges. He turned a sceptical eye upon the cringing servants. He made his expression stern, and adopting the same disdainful tones his father used on such occasions, said, "I should like to know, madam, what good you expect this lot to do except give you a prime view of their backs the instant trouble threatens." "We cannot travel unaccompanied," she said. "Not only is it not respectable, it is not at all safe, and we haven't time to apply to the local sheikh for replacements." If they had to apply to a sheikh for servants, it would take forever. While Rupert understood almost nothing of Arabic, he knew that phrases such as "make haste," or "we must not lose a minute," or "I mean now," were not in the local lexicon. In short, he must make do with the material at hand.
"Lena," he said, "please be so good as to tell these fellows that there will be no running away today. Tell them that no matter what terrible thing threatens, it will not be half so terrible as what I will do to them if they desert their mistress."
He provided a brief, vivid description of what he would do to them, emphasizing with gestures. Lena rapidly translated.
"For all the good it will do," Rupert said, half to himself. "I should have to catch them first, shouldn't I?"
"They won't run away," Mrs. Pembroke said. He turned back to her, and his stern demeanour crumbled before the turban and the strange heart-shaped face that didn't belong under it.
"Won't they?"
he said, smiling helplessly. "Rumours have spread that you are a genie," she said. "Wadid by now has told them what you did to him yesterday, and the feat has been exaggerated beyond all recognition."
"Good," Rupert said. "That saves me deciding which of them to use for the demonstration."
A while later, fists on his hips, the long muscled legs straddling a gap between masses of broken stone blocks, the man who'd brought Daphne to Giza without a murmur of objection stood looking up at Kefren's pyramid. By swift degrees, Mr. Carsington had discarded his gloves, hat, neckcloth, and coat. Now barely dressed and glowing in the sun's glare, he seemed a bronze colossus. Daphne was only dimly aware of the pyramid, one of the world's wonders. All she could see was the man, and far too much of him. The shirt taut across the broad shoulders, the thin fabric almost transparent in the harsh light, revealing the contours of muscular arms and back. It was some comfort to know she wasn't the only one whose gaze he drew. Her servants cast him frequent, wary glances. The men who loitered about the pyramids to help visitors ascend to the top or penetrate its interior also watched him from a respectful distance. And she might as well have been his shadow. The guides hardly noticed her, or seemed to care who or what she was. They all felt it, the magnetism of that tall figure, the danger crackling in the air about him. All understood that an unpredictable, uncontrollable force had come among them. Daphne had felt it even before she could see him, when he'd been only a shadowy figure in the dungeon's gloom.
"It's big," he said at last.
"Yes, it is," she said. "I suppose you want to climb it?" Men could not resist.
"Not at the moment," he said. "If I climb to the top, it'll only be a prodigious long stairway. No, for the present I like it as it is, immense and impressive." He turned to her. "Unless you think we might find a clue at the top?"
She shook her head. "Miles said he wanted to study the interior. He seemed to think it held clues that would help us find other tombs." The guides hadn't any useful information about Miles. Yes, they remembered the Englishman with the white hair. He had come a few days ago. No one recalled anything unusual about the visit. Mr. Carsington climbed down from the stones and joined her. He'd unfastened the button at the neck of his shirt, which allowed the garment to hang open in a large V. She directed her gaze away from the expanse of bronzed chest and toward the pyramid.
"Why did Lord Noxious find your brother's reason for coming here so odd?"
"Lord what?"
"You heard me," he said. "I wondered how that insufferable bore could be your brother's or anyone's boon companion. But English-speaking fellows are thin on the ground, I notice. Noxious must have won the position by default."
"You don't like him," she said, which was about as astute an observation as Mr. Carsington's remarking that the pyramid was big. There was too much male in view, too much insufficiently clothed male. It was shocking, really. Small wonder she couldn't think. She ought to tell him to put his clothes back on.
"It wasn't my liking he was after," he said.
Her gaze shot back to him. The black eyes glinted.
"How concerned he was for you," he said. "So understanding of your predicament. He didn't assume your brother was lolling about in a whorehouse, visiting the garden of Allah by means of a hashish pipe. No, indeed. His lordship was properly sympathetic and desperately eager to do your bidding."
"I should like to know how this makes him noxious," she said.
"He was so quick to imagine the worst," Mr. Carsington said. "Most men would say, 'There, now, I'm sure it's nothing to fret about. There'll be a simple explanation, a message gone astray or some such.' Instead, he made a great to-do about it, shoveling on veiled and unveiled suggestions to make you more anxious, rather than less."
"I detest there now," she said. "It is patronizing, and I vastly dislike being made to feel like a child who is imagining things. That is how Mr. Salt behaved toward me. It is exceedingly provoking."
"Maybe the Consul General likes the way your eyes flash when you're provoked," said Mr. Carsington. "And the way the pink comes into your cheek. Right here."
With his forefinger he drew a line along his cheekbone. He stood well away from her, yet she felt the touch, as though his long finger grazed her skin instead of his. She felt the heat climb there, and knew the pink he described must be deepening. She ought to blush, with shame for being so susceptible. "You have a knack for straying from the subject," she said. "You asked what was odd about my brother's reasons for coming here."
"Yes. Why shouldn't your brother find clues here? Why couldn't the mystery tomb be here, in fact? They've still another pyramid to penetrate."
He nodded toward the third unopened pyramid of Mycerinus.
"And haven't they uncovered a great lot of mummies somewhere hereabouts?"
Her gaze went to the third pyramid, then shot back to meet his, as innocent as a little boy's. She was not a little girl, and was not taken in. "You know all about this place," she said. "You were playing with us, asking those absurd questions about where and what Giza was." He only smiled and looked away from her toward the group of guides.
"I don't feel like a long climb in the blazing sun today," he said, "but I'm perishing to have a look inside. I should like to see for myself what's so odd about the idea."
"Mr. Carsington," she said. She wanted an explanation. But he'd already caught the eye of a guide, to whom he signalled. The man quickly joined them. Mr. Carsington pointed to the entrance Belzoni had discovered 3 years earlier, now a black rectangle on the north face of the pyramid. The guide summoned another, and the two men led them up through the clearing in the rubble that had for so many centuries concealed the entrance. Daphne knew it was wiser to save her energies for the ordeal ahead. She reminded herself that she was doing it for Miles's sake, that she loved him dearly and would do whatever she needed to bring him back safe. She told herself that what she felt in the small passageways was irrational, mere emotion. She was a rational being. All she had to do was concentrate on facts. The entry passage was 4 feet high, about 3.5 feet wide, 104 feet 5 inches long, and descended at an angle of 26 degrees, Mrs. Pembroke informed Rupert. Rupert had no trouble estimating the height and width. He'd done that automatically as he entered, and was estimating the angle of descent even while he watched the uneven sway of her handsome backside as she preceded him. Watching her derriere was no small feat, considering he walked folded almost in half on an uneven surface, and had his hands on the walls to maintain his balance and keep track of the passage's features. In any event, he hadn't as clear a rear view of the lady as he could wish. The guide's torches were fighting a losing battle against the darkness. They'd gone about 50 feet when Mrs. Pembroke enlightened him about the dimensions.
"You've measured it, then?" he said.
"I quote Mr. Belzoni's calculations," she said. "At the end of this passage he encountered the portcullis. You can imagine the labour in this constricted space of raising a granite block nearly as tall as you are, 5 feet wide and 15 inches thick." Though Rupert could work out how it might be done, he let her explain how Belzoni had analysed and solved the problem, using a fulcrum and levers, and stuffing stones in the grooves to support the block as they raised it by slow inches. When they came to the portcullis, Rupert didn't have to feign admiration. Raising it in this small space was no negligible feat. He paused and ran his hands over the sides of the opening and the bottom of the stone. Then he huddled under and continued for a few more feet, until she stopped to turn toward him. "We must descend the shaft next," she said. "Belzoni used a rope and later piled some stones to one side, but someone brought a ladder recently and left it."
"Much more civilized," Rupert said.
He noted a hole overhead while watching how gracefully she turned, though she was obliged to move in the same hunched-over style as he. They descended the shaft in the civilized way, continued down another passage, then up, then straight on. The way grew easier. It was high enough to allow Mrs. Pembroke to walk upright, though Rupert still had to keep his head down. At last they entered the great central chamber where he could easily stand straight. The tall room's ceiling tapered to a point, the angle mimicking the pyramids. The guides stood by the door holding their torches aloft. On the south wall, large letters, proper Roman letters, not the curls and squiggles of Arabic, nor yet the curious little hieroglyphic figures, proclaimed "Scoperta da S. Belzoni, 2 Mar, 1818. "Opened by Signore Belzoni," Mrs. Pembroke translated, though even Rupert could deduce the meaning. "The sarcophagus in Cheops's pyramid stands on the floor," she said, walking toward the west wall of the chamber. "But here, as you see, it is sunk into the ground." It was not so easy to see. The darkness was so thick one could practically feel it. The torches made little headway against it. Rupert gazed about the room.
"So many secrets," he said.
He knew little more of ancient Egypt than what he recalled from the works of Greeks and Romans. There was the ancient Greek traveller Herodotus, for instance, whose histories comprised a hodgepodge of facts, figures, and myths. "This tomb may keep its secrets for all eternity," she said. "No hieroglyphs. Do you see why Miles's reasons for coming are so puzzling? Besides, The papyrus allegedly came from Thebes, hundreds of miles away in more mountainous terrain. Rupert studied the gap between the granite stones surrounding the sarcophagus. What went there, he wondered? An effigy? Treasure chest? Or simply another stone?
Allegedly, he repeated. Is there anything about the papyrus we can be sure of?
It's truly old, she said. It took several days to unroll. You can't be impatient with such things, or you end up with a lot of charred crumbs, and sick from the fumes of the chlorine gas. She spoke quickly, her voice a note or two above the usual pitch. But she'd talked that way since they entered the pyramid, Rupert realized. She'd been exceedingly talkative. He looked up from the puzzling sarcophagus. She seemed to be looking down into it. He couldn't be sure. It was hard to read her expression in the dim, wavering light.
"Are you all right?" he said.
"Yes, of course," she said.
"Not everyone would be," he said. "Some people have a morbid aversion to closed spaces."
"It is an irrational reaction one must overcome, if one hopes to learn anything," she said. "We shall be exploring tombs in Thebes. They do have writing inside. That was the main point of coming to Egypt, to study the hieroglyphs in the temples and royal tombs, to compare names. We know what hieroglyphs form the name Cleopatra. We've deduced some other royal names. With enough pharaohs to compare, we should be able to deduce the alphabet."
"We."
Rupert noted the choice of pronoun.
Not he or Miles. "Meanwhile, you'd rather not be here," he said.
"I wouldn't mind so much, but we've wasted our time," she said. "There's nothing. This was a stupid mistake. I should have listened to Lord Noxley. I could have been questioning others in Cairo. What did I think I'd learn from a heap of stones?" The edgy tone of her voice had softened into despair. Rupert rose and started toward her while trying to think of some stupid thing to say to irritate her and rouse her spirits. From somewhere in the bowels of the pyramid came a bone-chilling scream.
"No!"
Rupert roared, turning toward the door. Too late. He had one last faint glimpse of swiftly retreating light as the guides fled. Then there was nothing. The darkness swallowed them utterly. Chapter 5.
"Don't faint,"
Rupert said in an undertone.
"I can't see you to catch you, and a concussion would be a problem."
"Don't be absurd," she said. "I never faint." If her voice hadn't risen a notch above her normal pitch, he might have believed she was perfectly composed. But he was learning the changes in her voice, and he'd noticed her propensity for hiding things. Her body, for instance. That wasn't all. He'd work on the other secrets once they got out of the present difficulty.
"Stay put and keep talking, but softly," he said.
He was listening. The guide's footsteps had faded. Outside the chamber, silence reigned. He didn't trust it. Someone was there, he was certain. Meanwhile, he needed to get his bearings. The dark was prodigious. He'd never experienced anything quite like it. "I shall not faint," she said. "I freely admit, however, that our present situation is not conducive to an easy frame of mind." Cautiously, Rupert inched toward her. He did not want to stumble over one of the stones ancient tomb robbers had pried loose from the floor, or into any of the holes where the stones had been. Broken limbs or a cracked skull would not only slow their progress, but hamper his ability to break villains' heads. "The circumstances are far from propitious," she went on in the same high-pitched, pedantic tone. "We hear an unearthly scream. The guides instantly decamp with the only source of light. This leaves us to the tender mercies of whoever caused the screaming." Her voice was very near now. Rupert put out his hand, and it slid over a fabric-covered curve. With a sharp gasp, she stiffened. Then her cold fingers curled about his and lifted his hand away. "I cannot see my hand when I hold it an inch from my face," she said. "Yet you had no difficulty locating my breast."
"Was that the part I found?" he said. "What amazing luck! What a splendid bosom!"
"When we get out of this," she said, "if we get out of this, I shall box your ears."
We'll get out of it, he said.
My mind reverts repeatedly to the portcullis, she said. If they remove the stones holding it up, we'll be trapped here.
That's too much work, he said. It would be easier to wait in the dark and stab or shoot us as soon as we come close enough.
I had not thought of that, she said. I was preoccupied with the prospect of being buried alive, with you. I could not imagine what we would find to talk about while we died slowly of starvation and thirst.
Talk, he said. Is that what you'd want to do during your last hours? How curious. Come, take my hand. So far no one appears to be hurrying to cut our throats. I think we might risk setting out.
Where is your hand? She said. There was some fumbling, during which he found the other breast, eliciting another sharp gasp and uncomplimentary muttering under her breath. But at last he had her slim hand in his. It fit perfectly. His spirits rose another few degrees, while his heart went faster than before. Your hand is warm, she said accusingly. Does nothing alarm you? He was starting toward where he estimated the doorway was.
Not this, he said. I am armed, you know, and it's simple enough to find the way out.
It is simple enough if you can see where you're going, she said. Searching with his free hand, he found the edge of the doorway.
And if you can't, he said.
I can think of 6 different ways we could die, she said, with or without Villain's assistance. Daphne knew she was jabbering, but talking helped keep emotion at bay. Until this moment she'd allowed herself to cherish a small hope that her alarms about her brother were as silly as the men in Cairo painted them to be. She'd let herself hope, though logic rebelled against it, that Miles was not in trouble, and Ahmed had either lied about or misunderstood what had happened in Old Cairo. The scream and the guide's abrupt departure did not strike her as simple coincidence, and the small, silly hope was breathing its last, and so she babbled facts. The way we came in is one of 2 ways into the pyramid, she said. Parallel to and below the passage we first entered is another, which leads to a descending passage. This meets the upper one at the shaft. The lower entrance is still blocked, however.
So there's only one way out, he said.
Yes, but it is easy to go astray, she said. We could end up in the wrong passageway. The lower passage has a shaft too, and a side chamber, if I remember correctly. She wasn't sure. The panic she tried to crush was making a muddle of her mind. She could not clearly picture Belzoni's diagram. She was not about to let Mr. Carsington know the state she was in, however. Coolly she went on. I trust yours is an unerring sense of direction?
Yes, actually, he said,
the supremely confident male. I am glad to hear it, she said, because it is all too easy in absolute darkness like this to become disoriented and wander the few simple passageways endlessly, or tumble into a shaft.
If you don't want to become disoriented, I recommend you keep close to me, Mr. Carsington said.
I ought to remind you as well, she went on testily, that even if none of these mishaps befall us, it is possible for villainous persons to close the single way out. They've only a small space to block, after all. 4 feet high, 3.5 feet wide. They might roll a few large stones down the passageway without great difficulty.
I should think the guides would notice if anybody started hauling large stones up to the pyramid entrance, he said, and I expect they'd strongly object to anyone's trying to block the passage. Taking people into and out of the pyramid is their livelihood, recollect?
Yes, of course. Why hadn't she thought of that? Because she was living one of her worst nightmares. Trapped in a closed space, in utter darkness. Panic had suffocated logic and reason. She was lost, following blindly, clinging to his large hand as they proceeded slowly but unhindered through the taller horizontal passageway, and thence into the inclined, smaller one. There she had to let go of his hand and grope along behind. She knew she could not continue holding his hand while traversing the small tunnel. One part of her mind, the small part still functioning, understood the necessity, but the rest was too chaotic to understand anything, and when she let go she felt wretched and lost and alone. Telling herself to stop being so childish, she followed as closely behind as possible, listening to his footsteps while she slid her hands along the passage walls. What seemed a very long time later, though she knew they could not have travelled many feet, he put his hand back, touching the front of her turban.
"We're at the shaft, I think," he said softly. "There's room for you to stand upright at any rate. But stay a moment while I find the ladder."
Another long wait. Daphne heard rustling, then his familiar rumble, too low to understand. Then a degree more audibly he said,
"You'd better let me carry you."
"Have the villains broken the ladder?" she said.
"No. Where the devil are you?"
His voice was clipped and distant. One large hand found her forearm, the other her hip.
"Where's your waist, confound it?"
Though the pyramid's interior was far from cool, she was acutely aware of a very different warmth where he touched her, and of a strength that the childish part of her wanted to lean into. She retreated. "I can climb up the ladder without aid," she said. "I climbed down it, did I not?"
"As you wish, madam. Try not to step on the bodies."
"Bodies," she repeated.
"They're human, they haven't been dead for very long, and they've fallen or been flung onto the pile of stones near the ladder," he said.
"Good grief," she said.
"Don't faint," he said. "I've pushed them out of the way as much as I could, but space is limited. If I can get you onto the third rung, you should be clear of them."
She quelled a shudder. If she gave way, she'd soon be trembling uncontrollably. "Very well," she said. She groped in the darkness, about where she reckoned his shoulder must be. She found it, rock-hard and warm. Only the thin linen of his shirt lay between her palm and his skin. Within her a welter of unnameable feelings stirred, a hurrying and a prickling, and a piercing recollection of her youth, and its not-quite-forgotten longings. She beat them down and quickly worked her way from his shoulder to his hand. She grasped his hand and brought it to her waist. "Here I am," she said breathlessly. Two big hands circled her waist.
"What in blazes is that?" he said.
"My waist," she said.
"I mean the sash thing you've wound about it. Have you rocks in it?"
He patted a place near her left hip. "It's called a hezam," she said.
"Yes, but what is it?"
"A scarf, girdling the waist," she said. "Useful for stowing things, like my knives."
"Have you the least idea how to use them?" he said.
"I know that you hold it by the handle and the sharp end is the part you stick in," she whispered impatiently. "What else do I need to know?"
"Hold it with the sharp end aimed upward rather than downward," he said. "More control, better aim that way."
"Oh," she said. "Yes, I see."
"Good."
He grasped her firmly about the waist, or the hezam, rather, and lifted her smoothly up. He held her until she had her feet firmly planted on the rung and her hands clutching the sides. Then, "Don't move," he said in an undertone.
"We don't know what's up there."
"I don't hear anything," she said.
"I'd better go first all the same," he said.
"There's only one ladder," she said, "and I'm on it."
"I'd rather not climb over the corpses," he said.
No, of course not."
"I'll have to squeeze by you then," he said.
"Will the ladder hold 2 persons?"
"We'll soon find out."
She felt his hand travel up her back and along her arm to where her hand grasped the ladder. She squeezed to one side to leave room, but there was little room to leave. A moment later she felt his hard torso against her back, then a long muscular leg pressed against her thigh. She sucked in her breath. Flames raced up from the place of contact, and even the cold shame instantly following couldn't altogether douse them. Then he was past, and she concentrated on getting out of this beastly place and away from the horror a few inches away. She listened to him climb out, then to the muted sound of his boots moving away from the shaft. She became aware of her own breathing, too fast, and the matching tempo of her heartbeats. Her mind darted to the bodies nearby, then to unknown others, still alive, lying in wait for him. Panic flooded in, and with it a mad grief. Finally she heard his returning footsteps. Relief wiped out panic, and the wild grief sank back into whatever dark cave of her being it had come from.
"All's clear at the moment," he said.
The ladder was nearly perpendicular. Daphne all but ran up it. At the top rung she paused and released her death grip to feel for the floor of the passage. Her searching hand found his knee. Then strong fingers circled her waist, and she grasped his in the same way.
"Hold on," he said. "I'll steady you."
His other hand slid down from her shoulder over her breast, then caught her firmly under her arm. If he lost his hold, her madly working mind told her, she'd fall to the bottom, or on top of the corpses. But his grip was firm, and in a moment she was clambering over the edge of the shaft and sinking onto her knees, while her heart raced and her breath came in racking gasps.
"Steady," he said.
He did not let go of her. She tried to steady herself, but her hands trembled and she couldn't seem to catch her breath.
"Don't faint," he said.
"I never faint." 4 heaving, irate syllables.
"The way seems clear as far as the portcullis," he said. "Beyond that is the first passage. I doubt anyone would lurk there so near the entrance."
She directed her churning mind to practical rather than hysterical thoughts. 22 feet 7 inches to the portcullis, she said. The portcullis section itself is 6 feet 11 inches. But while her rational mind calculated the remaining distance, the other darker part of her was being engulfed in physical awareness. The size and strength of his hands holding her steady, his nearness, a breath away in the small space, the musky scent of male mingled with faint traces of smoke and soap. The thin shirt under her jacket clung damply to her skin. She was swimming in heat and confusion, and she longed desperately to be anywhere else, safe and clean, with her brother. She was aware as well of a darker longing, one she'd rather not examine too closely. The two feelings tangled, and she understood only that she was weary and confused and desperately unhappy. She bowed her head and leaned toward the man who wasn't her brother or even her brother's trusted friend until her turban touched his chest. He grasped her shoulders.
"No fainting," he said. "No weeping either."
Her head shot up. "I was not weeping," she said.
"Oh," he said. "Were you finding me irresistible? Sorry."
He tried to draw her back. Daphne pulled his hands from her shoulders and retreated as far as she could in the small space. "You are impossible," she said.
"If you were not fainting or weeping or making an advance, what were you doing then?" he said.
"Succumbing to despair," she said. It was true enough, if not the whole truth. But it was momentary. I am fully recovered. Shall we proceed? And ought I do so with my knife drawn?
"You'd better keep it where it is for the moment," he said. "Otherwise you might stab me to death accidentally."
"If I stab you to death," she said, "it will not be accidental." As it happened, neither Mrs. Pembroke nor anyone else attempted murder or mayhem on the way out. Rupert emerged with her into the sunlight unscathed. Then followed a chain of events with which he was more than familiar. A large body of men closed about them, and despite Mrs. Pembroke's furious protests in what seemed to be 5 different languages, arrested them. Ghazi, who stood among the onlookers, found it amusing that Kefren's pyramid, which had not housed a corpse in thousands of years, now held 2. The police found the 2 guides, their throats slit, on the stones piled alongside the ladder. That was all they found. They could not discover who had screamed. No one in the vicinity had heard or seen anything. This was because everyone had been gathered about and listening raptly to a Kyrene's tale of the evil genie who lived on his neighbour's roof and played cruel tricks on passers-by. The Kyrene was one of Ghazi's men. Ghazi had sent another to the district police with a tale of a mad Englishman, the one who tried to kill a soldier the other day, bent on evil doing at Kefren's pyramid. Ghazi's associate had gone well supplied with money to encourage the police to act quickly. Ghazi had had to improvise, and swiftly, because matters had not proceeded as planned. 2 of his men had hidden in Kefren's pyramid just before dawn. They'd been awaiting the Englishman in order to help him have an accident. No one was expecting the woman. Luckily, Ghazi had not sent stupid men into the pyramid. They knew the Englishwoman was very important to Lord Knoxley, the man they knew as the Golden Devil. The men knew they must not harm her. They also realized, as stupid men would not, that it was unwise to harm the Englishman while she was about. She would make a fuss, much as she did at present, and force the English Consul General to make a fuss too. This would annoy Muhammad Ali. When the Pasha was annoyed, people's heads and necks went separate ways. Sometimes there was torture first, occasionally a disemboweling. Consequently, Ghazi's men had reassessed the situation and killed the guides instead. No one would make a fuss about a couple of dead Egyptian peasants, but word of the incident would quickly travel, and other Egyptians would decide it was healthier to stay away from the English lady and her concerns. This, Ghazi decided, was more than satisfactory. She would have no one to turn to but his master. Meanwhile, Ghazi would look for another opportunity to get the man called Carsington out of his master's way. Meanwhile, in Bulaq, Cairo's port, Miles Archdale's servant Ahmed was applying for work on one of the finer Nile boats. Nearly as well known as the Pasha's barge, the Memnon belonged to a foreigner who had lived in Egypt for several years. The captain studied Ahmed's bruised face for a long time.
"A fighter?"
he said at last. "I had trouble with some soldiers," Ahmed said. It was true enough, though not the cause of his injuries. The soldiers had been ready to give him trouble, though the tall Englishman who'd so bravely intervened got the worst of it. The English had been very good to Ahmed. He wished he could repay them in some way, but for now all he could do was run away. Yesterday, when the false policeman came, he'd recognized one of the voices. It belonged to one of the men who'd taken his master captive the day before. That was when Ahmed remembered they'd looked for a papyrus among his master's belongings, and had been furious when they couldn't find it. They'd beaten Ahmed and left him for dead because he would not tell them where it was. They would have done the same had he told them. They wanted him dead. He was the only witness to the kidnapping. As soon as they discovered they hadn't killed him, they'd be after him, and any who tried to protect him would suffer. He had to leave Cairo. But he had no money and dare not seek help from his family or friends. And so he'd come to Bulaq to look for work on a boat, one that would take him far away from Cairo as quickly as possible. This one promised to suit his purposes.
"We need fighters," the captain said. "Some brigands have taken an Englishman hostage. We go to hunt for him. My master, the owner of this boat, commands us all to be ready to sail by daybreak tomorrow. It is dangerous work, and needs men of courage as well as skill."
Ahmed's heart beat with joy. Silently he thanked his maker for this chance to help his master. He told the captain he spoke English and a little French, and had waited upon English travellers before and knew their customs. He knew how to shave them, dress them, cook and sew for them. "Regrettably, I have no letters of reference," Ahmed said. "The soldiers destroyed all my belongings." The captain smiled.
"Anyone can forge a letter," he said. "My master judges by performance. Do well, and you'll be well. Do badly, and it will go badly with you."
And in this way, all unwitting, Ahmed became an employee of the Golden Devil. The police escorted Rupert and Mrs. Pembroke to a guardhouse in Cairo, and it was late the following afternoon before Mr. Beechey was able to arrange for their release. By this time, Mrs. Pembroke was in a murderous rage, and Rupert had to take her firmly by the arm as they left the guardhouse, to prevent her doing an injury to one or several members of the police force. They had immediately disarmed Rupert, but had not even searched her. Having quickly perceived that his so-called Maltese translator was a she, not a he, they foolishly assumed she was harmless. They kept her separated from her alleged accomplice for reasons of propriety, rather than any fear of the two suspects combining forces. To make sure the police continued in ignorance, Rupert hustled her away from the place and whistled for transportation. 2 donkey drivers with their beasts came running. Rupert picked her up and planted her on one donkey and swiftly mounted the other. She glared at him but gave the drivers the direction, and off they went, the men running ahead, the donkeys trotting behind through the crowded streets. Her servants, who amazingly had not run away when the police arrived at the pyramids, had returned to Cairo when their mistress was arrested. When she came home, they bustled into action. Fresh coffee and a large tray of un-English food appeared within a quarter-hour of her arrival. The mistress glowered at it, then yanked off her turban and threw it on the floor. "I have let myself be made fool of," she cried. "If I had listened to Lord Noxley, this never would have happened. But no, I had to go to Giza on a wild goose chase with a man who was a known troublemaker. Had anyone seen fit to inform me of the number of times you've been arrested, I should have left you to rot in the dungeon. I might have found Miles by now, instead of wasting an entire day and more." Her hair tumbled about her shoulders. It was thick and wavy, and gleamed like red gems where the light caught it, ruby and garnet, and her eyes were like— no, they were not like emeralds. This was a different green. Rupert dropped onto the divan and considered the various items in the small dishes.
"You gave me to believe that Noxious wanted you to sit quietly at home while he went about Cairo interrogating his friends. You seemed unhappy about this method."
"That is not the point. The point is—" She trailed off and looked about the room. Her gaze settled upon the wooden Egyptians staring back mutely from the shelf. "I should have gone mad sitting at home waiting," she said tautly.
"Instead you went to Giza and came back with a clearer picture of your enemy," Rupert said.
The green gaze shifted to him. "I did?"
"Of course you did," Rupert said. "You're a trifle overset at the moment, else you'd realize how much you discovered."
She came up to the divan. Her remarkable face wore a guarded expression. "Such as?"
"Even I collected a few clues," he said. He held up his thumb. "First, we are not dealing with common miscreants, but an organization." His index finger went up. "Second, the man in charge is clever. Kidnapping, papyrus theft, and today's events all neatly arranged. Recollect that it was 2 ordinary Egyptians who were killed at Giza. We were not harmed except in our pride. Our man knows how far he can go."
"Egyptian life is held very cheap," she murmured, nodding. Rupert continued to keep count with his fingers.
"Third, he knows how to manipulate the police. Interesting, isn't it? How they were on the spot as we came out, how they arrested us first, then went looking for the bodies."
"Bribed," she said. She began to pace, innocently unaware of the enticing way the thin trousers slid against her legs, the way they concealed, then revealed, the turn of ankle and calf and thigh, the way the fabric shifted with the sway of her hips. He watched, not at all innocent or unaware.
"Fourth," he paused briefly. "It grieves me to admit it, but Noxious was right about one thing. French or not, our villain has an impressive network of spies."
"How else would he have had time to arrange events at Giza?" she muttered, still pacing. "There cannot be many men in Cairo who meet these criteria. It must be someone who has lived here for some time. He is well connected to the local underworld. He probably moves freely in the European community. He may be a member of the Pasha's court. Anyone close to Muhammad Ali has influence, power."
"How many people qualify?" Rupert said.
"I've no idea," she said. "Egypt attracts opportunists. People who would be considered disreputable in their native countries can achieve a degree of respectability here." She stopped abruptly, glanced at him, then away again. After a moment she came back to the divan and stank onto it with her usual quick grace. She sat much nearer to him than she'd previously done, not quite an arm's length away. She poured coffee, her gaze abstracted. 2 cups. Apparently he was forgiven, for the moment. Rupert took his cup and drank happily. There was nothing like Turkish coffee, or Turkish trousers on an attractive Englishwoman. He wished the jacket were equally revealing. He imagined her draped in gauzy silks, her intriguing body stretched out upon the divan, while he with hands and mouth ascertained her precise dimensions. He looked up to find her gazing steadily at him. It was unsettling. For a moment he believed she could see straight through into his brain. Not that there was much to see. Still, he doubted she'd feel more amiably toward him if, for instance, she could discern how vast an amount of mental space his fantasies of seduction occupied, compared to the cramped corner devoted to the problem of murdered guides and corrupt police. "Before we go any further, I must say something," she said. "I have a temper."
"I noticed," he said. "It's quite exciting. I don't know what you were saying to the police at the guardhouse, but you didn't seem to be trying to win them over."
"You guessed correctly," she said. "I was pointing out how illogical it was for us to kill our guides and leave ourselves in utter darkness."
"Is that what you were telling them?" he said. It sounded a great deal more complicated.
Her colour rose. I may have commented unfavourably on their intelligence and added one or two unflattering references to their parentage.
That is exciting, he said. It's a wonder they didn't behead us on the spot.
I was not thinking clearly, she said. I have never been arrested before. It was infuriating. The thick-headedness of the police was beyond anything I have ever before encountered or even imagined.
Yet somehow these thickheads penetrated your masterful disguise, he said.
She looked down at herself. Her eyes widened. She put her hand up to her head. Good grief, she said. I'd completely forgotten. She rose hastily. I am not at all presentable.
Her idea of presentable was buttoned up, pinned up, and covered up all in black.
Rupert vastly preferred the dishevelled and temperamental version, especially the tumbled hair which begged his fingers to tangle in it.
It's only me, he said, helping himself to a date. I don't mind if you're a bit of a mess.
He threw her a look of innocent inquiry.
Or were you wishing to make yourself more attractive to me?
She sat back down. I was explaining about my temper, and perhaps I ought to mention your genius for setting it off. She shut her eyes, and after a moment opened them again. Rupert wondered if she was counting to 10. People often did that when conversing with him. I wish to apologize, she said.
That isn't
It is necessary, she cut in. I should have been wretched if you hadn't taken me to Giza. And we did learn something, as you said.
He didn't want or need an apology. He didn't mind her temper in the least. Liked it, actually. Still, it was sporting of her to apologize.
She displayed the same pluck in Giza. Since she did seem to have a morbid aversion to being shut up in dark places, she must have been sick with fear. Yet she'd gritted her teeth and kept on, emerging in fine fettle for battling the police. Even a night's incarceration had not shaken her. Meanwhile, he, who'd abundant experience with jails, had not spent the most comfortable night. He'd told himself the police wouldn't harm her. They'd restrained themselves during her tirades, hadn't they? All the same, he'd spent the night sharply alert, listening for any indication that she was in distress. He banished the puzzling recollection. She was a handful. He'd seen that from the start. Not a restful sort of female. She even obliged him to think from time to time. He did so now, eager to put the apology behind them.
Obviously our villain is trying to delay and mislead you, he said. That tells us your brother is unharmed and probably not far away.
She nodded, but her green gaze was abstracted, shifting from side to side. Rupert returned to eating while he watched her think. After a few minutes' hard cogitation, she said, All our clues point to a clever, powerful, and dangerous person. Surely someone in Cairo would know who the most likely suspects are? Lord Noxley. She shook her head. No. We need to talk to someone who's made his home here. Someone who knows everybody and everything. She looked up at him, then past him at the row of inscrutable wooden figures on the shelf. Good grief. The merchant. Rupert looked that way too. We bought most of those figures from the same man who sold Miles the papyrus, she said. That's where we should have started, with Vani Anaz. Who told him the story of the lost pharaoh's tomb? How many people did he tell? How many showed an interest in the papyrus?
Excellent point.
Rupert swallowed the last of his coffee and rose.
Begin at the beginning, and we'd better do it sooner rather than later, before our villain guesses our next move.
Now? She said. Her hand went to her head, and she looked down at herself in dismay. He picked up the turban she'd flung down.
I'll help you, he said.
Chapter 6. Daphne's mind wasn't at its sharpest. She'd lain awake last night, straining to hear what was happening elsewhere in the guardhouse, and berating herself for losing her temper with the police. If they beat or tortured Mr. Carsington, it would be her fault. Her beastly, unwomanly temper. 5 years of Virgil's gentle reproofs had not helped subdue it. On the contrary, the reproofs only made her angrier. Mr. Carsington did not mind her temper at all. Exciting, he called it, though she might have got them both killed. She looked up at him as he wrestled with her hair and the turban. He was very much alive. She was acutely aware of the rise and fall of his chest, of his breath on her face, and of his dark gaze focused on her head, and of his hands, those capable hands, so reassuring during the long dark journey through the pyramid, and so dangerous, making her want more, making her impatient to be touched. Her heart began to race. She swatted his hands away. "Never mind," she said. "I'll wear a shawl." She hurried out of the room and walked straight into Lena. Daphne glared at her and continued on. When they were out of earshot, she said, "Have you been eavesdropping? Listening at the door?" "Yes," Lena said, not in the least abashed. "But his voice is so low, all I hear is a growl. Is he making love to you?" Daphne hurried on. "Certainly not." Lena followed. "But your hair is down." "I had a temper fit and threw off my turban," Daphne said. "I need to change. I'm going to the souk." "Now?" Lena said, baffled. They entered Daphne's bedroom. She pulled a pair of women's Turkish trousers out of the cupboard and found a shirt. She tore off the clothes she'd been wearing since yesterday and threw them on the floor. "Burn them," she told the maid. "I do not understand you," Lena said. "Why do you not send me to shop while you stay and let him take off your clothes? What is the good of being a great lady if you do the work of servants and take no pleasure?" Daphne went to the wash basin. While hastily washing, she reminded Lena that this was no time for pleasure. Not to mention that she was the daughter of an English clergyman and the widow of another. "Yes, but they are dead, and you are alive," Lena said. She gave her mistress a towel. "And this man, yallah, you saw how he lifted big Wadid straight off the floor." She pressed her plump hands to her plumper bosom. "So strong, so handsome. I saw how you looked at him. My brother is missing," Daphne cut in tightly. "People have been murdered." "Yes, but you have not." Lena helped her into the loose shirt. "I would like to be in a dark place with such a man. I would not hurry out." Lena's moral principles left a great deal to be desired, but she was intelligent, multilingual, and highly efficient. While she lectured her mistress about missed opportunities and life's brevity and unpredictability, the maid's hands worked as busily as her tongue. In a very short time, Daphne returned to the Ka'a, Cairo's answer to an English drawing-room or salon. Mr. Carsington studied her for a good while, his dark gaze travelling slowly from the head veil Lena had pinned onto a cloth cap, down over the cloak that covered the thin shirt and most of the trousers. His hands might as well have made the journey. She could imagine the touch, practically feel it. Her skin came alive, and she could scarcely stand still. He tipped his head one way, then the other. Then,
"I give up," he said. "Who are you this time?"
"A mad, bad, wild girl." "No, a woman who knew how to subdue her worst impulses." "It doesn't matter," she said. "Everyone will stare at you. I'll simply blend into the background."
"I think not," he said.
She looked down at herself, at the body she'd never understood and had been taught not to trust. "I was trying not to look foreign."
"It's more useful to look fetching," he said, "to dazzle Anaz into revealing all his secrets."
"It doesn't matter how useful it would be," she said. "I can't do it."
"Can you not?"
"No," she said firmly. "I am not that sort of that—" He regarded her steadily, his dark eyes unreadable. Her heart pumped over fast. Her fogged mind thickened. "I'm not like the women you've met in society and the other places," she said. "I'm bookish."
"Reading improves the mind," he said,
and there was no mockery in his eyes. "But not the personality," she said. "I'm not fascinating. I'm tactless and cross and stubborn, and worse. what she must admit embarrassed her. The battle within, which she could never speak of aloud, shamed her more. She was beastly hot in consequence, and her face, she knew, was scarlet. But Daphne was nothing if not persevering. "It isn't at all the sort of thing men like," she said. "We must find another way of wringing Mr. AnAn's secrets from him."
"Certainly," he said. "I'll ring him, if you wish."
The oddly penetrating expression vanished as though it had never been, and he was once more the cheerful blockhead she'd first supposed him to be. Her tension eased a very little bit. She had grown so used to being ignored, or when she wasn't ignored, earning some man's disapproval or disappointment. She'd learnt how to steel herself against these reactions. They didn't hurt her any more. With him she was all at sea, and at the mercy of the storm within. She drew the veil over her face. "We'd better go," she said. She turned to Lena, who stood in the doorway looking both disapproving and disappointed. "If anyone asks," Daphne told her, "we've gone to buy a rug." AnAn was a former mercenary of unknown origins, Armenian, Albanian, Syrian, Greek. No one could say for sure. But everyone knew he'd settled long ago in Egypt, where he conducted a profitable trade in rugs, drugs, and antiquities. His shop, Daphne told Mr. Carsington on the way, was more like those of Europe than the typical cupboard-size dukkan of the main shopping quarters. The typical shop, 7 feet high at most and 3 or 4 feet wide, could hold no more than 3 customers at a time. They would sit and smoke and bargain half the day over a length of cloth or a copper pot. The shop floors stood 2 or 3 feet above street level, making them even with the stone bench built against the front for the inconvenience of passers-by trying to squeeze through Cairo's narrow streets. These stone or brick obstructions were called mastabas, Daphne explained, and it was upon them that business was transacted. AnAn's shop was more like a private house. One went inside to view the rugs, and negotiated with the merchant while seated upon the divan. Not on view when they entered was Mr. AnAn's collection of articles from tombs he and his agents had plundered. "He is regarded as a reputable merchant," Daphne whispered to Mr. Carsington while they waited for the rug dealer to appear. "But the word reputable is more elastic in Egypt than in England. I think it most disreputable to make up stories about hieroglyphic guides to a pharaoh's treasure."
"You said the papyrus contained royal symbols," Mr. Carsington said. "A pharaoh is at least mentioned, I take it?"
She nodded. "A king's name is enclosed in an oval called a cartouche. Miles's papyrus had 2. The simpler contained a circle, a scarab beetle, 3 short vertical lines, and a shallow bowl or basket." She frowned at the panelled door to the back rooms. "Is the man never coming? Dishonest persons might make off with half the shop while he dallies."
"Maybe he has a woman back there," Mr. Carsington said.
Daphne looked up at him. "Do you never think of anything else?"
"I try to put myself in the other fellow's shoes," he said. "I ask myself what I'd be doing, or what I'd most like to be doing."
He looked down straight and deep into her eyes, and down that midnight gaze took her into deep waters. She couldn't catch her breath or find her balance. Her mind went dark, and her hand came up, and she almost caught hold of him. A noise from the back of the shop broke the spell. He looked away toward the sound. She did too, sick with dismay. Lack of sleep was the trouble, she tried to tell herself. Fatigue sapped the will and the mental faculties. But a small, vicious inner voice mocked her. "Sleep won't cure what's wrong with you."
"Mr. AnAn!"
Mr. Carsington called out. He did not shout, but his deep voice seemed to expand and intensify. Such a voice, Daphne thought, might have easily commanded armies, or instantly silenced the drunken masses gathered in Rome's Colosseum. It called her to the present, and brought her sharply alert. It did not bring the shopkeeper running, however. Mr. Carsington's expression hardened. He moved to the inner door and pushed it open.
"Confound it," he said, and added with a warning gesture to Daphne, "Don't move." She ignored the warning and hurried to the door. He put up his arm, but she pushed it away and looked at what he tried to hide. Vanianaz lay on the floor, staring wide-eyed up at them. A red line snaked across his throat, and a pool of blood spread under his head. Rupert did not wait to find out whether she'd faint or not, but drew his knife and moved swiftly across the room. He'd seen a door curtain flutter as he entered. The killer couldn't have gone far. Rupert couldn't hear the lurker, but he sensed his presence, an awareness that grew stronger as he reached the curtained doorway. He pushed the curtain to one side and promptly retreated. A large stone figure crashed to the floor exactly where he would have been had his instincts failed him. He heard Mrs. Pembroke shout, "Don't!" as he leapt through the doorway and onto the retreating figure. His target went down but twisted free and started up onto his feet. He kicked Rupert, who grabbed his foot. His opponent tried to shake him off. With a hard yank, Rupert unbalanced him. The man tried rolling away, kicking and thrashing. Rupert slowed him with an elbow to the head, and soon had him pinned down, a knee pressing on the small of his back. "Look out!" Mrs. Pembroke cried. Rupert ducked, and the missile caught him near the temple. He saw stars. He saw, too, the other villain bearing down on him, knife upraised. Rupert flung himself at him. They went down, grappling with each other while falling pottery crashed about them. Another figure appeared from nowhere, and another voice called out in Arabic. While Rupert knocked away one assailant, he saw out of the corner of his eye Mrs. Pembroke pluck something from the floor and leap into the fray. He couldn't tell what it was, hadn't time, but he heard a yelp, and one of the attackers stumbled away, turbanless, clutching his head. Holding a large object aloft, she went after him, and the fellow ran. Then something struck the back of Rupert's head. The world went black with flashing lights. The ground opened up under his feet, and down he went. The lights went out. The light came back slowly. Rupert smelled frankincense and ambergris and something else his brain called she. A feminine scented softness pillowed his head. A pulse beat later, he realized it was a woman's bosom. The pleasant stroking against his cheek was a soft, smooth lady's hand. Hers. The exotic fragrance was hers, too. Incense. Goddess scent. "Mr. Carsington, you must speak to me," she said. He'd rather not speak. He'd rather stay exactly where he was, pillowed against her soft bosom and inhaling her scent while she gently stroked his cheek. "Mr. Carsington," the hand left off stroking to pat his cheek with growing impatience. Remembering the lady had a short temper, he knew the gentle pats would shortly escalate to slaps. He opened his eyes and met her green gaze, where anxiety mingled with vexation. "Where am I?" he said, though he knew the answer perfectly well. It was a delaying tactic. Her bosom made a perfect pillow. He did not want to leave it. "On the floor of Anaz's storeroom," she said. "You seem to have fainted." "Fainted?" he echoed incredulously. "I was knocked in the head. I ought to know. It's happened often enough."
"That would explain a great deal," she said. She started to rise. Aware she would have no compunction about letting his poor battered head thump to the floor, he quickly sat up. He looked about him. Broken crockery and small human figures littered the floor. Near him lay a statue about a foot tall of a falcon. He picked it up, testing the weight. It was made of polished black stone, and it was heavy. With this, she'd attacked the villain. "The falcon is an incarnation of the god Horus," she said. "It was the nearest object at hand that would do any damage. Those little figures are sweet, but they're useless as weapons." The painted wooden figures were like the ones on the shelf in her house. He picked one up.
"What are they? Dolls? Sacred idols?"
"No one knows," she said. "These, along with broken bits of pottery and mummy, are what one most usually finds in the tombs. Robbers made off with the treasures eons ago."
"So many secrets," he said.
He tucked the figure into the breast pocket of his coat and stood.
"It seems Vanianaz will keep all of his until Judgment Day."
"Not all," Mrs. Pembroke said. While you were blindly charging after villains without the least idea how many of them there were, I stopped to ascertain whether the man was still alive. He was. Before expiring, he said, "Cherchez Ramesses." That at least is what I thought, he said. Her voice was brittle. It was then Rupert noticed the dark stains on her cloak. She'd probably knelt to help the dying man as she'd done Rupert. She hadn't swooned or shrieked or run away. She had burst into the storeroom, snatched up a weapon, and fought the villains alongside him. It was a stupidly brave thing to do. Strange things happened inside him. A sudden rush of feeling he hadn't a name for. Lust was involved, naturally, since he was a man, and it would want far more than a few bloodstains on her clothing to make that go away. Lust, though, was a hanger-on, an old friend as natural as breathing. The thing it hung upon was as strange and puzzling as the wooden figure tucked inside his coat. He didn't understand the feeling and didn't try to. He did understand that she was upset. She had reason.
"That was rather a lot of dead men in only 2 days," he said, starting toward her.
She held up a hand. The tremble was so slight he might have missed it had he not been so acutely riveted upon her. "Don't," she said. "Don't even think of comforting me." Even for him it was instinctive. He knew how to hold a woman and let her cry on his shoulder while he gritted his teeth and endured the weeping. He hated it, but he could do it. Not that he would hate holding her. It was the weeping he could do without.
"You've had a shock," he said. "You can't be in the habit of finding men with their throats cut."
"I don't want comforting," she said. "I want a bath and a cup of tea, those two, in any order, but first—" She closed her eyes, shook her head, opened her eyes again. "We'll have to notify the authorities."
"Have your wits wandered?" he said. "You've blood on your clothes. You pointed out, recollect, how fantastically stupid the local police are. They're bound to think we killed the rug merchant."
"Running away will appear a good deal more incriminating," she said. Rupert, too, wanted a bath, and a drink of something stronger than tea. He did not want to go to the guardhouse again and watch her argue with brainless bullies. He couldn't calm anybody down or lighten the proceedings with humour because he didn't know the language, and he most certainly did not want to spend another night separated from her in a jail, unable to protect her. He didn't want Beachy to come to release them and to decide that perhaps, after all, it was not such a good idea to assign Rupert Carsington to look after Miles Archdale's sister. Rupert did not want the secretary to suggest to Mr. Salt that perhaps it would be better, after all, to allow a civilian volunteer like Lord Noxley to assist the lady. Perhaps, after all, it would be wisest to banish Mr. Carsington to the desert, where with any luck a 300-ton obelisk would fall on him. Most of all, Rupert didn't want to reveal any of these thoughts to her. He donned an amiably stupid expression and said,
"As you wish, madam. You're in charge of thinking."
Within an hour, Mr. Beachy, the police, the district sheikh, and a translator had gathered in the shop. At present they stood in the front room. This, apart from the bloodstains on the floor, appeared undamaged. The storerooms beyond, however, had been ransacked. Perhaps, Rupert suggested, while one villain kept AnAn busy in front.
"Maybe they made too much noise," he theorized, "and when AnAn went to investigate, the first villain cut his throat."
When this was translated, the sheikh frowned and moved away to examine the corpse. When he was done, the body was taken away. Meanwhile, Beachy quietly let Rupert know that the situation could become most unpleasant. AnAn was not one of hundreds of insignificant Egyptian merchants. He was an important foreigner who'd performed numerous services for Muhammad Ali, and for whom the Pasha had consequently a great affection. He was, moreover, the third person to get himself murdered in Mrs. Pembroke's and Mr. Carsington's vicinity in 2 days. Fortunately, Sheikh Salim proved to be a more thoughtful and logical character than the police. Having studied the body, he went on to examine the storerooms and question people in neighbouring shops. He came back to report that neighbours had seen men running from the rear of the shop, one runner bareheaded. An adult non-European male not wearing a turban was as rare and strange a sight on the Cairo streets as an adult male wearing one would be on those of London. The sheikh concluded that all the evidence accorded with the explanation the learned gentleman, meaning Rupert, had given. It was Mrs. Pembroke who'd explained, to be sure of a correct translation, but when she spoke, the sheikh looked at Rupert, not her, and answered Rupert, not her. She might as well have been in Northumberland. Rupert was sure it vexed her, even he found it provoking, but whatever she felt she hid it well, or perhaps she was simply too weary or too shaken to care. At least the sheikh had paid attention. He told them they were free to go. He would have the police comb the metropolis for a man missing a turban and sporting a large lump on the side of his head.
"Tell them to look for a fellow showing symptoms of concussion," Rupert said. "Mrs. Pembroke gave him a healthy thump and the statue was solid stone."
Beachy sent a dour look his way, but said nothing until later when they set out. Night had long since fallen, and they were following Mrs. Pembroke's entourage of police and servants to her house. The secretary slowed his pace and said,
"I had thought I made it clear that Mrs. Pembroke was to be shielded from embarrassment and distress at all costs." "She doesn't like being shielded," Rupert said. "She objects most strongly to being treated like a child."
"That is no excuse for you to treat her as you would one of your sporting cronies," said the secretary. "Did it not occur to you that other villains might have concealed themselves nearby, and that you should have summoned assistance immediately? While you were leaping headlong into an ambush you should have foreseen she might have been attacked. She might have been killed, or worse." Rupert came to a halt.
"What could be worse than her being killed, do you think?"
"I thought I had communicated to you Mr. Salt's opinions and wishes in the matter of Mr. Archdale's disappearance," Beachy said. "I thought I used easily comprehended terms."
"You did," Rupert said. "I told Mrs. Pembroke about it in much the same way."
"You told—" After a pause, Beachy went on, his voice strained. "You cannot have revealed our suspicions about the places of dubious repute. This is one of your jokes, I dare say. Ha ha."
"She said her brother was not in a brothel or opium den, and I was on no account to go to such places looking for him," Rupert said. "I obeyed, as I was obliged to do. You did tell me I wasn't to upset her, did you not?"
There followed the kind of furious silence with which Rupert was more than familiar. It was not the first time he'd rendered a listener speechless, and it would not be the last. They walked on without talking, while Rupert wondered how much time he had before Salt sent him out to the desert. Though the lady was more than amply protected, Rupert continued with the escort all the way to her house. He remained to watch the assigned guards position themselves at strategic spots about the place, then parted company with Beachy and set out on his own. It was night, and Rupert was aware that sensible persons did not traverse the Cairo streets after dark. The safe way, however, had never been his favourite direction. He followed the route he and Mrs. Pembroke had taken 2 days ago. Though it was night, he found Lord Noxley's house with no difficulty, apart from repeated halts en route to pacify suspicious policemen, military guardsmen, and porters. The street was gated and the gate locked, but by now he'd memorized the secret password. The watchman said something foreign, to which Rupert answered, "La ilaha illallah." He might have to see about language lessons after all, he thought, like it or not. Looking on the bright side, learning Arabic from Mrs. Pembroke had to be pleasanter than learning Greek and Latin from droning schoolmasters. Eventually, after he'd carefully enunciated the phrases "message from Mr. Salt" and "British consul" several times, he was admitted to his lordship's house. This was against the rules, Rupert later discovered. He was in luck, however. His visit coincided with a jealous young woman's temper tantrum. The dusky beauty he'd noticed during his previous visit was named Juman, She'd been storming about the portico when she heard him hail the porter. She had Rupert admitted, and was soon confiding in him in prettily broken English, enlivened with intricate hand motions. Lord Noxley had bought her in the slave market. Eager to please the handsome foreigner who'd saved her from life with a much older and less attractive owner, she had painstakingly learnt English. Since she was exceedingly handsome as well, his lordship let her please him in other ways too. As a result, she'd developed expectations, as women so often did, fanciful creatures that they were, of a permanent arrangement, preferably including nuptial rites. Her hopes were shattered yesterday when his lordship departed Cairo in search of the English lady's brother. The abandoned Juman was still sulking. This was why she'd told the porter that the man from the consulate must be let into the house. This was why she told Rupert all her master's private business, and this was why she offered to demonstrate the other talents she possessed besides eavesdropping. She was exceedingly talented. It took all of Rupert's limited store of tact to disentangle himself. Not until a long time after he'd left Lord Noxley's abode and was composing him to sleep in his own lodgings did Rupert wonder why he'd been so unaccommodating. After all, dusky beauties did not fall into one's lap, literally, every day. When heaven bestowed such gifts, only a churl would decline them. While Rupert was by no means lacking in faults, churlishness was not among them. It must be a touch of plague, he told himself. Then he turned over and fell asleep. He dreamt of angry, green-eyed goddesses in turbans. While Rupert was dreaming, Ghazi and his men were setting out into the eastern desert. They had found 2 of the men who'd robbed Vani Anaz, relieved them of the papyri and other artifacts they'd stolen, and beat them until they revealed what little they knew. They were mere common thieves, hired, Ghazi soon understood, to divert suspicion from Duval by making the previous papyrus theft appear to be one among several, an ordinary crime. Since the thieves knew almost nothing, Ghazi might have let them live. But they'd made a fatal error. They'd panicked and killed Vani Anaz, a useful and valuable man. Ghazi garroted them. Based on that interview, he soon found other informants. Within a few hours, Ghazi had all the information he needed. The kidnappers had set out with their captive in a nondescript boat. The papyrus travelled separately by land. The rendezvous point was a village south of Minya, more than 150 miles upriver. Ghazi divided his men accordingly, one group to pursue the kidnappers and another to follow the papyrus. He led the papyrus team. The kidnappers clearly were not the most intelligent or efficient of Duval's underlings. On the other hand, Farouk, who carried the papyrus, was as clear-eyed, cold-blooded and sharp-witted as Ghazi himself. Ghazi looked forward to their encounter. Chapter 7. Friday, 6 April. Gone? Mrs. Pembroke shot up from the divan in a flurry of black silk, knocking aside the silver tray containing their breakfast. The coffee sloshed in the cups, and the fatira started sliding from its plate, but Rupert caught the tray in time, saving its precious cargo. While she strode to the shelf of wooden figures, Rupert helped himself to a piece of the buttery pastry, doused it liberally with honey, and sank his teeth in with a quiet sigh of pleasure. Fatira was so far his favourite Egyptian food, but that was only one part of the present moment's deliciousness. Mrs. Pembroke was taking a fit, and every abrupt movement gave him a glimpse of her slim, stockinged feet and perfect ankles. "Of all the presumptuous—" she began. "I can scarcely credit—" She broke off, and he lifted his gaze from her feet to her face to watch her try to contain the tempest within, and fail, praise be. Few sights stirred his senses, as did that of Mrs. Pembroke flying into a passion. She glared green fire at the little Egyptians. Her fine bosom, whose perfect contours the dull morning could not completely camouflage, rose and fell like a stormy sea.
"I dare say Noxious hadn't time for tender farewells," Rupert said. He had a villain to lure out of hiding.
He knew who it was, she said tightly.
I said only that his servant mentioned a Frenchman named Duval, Rupert said.
He'd told her of the late-night visit to Noxious' house, but not in unnecessary detail. The word servant discreetly covered a multitude of scantily clad, dusky beauties.
I spoke to Salt and Beachy about him this morning, he went on. Their description fits our portrait of the villain. Duval is one of the French consul's dearest friends. He despises the English. Salt says the man's still nursing a grudge about the Rosetta Stone. Believes it properly belongs to France, it seems.
Duval, she said. She paced for a short time, the black silk whispering against her legs. I met him once. A dinner at the Swedish consulate. Medium height, dark, elegant. Or perhaps sleek is the apter word. Polished manners.
Salt and Beachy say Duval's generally reckoned a canny fellow, Rupert said. But lately he'd suffered a series of reverses in the antiquities line.
Setbacks seem to sour and deform some men, she said. She turned toward him, her countenance clouded. They become angry, anxious, suspicious. They brood. They lose their sense of proportion. They grow resentful of others' accomplishments and happiness. Rupert nodded. Her troubled countenance, as much as the words and grim tone, told him she spoke from experience. He'd already guessed that she was not mourning quite so much as her costume declared. She came back to the divan. It is not a state of mind that makes for clear thinking.
This would help explain Duval's jumping to conclusions about your brother and the papyrus, Rupert said. There Duval was, seething about this and that. He certainly mistrusts the English. Easy enough, then, to believe an English scholar knew more than he was telling.
She settled onto the divan, this time only an arm's length away. 3 people are dead so far, that we know of. All innocent bystanders. The man must be mad.
He's dangerous at any rate, Rupert said. I suppose that's why Noxious wasted no time. He set out in his boat yesterday morning. The Memnon, a grand vessel, distinctive and quite famous, I'm told. He made sure everyone at the port knew he was going to search for your brother. No doubt he meant to get the Frenchman's wind up. It worked. I stopped by Duval's house on my way here. It seems he left Cairo suddenly yesterday afternoon.
She said nothing. Rupert poured her coffee. She took the cup and only stared at it.
You do know it's best to have Duval out of Cairo, I hope, Rupert said.
And Noxious, too, he silently added.
You don't want to risk his taking you hostage. Your brother wouldn't dare try to escape then.
She looked up at him. I understand that. The trouble is, now I know Miles is not in Cairo, and I cannot ask Lord Noxley where these horrible men might have taken my brother, because Lord Noxley is gone too. I've been running about in circles, wasting time, when given a little information I might have made progress.
That's hardly likely to occur to him, Rupert said. He'd assume you were waiting safely and dutifully at home with a great dumb ox from the consulate as bodyguard. Meanwhile, put yourself in Noxious's place. Brilliant scheme, waste no time, solve the mystery, race to the rescue, return with the brother and the valuable item to universal applause. The lady weeps with gratitude and bestows her, heart upon the gallant knight.
She stiffened. Another lady, perhaps, she said. Not this one.
Ah, I rather thought not, he said.
He'd certainly hoped not. He'd hoped she was too intelligent and spirited to accept the passive role Noxious assigned her. Rupert watched her tense for battle. She thought he, too, underestimated her.
We're going after them, then, I take it, he said.
She blinked once, and the tension was melting out of her, and her mouth was shaping a crooked smile when she caught herself. She lifted her chin. Of course we're going after them. It was what he'd expected of her. All the same, his heart gave a mad leap, because it was what he'd most hoped for as well, and because he'd surprised and pleased her enough to make her almost smile.
I thought so, he said coolly. Well then, what's your pleasure, madam? A boat or camel?
Sunday, 8 April. 2 days later, Daphne stood in the doorway of her boat's stern cabin, acutely aware of Mr. Carsington standing close behind her.
"Well," he said.
"It's quite spacious," she said. It's too small, she thought, too crowded. The boat was a dahabeeyah, the Nile version of a yacht. Mr. Carsington, surprising her by knowing something of ancient mythology, had named it the Isis, after the Egyptian goddess who'd searched the world for her husband's body. The Isis was large and luxurious, boasting 6 cabins under an unusually tall roof. Sheikh Salim had commandeered it for his learned friend, Mr. Carsington. The Sheikh did not want his tall English friend to get a stiff neck from constantly bending over. Viewed from the landing place, it had seemed impressively large, especially compared to the other boats. Within, though, was another story. Too late, Daphne realized it was a limited space which she'd be sharing with Mr. Carsington for an indefinite span of time. She'd made a mistake, choosing a river journey. By land, she need only cope with sandstorms, temperamental camels, and marauding Bedouins. It was too late to change her mind, though, and reason told her this was the wiser choice. She would do Miles no good if she got killed, and desert travel was a good way for foreigners to get killed. A large armed escort might make it a degree safer, but this would take far too long to arrange. As it was, Mr. Carsington had accomplished miracles. Hiring and provisioning a boat ought to take weeks. He'd done it in 2 days, though Friday, when he'd begun, was the Mohammedan Sabbath, when it was impossible to get anything done, unless you happened to be a genie.
"The cupboards hold your books and notebooks," the genie was saying. "Lena's stowed most of your wardrobe and other necessaries in her cabin next door. The other trunks and boxes we've put in the cabin after. I hadn't guessed you'd need so many. Perhaps your collection of masterful disguises is more extensive than I imagined."
"Miles and I were planning a trip to Thebes," she said. "We'd already packed for it. Medicines, rugs, mats, mosquito net, umbrella, lantern, broom, and candles, the everyday needs. But the other trunk's contents are mainly his." She turned carefully in the narrow passage and started back. She glanced into the maid's crowded cabin. Lena would sleep in Daphne's room. However, Daphne could not share one room with her or anyone else the rest of the time, day in and day out. Deprived of solitude, Daphne would turn into a caged beast. The 2 women could not wander about outdoors on deck all day either. Both custom and the midday heat forbade it. "I'll work day and night," Daphne told herself. Hieroglyphs demanded one's total attention, blocking out troublesome feelings and urges. She would not make herself sick with worry about Miles. She would not fret about the time passing. And above all, she would acquire a suitable detachment regarding Mr. Carsington's attributes. She wished she could do it now, but the task was beyond mortal abilities. Technically, he was fully dressed. However, he'd untied his neckcloth and undone his coat and waistcoat buttons. Her gaze kept straying to his throat, and the V of bronzed skin below it. She remembered the heat and weight of his body against her back in the pyramid. It was impossible to subdue her vibrating awareness of the tall figure standing inches away. It took all her concentrated will to keep her hands to herself. A step would bring her against that muscled frame. She edged past him to the door of the cabin assigned to storage. "We'd planned to spend some time in Thebes making a study of the monuments and tombs," she went on hurriedly. "These trunks hold Miles's sextant and artificial horizon, chronometer, large and small telescopes, siphon barometer, thermometer, and measuring tape. And his clothes. His kidnappers did not give him time to pack, recollect?" Her voice shook a little at this last. "We'll find him," Mr. Carsington said. Yes, we must." Alive, she hoped.
"Duval has only a few days' head start of us," he said. "Do bear in mind your brother is valuable."
"Until his captors find out the truth," she said.
"He's a scholar," Mr. Carsington said. "Obviously he'll know how to keep them in the dark, to make them believe they must take good care of him if they want to find their treasure. If I were them, in fact, I'd play it safe and take him all the way to Thebes to help search for the tomb. He can talk a lot of incomprehensible scholarly jargon and lead them on for months looking for it. or he could set them digging at random. These excavations take many weeks, so you see, time is on our side.
The words lifted her mind from the depths into which it had so unexpectedly plummeted. Though he wasn't the scholar the world believed him to be, Miles was by no means a fool. "Yes, I know that," she said, "or ought to know it. It's simply—" She remembered the woman she'd been less than a week ago, her life entirely a life of the mind, all her flawed being safely engaged in solving an intellectual puzzle. She looked up at him, into the dark eyes that she, who could read so many languages, found so hard to read and so easy to become lost in. "Unlike you, I am unaccustomed to having an exciting life," she said. "My mind is used to going at an even, orderly pace. Perhaps, in some ways, I have been like those women locked up in harems. They are ill-equipped for dealing with the outside world. I feel as though I am stumbling blindly about."
"Ah, is that all?"
His mouth eased lazily into a smile. Threads of heat slid over her skin, as though his mouth were there, everywhere.
"No need to fret," he said. "If you stumble, I'll catch you."
Rupert stood so near that she didn't need to stumble. She'd only to tip slightly in his direction, and some part of her heavily camouflaged anatomy would touch his. He loved this boat. It was a brilliant idea. Close quarters, narrow dim passage, and a shifting deck, where she might easily lose her footing and need catching. She edged away and started toward the front of the boat.
"This is my cabin,"
he said, indicating the door. "I deduced as much," she said, and hurried past it to the front cabin. He ducked under the frame and followed her inside.
"This is the salon, as you see," he said. "Like the what's-it in the house, the room where you receive visitors."
"It is called the car," she said.
"Say it again," he said.
While she did, he gravely studied her mouth. The lower lip was a trifle fuller than the upper, making a tempting hint of a pout. "It isn't complicated," she said. "You can say it if you try."
"Car,"
he said. She pointed to her throat. "More syllables. You make the sound here in the back of the throat." He looked at her throat, the bit one could see, a tantalizing inch or two of creamy skin above the prim collar of her black dress. It would be so smooth against his tongue, and her skin would touch his face, and he would drink in her scent. He leant in. The boat lurched. He fell against her, and she fell back onto the divan. For one glorious moment she lay under him, her magnificent bosom crushed against his chest. His heart leapt into a gallop, and his privy counsellor leapt to attention. He lifted his head and looked down at her. She looked up at him, eyes wide and dark as an evergreen forest. He felt her breath on his skin, and heard it too, soft and hurried. Her lips parted. He lowered his head. She shoved her fist against his chest and, "Get off!" she snapped. "Get off, you great lummox! Someone's coming!" That was when he noticed the clamour of voices and footsteps outside. He scrambled to his feet and pulled her up to a sitting position. He left the cabin, closed the door behind him, and took a few calming breaths. Patience, he counselled himself. This wanted a slow siege, not a sudden assault. After giving his reproductive organs another moment to compose themselves, he went outside. He found a smiling Sheikh Salim awaiting him. The sheikh had come to inspect the boat and wish them a safe journey. He'd brought 2 large cats, which Mr. Carsington promptly named Gog and Magog, for rat control. He'd brought other gifts as well as a feast. He was sorry to have to part from his learned English friend, he said. To cheer his heart, he had decided to make a fete, which they would enjoy together until the Isis reached Old Cairo, where he must take his leave of them. Daphne was surprised when the sheikh invited her to the party, since women were usually excluded. However, someone had informed him that the English custom is different, he explained. He behaved most graciously, including her in the conversation and complimenting her Arabic. This was no small gesture, Daphne well understood. Deeply touched, She decided upon a more munificent than usual farewell gift. She had Mr. Carsington present Sheikh Salim with a fine set of pistols. He remained on deck after the Sheikh had disembarked. Daphne returned to the front cabin. Then she left it and went to her own cabin. Then she returned to the front cabin. She sat down. She got up. She sat down again. She could not decide what to do. Was it cowardly to spend the rest of the day and night hiding in her cabin? She could not hide from him forever. But she was hotly aware that at the first opportunity she'd very nearly run amok.
You are a little impetuous, Daphne, I am afraid.
I'm sorry.
It is your youth. In time you will learn to govern your passions, I know.
She hadn't known until Virgil told her. No one before had told her they were unnatural and must be strictly governed. No one could have guessed how ungovernable they'd prove to be, wicked things. The temper, the restlessness, the mad longing, as urgent as hunger or thirst. For one terrible instant, the longing was more than she could withstand. It had felt so good, that big hard body on top of hers. It wasn't good, she knew. It was animal feeling, animal urges, every instinct poised to attack, her hands a mere pulse beat from reaching up and bringing his handsome face down to hers, and... The door flung open.
"You've done it," came the deep voice. "I thought I was unshockable, but you've done it."
Heat washed over her. A wave of cold shame instantly followed.
Those were John Manton's work.
Mr. Carsington dropped onto the divan beside her.
I nearly wept.
I don't... She took a calming breath and ordered her brain back to work. Who is John Manton? She managed to get out. His eyes opened very wide. The dappled sunlight trickling through the shutters softened his features. This and his incredulous expression combined to make him look for a moment like the innocent boy he must have been long ago. Very long ago.
"Who is Manton?" he repeated. "Who is Manton?"
"Ought I to know him?" she said. He stared at her for a time.
"You said you lived a quiet life," he said. "Was it in a cave, by chance? A monastery?"
She folded her hands in her lap. "I told you I was bookish," she said. "I do not go about much."
"Have you ever been to London?"
"Yes, of course," she said. "The Rosetta Stone is in the British Museum, is it not? And the head of young Memnon. Naturally, I went often to London to attend lectures as well. That is how I met your cousin, Miss Saunders." He shook his head.
"Your ignorance surpasseth all understanding. Even Cousin Tryphena knows that the brothers Manton of Dover Street are the finest gunmakers in all of England, perhaps in all the world. I hope those weren't your brothers. He may disown you, and I shan't blame him a whit."
"Before we left England, we bought a great many gifts," she said. "Mr. Belzoni was quite clear on this point. One of his rivals, you know, lost his chance to obtain for France the head of young Memnon, because he'd insulted the local chief with a paltry gift of bottled anchovies." Mr. Carsington's expression became tragic.
"It's a good distance from a bottle of anchovies to a pair of Manton's best."
"I know that," she said. "Miles did tell me the pistols were for persons who performed services above the common. Sheikh Salim spared us a stay in a dungeon at the very least, and possibly a short trip to the headsman. He found this boat and moved heaven and earth to help you make it ready. Furthermore, it was most kind and gracious of him to invite me to the fete and actually converse with me."
He shrugged. "He would have talked to you from the first, but he thought it improper. Once he understood that English custom permitted him to talk to a lady, he was more than happy to do so. He said he'd never realized a woman's brain could be so large. I'd never realized it could have so many great gaping holes in it."
"Really, such a fuss you make about a set of firearms," she said. "Could you not see how pleased he was?"
"Of course he was pleased. Who wouldn't be? Those are Manton's finest. I have coveted them this age."
"Then I should think you'd already have a pair. Or do you want more? How many pistols does a man need exactly?"
He let out a sigh. "My finances haven't been flourishing lately."
"Oh, she said. She wanted to say a great deal more, or ask, rather. She realized she knew next to nothing about him, but one did not discuss money except with one's man of business. She looked down at her hands, hoping her vulgar curiosity didn't show.
"One of those dreaded summons to my father's study," he said. "He told me if I couldn't live within my means, I was welcome to live within a debtor's prison. He meant it. All the world knows Lord Hargate never utters idle threats. I thought debtor's prison might prove rather confining."
"So you learnt to economize," she said. "I wish I had some lessons. Miles, too. He's even worse than I. No notion of what's reasonable and what isn't. If he had any notion, we mightn't be in this fix." Mr. Carsington was studying her again.
"I see,"
he said, and she wondered uneasily what exactly he saw.
"That explains. Everyone knows the local bigwigs prefer gifts of European firearms. It didn't occur to your brother that a merely serviceable weapon would do."
"Of course it didn't occur to him. If you knew Miles—" She blinked hard and swallowed.
"Tell me," Mr. Carsington said, "if it had been you that day in Vanyanaz's shop, would you have haggled?"
It was a desperate attempt. Rupert didn't know whether it would provoke her or not, but she was on the verge of waterworks and he needed a distraction. The question was the first to come to mind. She blinked, wiping out the almost tears shining in her green eyes.
"Would you?" Rupert pressed. "Would you think this would make a lovely gift for Miles and say to AnAn, 'I'll take it,' and not stop to add up piastres and purses and such, and convert them into pounds, shillings, and pence?"
She considered, her green eyes moving from side to side in that way she had, as though she read her own thoughts. "Well, possibly," she blushed. "Yes, probably, very likely. It was splendid, impossible to resist."
"It was artistic, you told me," he said. "Superior quality. The papyrus version of Manton's finest, in other words."
"Oh, it was," she said, and her voice grew wistful. "I wish you could have seen it. The colours, the figures. There is a handsome papyrus illustrated in colour in the Description de l'Égypte, and it is not half so beautiful." She went on to describe her papyrus, for it was hers, Rupert was sure, and every word she uttered only confirmed what he'd suspected when she knelt beside the table in the car of her house in Cairo, when she'd discovered the theft. She had the thing memorized, practically. She described the illustrations, some in large blocks, most in long lines across the top of columns of signs. She told him the names of the easily recognized gods and speculated about the others. She must have realized she'd said too much, because she stopped mid-sentence to explain. "I made the copy for Miles," she said. "That is why I recall so many details."
"It sounds a great deal of work," Rupert said. "I vow you must be the most devoted of sisters."
Telltale pink washed across her wide cheekbones. "His penmanship was never good and only grows worse. It is barely legible. He must have an amanuensis, and it gives me something useful to do. And of course one learns a great deal in the process." If she'd gone about in society more, Rupert thought, she'd know how to lie better. He wasn't sure why she lied. It was clear, though, that she'd insufficient practice. It hadn't occurred to her to conceal her books or mix them with her brother's belongings, for instance. One had only to glance at the collection in the cupboard to realize she'd mastered at least a dozen languages. Rupert wondered if the same could be said of Miles Archdale. Sunday night. What could be said of Miles Archdale was this. He sat on a thin, vermin-infested mattress in the dirty cabin of a shabby boat. He stared at the chain fastened to his ankles. He was calculating how many blows with how heavy an implement would shatter the rusty metal, and wondering how to do it without breaking any of his bones in the process. The boat seemed to have stopped for the night, which meant a rat and mosquito invasion. A pity he couldn't train the rats to gnaw at the chain, or to gnaw on his hosts. One of them looked as though something had gnawed on him. Buttress, the leader apparently, was a square block of a brute. His battered and scarred face reminded Miles of the Sphinx's mutilated visage, especially the nose, for his was smashed flat. His right hand bore a stump where the little finger should be. While the half-dozen or so men occupying the boat were not the most attractive lot of villains, Boutrous was by far the ugliest. Miles was allowed on deck to stretch his legs, in a manner of speaking, only after dark and only with an armed escort. On the first night out he'd tried calling for help. Boutrous struck him with the butt of a pistol, which stretched Miles out on the deck unconscious for a time. When Miles came to upon the filthy mattress, Boutrous advised him not to try such tricks again.
"We are not to kill you,"
Boutrous told him that first night.
"We must not cut out your tongue, because this organ is necessary. We must not cut off your hands, but an ear, a few toes, a foot."
He grinned, displaying a sparse collection of crooked brown teeth.
"We must keep you alive, but we need not keep you complete in all your parts."
Miles had assumed they were holding him for ransom. By the third day, as the boat continued upriver, he grew puzzled. The farther they travelled from Cairo, the more inconvenient the exchange of money for captive would be. They'd been on the river for 7 days now. Where in blazes were they taking him, and why? The sun had set, and the slow nightfall had drained away the last traces of light in the cabin. He sat in the darkness, his mind moving from the problem of the leg shackles to his sister. By now she would know he was in trouble. By now, he hoped, she'd gone to Noxley for help. The door opened, and a lantern shone, not very brightly, instantly inhabiting the space with shadows. Boutrous carried the lantern. Behind him came one of his shipmates bearing the familiar wooden tray. Boutrous remained as he usually did while Miles ate his supper. This apparently was to make sure the prisoner did not secret away the single eating utensil, a wooden spoon. No doubt they feared he'd use it later as a weapon or means of escape, perhaps by waving it about until his captors died laughing.
"Where are we?"
Miles asked. He asked the same question every night. Every night Boutrous only laughed at him. He laughed tonight, too. Tonight, though, Miles was tired of the game. While Arabic did not trip from his tongue as smoothly and naturally as it did from Daphne's, his grasp of the language was more than adequate, especially for dealing with common louts like this one.
"Shall I hazard a guess?"
Miles said. Boutrous shrugged.
"Who cares, Inglesi?"
"We've travelled at a fairly steady clip since Monday," Miles said. "This tells me the wind's been favourable for the most part, and we're well provisioned." He calculated briefly. "Minya," he said. "I estimate we're not far from Minya." The area had a bad reputation, if he remembered correctly.
Boutrous nodded. "I have heard that you are a man of great learning," he said. "Your cleverness does not surprise me. Before too long we will take you to a quiet place. There, if you are wise as well as learned, you will do what is asked of you."
"Ah, I'm to do something," Miles said.
Boutrous shrugged. "Perhaps you will, perhaps you will not. Perhaps you will be unwise and refuse. This will be better for me, because I have not yet tortured any Inglesi, and I am interested to improve my learning in this way."
"A man of ambition, I see," Miles said. "Most commendable." He'd been told the Arabs didn't understand irony or sarcasm. He couldn't tell whether Boutrous did or not. The brute merely shrugged and said,
"Soon we come to the place where some Ferranza await you. They have something for you to read."
Ferranza, not Ferangi, the all-encompassing Frank, applied to Europeans in general. Ferranza was the word for the French.
"It is written in the old language of this country," Boutrous went on, "a papyrus."
Miles said. He dared say no more until he'd collected his wits. It was a joke, he thought first. It had to be a joke. The trouble was, Boutrous was not a joke. Noxley had mentioned having difficulties with the French and their agents. Belzoni, too, had had several unfriendly encounters with them. This went beyond the usual rivalry, as intense as it was. This was madness. Did the French truly believe that anyone could read a papyrus? Boutros must have misunderstood. Miles said cautiously,
"It's going to be difficult without my notes. When I torture you, maybe you will remember what is in your notes. Perhaps you would like to hear how I will torture you?"
Miles wondered if it was possible to kill somebody with a wooden spoon, because clearly he must do something and do it quickly. Which was when the shouting started. He heard heavy, hurried footsteps over the decks, and a clank of weapons. Boutros jumped up and started for the door. It flung open just as the boat gave a lurch. Boutros fell backward. A man burst into the room, another behind him. Miles saw the glint of a blade before the lantern toppled. A figure came toward him. He thrust out his shackled feet, and the figure fell. A sword rose and came down. A scream began and stopped suddenly. The last thing he saw was the sheen of metal slicing through the air down toward him. Chapter 8. The sword struck the divan close by him, then rose again. The boat shuddered, and the attacker stumbled. Miles couldn't see what happened next, though he heard the ring of metal on metal. Then came a shriek, cut short, a grunt, the thud of a falling body. Was it more than one? The cabin fell quiet. Outside, the fighting continued. He felt about for a weapon. He found a knife. Cautiously, he made his way out, trying to clank as little as possible and taking care not to trip over any bodies. He was inching his way to the door when the vessel shuddered. He fell against the door, whacking his head. He heard wood cracking and groaning. They'd run aground. The human noise outside swiftly abated. A few low voices, none familiar, all speaking Arabic, splashing. Then no more voices. He waited a bit longer to be sure. He thought he heard footsteps, but that might be the boat breaking apart. He headed outside anyway, and found the tilting deck nearly deserted. He made out 2 dark figures in a dinghy tied to the boat. Only those. No other moving figures. The small landing boat offered his one chance of getting ashore alive. He couldn't swim. The chains would drag him down. He'd be a fool to wait for rescue. The people hereabouts weren't known for their charitable impulses. They were probably friends of his kidnappers. Whoever had attacked the boat must be a rival gang of brigands. Freebooters would soon come to steal what they could, or perhaps had already come. Those 2 fellows in the dinghy, for instance. If he didn't get their boat from them, he was a dead man. Feet shackled, one small knife his only weapon. The odds for a direct assault didn't look good. He would have to use his head. He thought quickly. Then he dragged his hands through his filthy hair, making it stand on end. He let out a groan. The figures froze. He began walking slowly toward them, loudly clanking his chains and reciting the tomorrow speech from Macbeth in the wailing voice of a vengeful ghost. Screaming, they dove over the side. The Isis didn't get far on Monday because the wind turned against them. The Reyes, the captain, had the crew tow the vessel. This only stopped her travelling backward with the current. Forward, it seemed, was out of the question for the time being. Despite Tom's and Lena's arguing about vocabulary, Rupert did manage to communicate with Reyes Rashad, who proved helpful on several counts. Leaving Lena and Tom to quarrel about which winds were the most deadly, Rupert turned his mind to Mrs. Pembroke. She was not going to be happy about the delay. According to Lena, the lady was awake. She hadn't joined him in the salon for breakfast, though, and he was impatient to see her. He and Tom had retired many hours later than the women last night. Rupert had stayed on deck long after the crew was asleep, ostensibly to make sure the boat was properly guarded. Actually, he'd needed to cool off, though there was little the lower evening temperatures could do for the kind of heat he endured. It was the wanting to get her naked kind of heat, the wanting to get skin close kind of heat, the fire low in the belly kind of heat. And it plagued him partly because he'd fallen on top of her, well, maybe mostly because of that. The suppleness of the soft body under his, the luscious peach of a mouth with its tantalizing bit of pout, and the green eyes, ocean deep, and the way they'd looked at him. It was not a get-off look. It was the kind of look Helen of Troy must have given Paris, the kind Cleopatra must have given Mark Antony. Wars broke out because of looks like that. But that wasn't all of it. When Sheikh Salim admired her command of Arabic and marvelled at her large brain, Rupert wanted to get her naked. When she talked about her papyrus and its beautiful little pictures and its columns of perfectly drawn signs, he wanted to get her naked. When he thought about those books in a dozen languages in her cupboard, he wanted to get her naked. He didn't know and didn't really care why. All he understood was that she stirred him up amazingly, so much that she kept him awake half the night. He would have to rethink his plans for a slow siege, he decided as he made his way to the stern cabin. He found her on her knees, sorting through the heaps of books she'd brought. She barely glanced up when he tapped on the doorframe. "Is something wrong with the boat?" she said. "We've stopped, haven't we?"
"Something's wrong with the weather," he said. "A southern wind. If I understood correctly, it's called the Carsington."
All the colour drained from her face. Her shoulders sagged, and she sank back onto her heels. "Oh, no."
"It can't be helped," he said. "The wind is dead set against us."
"But the villains are days ahead of us. Nearly a week."
"Rais Rashad says contrary winds are normal at this time of year," Rupert said. "That means other boats on the Nile are stymied too on occasion, which means your brother might be a week ahead, but not many miles distant."
The colour came back, enhanced with a faint wash of pink at the top of her cheekbones. "Oh, yes. Why did I not consider that?" She shook her head. "I'm not usually so emotional. Usually my thinking is clear and rigorous. I do not allow myself to succumb to moods, nor am I weepy." She rubbed at the outer corner of her eye. "In fact, I am a predictable, boring person. This," she waved impatiently at her extraordinary face, "this isn't me."
"I know what the trouble is," he said.
He eased down onto the divan, something less than an arm's length away.
"The trouble is you haven't enough brothers. The more you have, the easier it is to develop a certain detachment."
"Are your brothers in the habit of getting themselves kidnapped by madmen?" she said. "Is that the sort of thing one gets used to?"
"No, I think it's the variety of incidents," Rupert said. "With 5 of us, there's always been one crisis or another. Alistair, for instance, was in the habit of getting himself into expensive catastrophes with women. So when he went off to Derbyshire 3 years ago, we all more or less expected an expensive catastrophe and went on about our business." He frowned. "Actually, it did turn out more calamitous than usual."
"Is this the one who was so badly injured at Waterloo?" she said. "Good grief! Was that not enough? What befell him in Derbyshire?"
"He got himself engaged,"
Rupert said grimly.
"To be married."
"Oh dear. The woman was unsuitable, I take it."
"No, he became engaged,"
Rupert repeated more slowly and distinctly.
"To be married."
She folded her arms and considered him. "I see," she said. "Marriage is the great catastrophe."
"Well, naturally you don't see it that way," he said. "He was a saint, I collect."
She looked baffled. "Your brother?" Rupert gestured at the head-to-toe mourning she wore.
"All that black. He must have been remarkable, the, departed."
"Oh, you mean Virgil?"
Her voice was wintry.
"He was a scholar, a respected theologian." She became busy again, shoving back into the cupboard any which way the books he'd so carefully arranged.
"A shame he couldn't have lived to make this journey with you," Rupert said. "Egypt seems to be all the rage with scholars."
"Not with Virgil," she said, several degrees more frostily. So much for Virgil Pembroke. If the mourning had anything to do with the deceased, Rupert would eat his boots. The forbidding black was camouflage, just as he'd supposed. "He would have taken me to the Holy Land," she said.
"I'm sure that's a worthy—"
"I know I ought to want to make the pilgrimage, but I don't care," she said. "If I'm to be hot and uncomfortable, if I'm to eat sand with every meal and look for snakes and scorpions before I put on my boots, there must be a compelling interest." She threw him a defiant glance and slammed the cupboard closed.
"Well, then, "Have you a compelling interest in some ruins?" Rupert said.
"Of course I do," she said irritably. "Egyptian ruins. That is why I am here, not in the Holy Land."
"Race Rashad says we're very near Memphis," he said. "We can hire donkeys and ride out to the ruins. There's a broken bit of temple and a pharaoh, I'm told. Not far from that is a great lot of pyramids. Maybe you can find a piece of stone with unreadable writing on it."
Daphne wasn't sure what she expected to find in Memphis. Recent events had banished all thoughts of exploring. To the extent she had thought about it, she'd vaguely pictured a desert plateau like Giza, containing monuments. Even when they set out, her mind was not upon their destination. She rode with Mr. Carsington along a causeway, scarcely aware of her surroundings, for a number of reasons. Watching him undress was one of them. He'd started out well enough this morning in a species of Eastern attire. He'd replaced his torso-hugging coat with a tunic, and exchanged his snug-fitting trousers for loose Turkish ones, which he tucked into his boots. But now, as they rode away from the river, he first cast off the handsome green tunic, then undid his neckcloth, then completely unbuttoned his pale yellow silk waistcoat, thus exposing nearly all of his shirt, his underwear, to public view. Naturally, she couldn't stop looking at him. She ought to tell him very firmly that it was most improper. The Mohammedans were people of modesty, and he ought to respect their sensibilities, even if he had no regard for English standards of propriety. She ought to insist he put his clothes back on. She'd always had more trouble than she ought, with oughts. Like the undisciplined girl she'd once been, she kept stealing glances. She noticed the way his upper garments stretched across his broad shoulders, and the way, at certain moments and at a certain angle, the wind and sun turned the shirt into a billowing, translucent curtain. Through it she clearly discerned, and could hardly look away from, the silhouette of his muscled arms and torso, the latter tapering to a narrow waist. She ought not look lower than that. She did, though, covertly studying the part of him resting on the saddle. The loose trousers couldn't completely disguise his narrow hips. His bottom was no doubt as taut and hard as the rest of him. She felt suddenly overheated and faint, and then Virgil intruded, his voice and image in her mind bringing a chill, as ghosts reputedly did. A saint, Mr. Carsington had thought her spouse. Oh, very saintly. In the course of her marriage, she'd never seen Virgil undressed. Even when they made love, it happened in the dark, and he wore his nightshirt and she a nightgown, and there were rules, so many rules, too many for her, at a time when she didn't want to be thinking. She didn't want Virgil in her head again. She was still angry, out of all reason angry, and it had started the instant she uttered his name earlier on the boat. She remembered the way he'd close his eyes when she mentioned Egypt, and the patient little smile he wore when he opened them again, and the patient tone he invariably adopted, while patiently reminding her that all a lady needed to know of Egypt was writ down in Holy Writ, in the books of Genesis and Exodus. But she was here, and she would not let Virgil spoil this journey, even if everything had gone wrong. At present she could do nothing about Miles. Until the wind changed, she could either fret about the present and seethe about the past, or make the best of matters. She looked about her, and found the world had changed, utterly. They had entered a forest of date palms. The tall, graceful trees rose from a carpet of vividly green grass, dotted with flowers of pink and purple. They rode past glistening pools, beside which goats watched over their frolicking kids. Above them a bird burst into song, then another. At last they came to a grassy hollow. Here, by the side of a pool reflecting the green surroundings and the brilliant blue of the Egyptian sky, an immense stone pharaoh lay on his face, his mouth curved in a small, secret smile. Captivated, Daphne slid from the saddle, barely aware of what she did, and walked to the statue's head, her fingers at her lips. "Oh," she murmured, "how beautiful." Not until this moment did she fully grasp how little she knew of Egypt, how little she'd seen of it. Pictures in books were all very well, and they had captured her imagination, but mainly as mysteries to be solved, once she solved the riddle of the ancient writing. The pyramids were wondrous, an achievement impossible to grasp, quite. But they were dark and empty within, colossal heaps of stones without. They were tombs, grand monuments to the dead. This too was grand, some 40 feet long, even with the king's lower extremities missing. But it was more than a fine monument. It was art, carried to near perfection. One knew it was stone, yet stone so finely carved as to appear to be flesh and blood. The smile, the secret hint of a smile, was magical. She became aware of Mr. Carsington close behind her. She fought her way out of the enchantment the place had cast over her, and shifted into her pedantic mode, where she felt safest, with facts instead of the confusing clamour of feelings. "If I recall aright, this was discovered only last year," she said. "According to Herodotus and Diodorus, this is Ramesses II, also known as Harneses the Great. It is said to have stood before the temple of Vulcan, or Ptah, which is the Egyptian name. Statues of his queen and 4 of his sons were there too." She walked alongside the vast frame and paused at the elbow. She bent and tipped her head to examine the markings on the girdle encircling his waist. "There is his cartouche," she said, pointing.
"I'm not sure it's decent for you to be looking at his cartouche,"
said Mr. Carsington. She was aware of the remark, aware of the heat slithering up her neck, and a niggling anxiety that he'd caught her studying his anatomy before. The statue exerted a powerful pull, though, and all other concerns evaporated in the sweetness of that enigmatic smile. "I told you what a cartouche was," she said, crouching for a better look at Ramesses' front side. "Ovals containing hieroglyphic writing, there on his girdle, you see, and on his wrist. Oh, and I see another on his breast, and on his shoulder. There seem to be several, but I cannot be sure. 2 seem predominant."
"Has he 2 names, then?" Mr. Carsington asked. "Or perhaps a name and a title? You know, like the king, His Majesty George Augustus Frederick IV. Then he has that other lot of names, Prince of this, Duke of that."
"Very possibly," she said absently, her mind as well as gaze riveted upon one of the cartouches. She crouched down for a better angle of view, and a thrill coursed through her. "That is the sun sign, certainly. In Coptic the word for sun is Ra or Re. Oh, what one would give for a proper vowel! But there are the 3 tails tied together next to the hook shape, the same as in the cartouche for Tuthmosis. The combination must be Moses or Messes. Dr. Young was mistaken, as I had thought. This cartouche cannot possibly belong to Nephthys, as he maintained. This statue's identity is beyond dispute. Everyone agrees it is Ramesses the Great. Ergo, the signs in the cartouche must read Ra-Mes-Ses, she concluded triumphantly.
"Fascinating,"
Mr. Carsington said. Daphne slowly straightened, her heart racing. Caught up in the excitement of discovery, she hadn't realized she'd been thinking aloud. She'd said far too much, given herself away. But no, not to him. He was no scholar. To him, it must have been meaningless babble. He stood watching her, arms folded over his big chest, his dark eyes uncomfortably penetrating.
"It isn't so much what you say as how you say it," he said. "That first day when you knew immediately that someone had disturbed the materials on the table, you had been working on the papyrus, you said."
"I told you I assist Miles."
"You knew exactly where each item had been," he said.
"He has a system," she said. He smiled and shook his head.
"You give yourself away. When you are on shore ground, on your ground, your voice changes, and a wonderfully arrogant look comes into your eyes, and you hold your head in a certain way."
"Did she? Was she so obvious?" "I fail to see the relevance of the way I hold my head," she said.
It says you know. And when you speak of a sign and a sound, he went on, and when you know the Coptic word for sun, and when you coolly dispute the famous Dr. Young's interpretations, I can only conclude—" "Miles, I doubt it," he said. "You told me what your brother's trunks contained. You never mentioned his books. How odd that a language scholar should travel without books. Actually, you, on the other hand, travel with a remarkable assortment," he said. "Greek, Latin, Hebrew, Persian, Arabic, Turkish, Coptic, Sanskrit, and the usual German, French, Spanish, Italian. Did I miss anything?" "Apparently not," she said tightly. "I missed a great deal. You are supposed to be a great dumb ox." "I am," he said. "I only seem so brilliantly insightful because I've a hieroglyph fanatic in the family. Cousin Tryphena is not like you, though, and it isn't simply that she's older. She's usually impossible to understand. You, even I can follow, more or less. She's hardly ever interesting. You always are. You have so much passion." Daphne winced at the word, at its myriad meanings, so many of them dangerous. "You don't know me in my normal state," she said. "I'm a great bore." "I find you intriguing," he said. "It must be the air of mystery that comes of leading a double life." "I have no choice," Daphne burst out. "I am not mysterious. I am not a person drawn to intrigue. I am dull and bookish and content to spend hours alone memorizing a new vocabulary and grammar or staring at a single cartouche. But one can't work in isolation. Those who do end up repeating others' mistakes or wasting time on disproved theories. Like Virgil, who'd wasted decades. My sex and circumstances isolated me," she went on. "I had a choice, either give up my work or practice deception. I could not give it up." "Passions are beastly difficult to give up," he said. "You'd think I was trying to seduce men, rather than coax prepositions from a piece of crumbling parchment," she said bitterly. "A common harlot could not meet with more disapproval, scorn, disgust." She laughed, but it was an angry sound. She was still fighting. It still hurt. She was so tired of fighting, pretending. "Maybe you were associating with the wrong sort of people," he said. "What other sort is there?" she demanded. "The sort who laugh at intellectual women instead?" "There's the sort like me," he said. He didn't move, but physical distance didn't matter. She'd let him get too close because she'd let emotion loosen her tongue, and her secrets had tumbled out into the open. She took a step back, into Ramesses's stony forearm. Mr. Carsington's mouth curved a very little, like that of the stone pharaoh, and he closed the distance she'd tried to make between them. "You could probably coax a proposition from me," he said, "if you set your mind to it." "Preposition," she said. "I said prep." He slid his hand to the back of her head, into her hair, and she froze, on the outside, that is. Inside, a ferocious hammering started, and the place where her brain used to be was now a wild whirl of dark fragments as elusive as the lost language she'd struggled to decipher. He tilted his head a little to one side, studying her. "Ah, well, so much for slow sieges," he said. He leant in, and she was too slow to duck or draw back, and so his mouth fell upon hers, and the bottom dropped out of the world. She lifted her hand to push him away as she must, as she ought. But his mouth moved boldly over hers, firm and sure, and she clung instead, her fingers curling round his upper arm. It was as hard as the stone figure blocking her retreat, yet warm and alive, its heat electric. Her fingers tingled, and the current shot under the skin. Every particle of her being reacted, as though galvanized. The dark fragments in her mind swirled into a haze, and the mad hammering wasn't simply in her heart, but beating through vein and muscle. She tightened her grasp, holding on with both hands now as though the very ground were giving way beneath her, just as everything within was giving way. One powerful arm slid round her waist and pulled her closer. She stiffened at the collision with that rock-hard body, but in the next heartbeat she was melting in its heat and moulding herself to him. It wasn't enough.
She dragged her hands up over the broad shoulders and up his hard jaw. The pulse in his neck beat against the edge of her hand. Cupping his face, she parted her lips, offering herself. He teased her first, his tongue playing over her lips. Then he stole inside, and the world spun as the taste of him swirled inside her, strangely cool and sweet, and infinitely immoral. His hand slid further down, curving over her buttock and pressing her closer yet, until her belly was crushed against his pelvis. It was wrong, completely wrong, but she was wrong too, born that way, lacking the will to break away. She yielded to the shattering physical awareness of him, the long, sinewy body and the pressure of his hardened rod against her belly. She surrendered to the simmering heat between them and the tempest of feeling within. Deep-buried longings clawed their way out of hiding. They tangled about her heart and coiled and twisted in her belly. She couldn't name them. This wanted a new language, or no language at all. Meaning narrowed to the taste of his mouth and his skin, and to the scent of him, dark and dangerous and so familiar that she ached, as though it were a cherished memory, or a reawakened grief. She should have battled her baser self and pulled free of the woman-trap he was. Instead, she struggled to get closer, her hands tangling in his thick hair, while her tongue tangled with his. So wrong, so lewd, and so strange and exciting, like crawling through a pyramid in utter darkness. He and what he awoke within her were far more dangerous. At this moment, though, she loved danger, and she would have gone on, straight to ruination. But his hand slid from her bottom, and his mouth left hers, and with the broken contact, she became aware of the sun, and the tall palms, and birds singing, and the stone giant against whose arm she had so stupidly lost control, along with her self-respect and any and all claims to virtue. She pulled away. "Oh," she said, and then, because she didn't know what else to say, hadn't a good reason to blame him or any plausible excuse for herself, she did what she'd used to do when she felt this way when she and Miles were children. She balled her hand into a fist, swung her arm, and hit him, backhanded, hard in the chest. Panic. One black, ghastly moment. Rupert must say something, conceal, divert, distract, but it meant thinking, and his mind wasn't up to the job. The blow settled everything handsomely, and about bloody time, too.
"Sorry," he said.
"I got carried away." That was too uncomfortably true. "Carried away?" she repeated indignantly. He could have said she was a fine one to wax indignant when she'd cooperated fully, thank you very much, rather too fully, in fact. Rather more than he was prepared for, or any man could be prepared for. He still saw stars, and moons, and planets, too. The whole universe was spinning. Dizzy, he started to look about for the large object, a stone falcon, for instance, with which she must have thumped him in the head. He caught himself in the nick of time. There wasn't a weapon. She was the weapon. She'd struck him with her softly wicked, pouting peach of a mouth, and her body, the curving miracle of a body the devil himself had designed to drive men distracted. And then there was the passion, ocean deep, and as wild as any sea storm. Rupert had a strong suspicion what it was her husband had died of. He gestured about him.
"The, romantic scene. The woman of mystery."
With the magnificent rump, and a raw, rare talent for kissing a man deaf, dumb, blind, and deranged.
"The mood of the moment, and no one about."
That was to say he hoped there had been no witnesses. He looked past her, over the gigantic Ramesses he'd assumed would shield them from prying eyes. Their guide and the handful of servants and crew members who'd come along had gathered a respectful distance away. They sat in the shade of a clump of palm trees, smoking their pipes, and listening to Tom talking 9 to the dozen. In the other direction, the donkey drivers remained with their beasts and talked in the same animated Egyptian manner. "I am no mystery," she said crossly. "I told you."
"Your mind is intriguing," he said. "So filled with learning. And all those secrets, too, Complicated, fascinating.
Her expression grew wary. "My mind?" she said. "You kissed me for my mind?"
Don't be ridiculous, he said. Do you want to see the pyramids? He pointed. They're that way.
Chapter 9. Daphne wanted to run back to the boat and hide in her cabin, which was childish and silly, she knew. When she did get back to the boat, she would give herself a good talking to. She could not revert to the heedless schoolgirl she'd once been, ruled by her passions. Then she'd paid with a prison sentence of a marriage. Now she would pay with her reputation, shaming Miles, who'd made it possible for her to continue her work, and to whom she owed her sanity. If your honour means nothing to you, she told herself, at least consider his. Aloud, she said, with all the composure she could summon, that she would very much like to visit the pyramids, as soon as she made copies of the cartouches. Mr. Carsington unloaded her drawing supplies from her saddlebags, then kept out of her way while she worked. It did not take very long, and she was surprised when she was done to look round and find him standing under a palm tree, sketching. "I didn't know you could draw," she said.
"It's one of my deep, dark secrets," he said. "Actually, it's the only one. Not much of a secret, either. My father believes a gentleman must know how to draw as well as fence and shoot. If I go home with no pictures, I'll never hear the end of it. There." He showed it to her. The sketch was of the colossal Ramesses, and of her, seated on her stool, copying the signs on the stone pharaoh's wrist. "It's very good," she said, surprised. She felt a surge of pleasure, too, because she was in the picture, and a chill of anxiety because she was in the picture, and the portrayal struck her as intimate. But that was ridiculous. Emotion playing tricks on her reason. Who'd ever know it was Daphne Pembroke, that tiny figure next to the immense pharaoh who'd fallen on his face? The Saqqara pyramids were reputedly older than those of Giza. They were still imposing structures, Daphne thought as they crossed the plain. The main one, the Pyramid of Steps, was their destination. When they reached the pebbly sand slope leading to the pyramid's plateau, she and Mr. Carsington dismounted to spare the donkeys. Debris littered the way. He paused for a time, studying it, an odd expression on his face. She said nothing, simply watched, surprised, as his countenance hardened and he turned into someone she scarcely recognized. The cold mask reminded her of the change in his voice when he found the bodies in the pyramid. He'd sounded like a stranger then, so cold and detached. She saw the same stranger now. Usually, even when he wasn't smiling outwardly, she'd felt the smile was there all the same. In his dark eyes she usually discerned a gleam of amusement, as though he knew a very good joke. That, no doubt, was why one was so easily deluded into believing him an amiable idiot. The good humour was completely gone. He straightened, and without a word walked quickly on, taking long, angry strides she couldn't hope to match. Puzzled, Daphne squatted to look more closely at the rubbish covering the ground. Bits of marble and alabaster, pottery shards, shiny blue and green slivers, shreds of dirty brown linen, some odd bits of dark material, and white bones. She rose and gazed about her. The place was a pillaged burial ground. These were the contents of graves. The pieces of dark material were what remained of mummies. The linen was the remnants of their winding sheets. The other bits must be the vestiges of burial objects. "Oh, you poor things," she whispered. Her throat closed and ached. She rubbed her eyes and sharply told herself to stop being maudlin. Her collection of papyri had been plundered from the graves of ancient Egyptians. The same was true of her little wooden Egyptians. "What an idiot and a great hypocrite you are to weep about them now," she chided herself. But she'd been an idiot from the time she woke up this day, it seemed. She rubbed her itching eyes and took a steadying breath, and continued to the pyramid. She found Mr. Carsington at an ominous-looking black hole in the north face. The cold, hard look was gone, and the gleam was back in his eyes.
A European in Arab garb stood with him. Mr. Carsington introduced the man as Signor Segato. He was excavating the pyramid for the Baron Minutoli, she learned.
"He tells me the interior is wonderfully complicated," Mr. Carsington said. "Makes Kefren's tomb look like child's play by the sounds of it. This is the way in."
Daphne ventured nearer the hole. It was much larger than the entrance to Kefren's pyramid.
"The shaft is only 18 feet deep," Mr. Carsington said.
"It can't possibly be that easy to get inside," she said.
"No, that's the beginning," he said. "The burial chamber's about 100 feet below, under the pyramid."
100 feet, she repeated, while her heart beat a fearful, "No, no, 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 no."
"It's gradual," he said. "Miles of descending passages and stairs, some pits and such, and a place where the stones are threatening to fall in. Are you game, Mrs. Pembroke?"
She did not want to go down into that hole, be it ever so large. Every natural instinct recoiled, and common sense warned against it.
"There are hieroglyphic signs on a doorway," he said.
"Inside?" she said. "Inside a pyramid?" She'd never heard of anyone's finding hieroglyphs inside a pyramid. But this excavation was very recent. She turned her gaze to Signor Segato and fired a series of questions at him in Italian. Yes, yes, he agreed with the Signora. This was most unusual. He was greatly surprised when he found them. Birds, snakes, insects, and the other little pictures. The chamber itself was decorated, very beautiful. She swallowed. "Very well," she told Mr. Carsington. "I should like to see this inscription." It was a beastly long and uncomfortable way to the chamber, and the heat so far below ground was sufficient to bake bricks. But once they'd amassed torches enough, and she stopped coughing from the smoke, she could appreciate the interesting labyrinth of passages and the complex of chambers, so unlike the simplicity of Kefren's pyramid at Giza. This one, too, was empty of treasure, which could surprise no one. In Egypt, plundering tombs had been not simply a fact of life, but a profession since the time of Cheops at least. She found treasure enough for her, though, deep in the bowels of the pyramid. The chamber was all and more that Signor Segato had promised. Upon the dark blue painted ceiling gleamed golden stars. Turquoise-coloured tiles covered the walls. But most wondrous of all was the doorframe. Above it and along the sides were hieroglyphs, beautifully cut in low relief. A repeated motif adorned the sides. A falcon wearing the pharaoh's crown stood upon a rectangular pedestal, divided into 2 squares. The top square contained 3 signs. At top, the hatchet that signified a god. Beneath this, the almond shape she'd decided must be the R sound, and under it a sign less familiar. A rattle, insect, flower, or musical instrument, she couldn't be sure. 4 vertical sections divided the bottom square. Did these signify pillars? She wondered. Doors?
"Is that the god Horus?"
came Mr. Carsington's deep voice from behind her. The voice went straight down her spine and up again. In self-defense, she adopted her pedantic mode. "So it appears," she said. "The sign below him is the one Dr. Young interprets to mean God. As you see, Horus wears a pharaoh's crown. The kings were believed to be gods. Perhaps this one was closely associated with Horus." "The Signora can read the ancient writing?" Signor Segato asked.
No," Mr. Carsington said quickly. "She has read a little Greek, though."
"Herodotus," Daphne said quickly. She really must learn to keep her hieroglyphic speculations to herself. As Knoxley had remarked, the Egyptians loved to talk, and news travelled swiftly. If the explorer mentioned an Englishwoman who could read hieroglyphs, all of Egypt would soon hear of it, including the mad villains who'd kidnapped Miles, and who wouldn't hesitate to come after her.
"She uses a little Herodotus and a great deal of woman's intuition,"
Mr. Carsington said, in precisely the patronizing tone one would expect from a superior male. Normally the condescension would have had her seething. Now she almost laughed, with relief, at how adeptly he'd covered her blunder. Ironic that she could trust him to keep her secret better than she could do. She did not half understand him, she realized, and she apparently had a less than perfect understanding of herself. It seemed she understood only her work. She gazed at the hieroglyphs, at the familiar cobra and vulture and bee and hatchet. She pondered the significance of the semicircles under most of the figures. Baskets? The larger ones with the round side down? What of the smaller ones round side up? Sound or symbol? Thus questioning, speculating, theorizing, she swiftly forgot everything else. Getting Mrs. Pembroke away from the confounded falcons and what-you-call-ems took steady and patient coaxing. This was not what Rupert wanted to be doing. While he watched and listened to her, he wanted to get her naked. There was the seeing stars kiss from which he still suffered after effects, something like the morning after a debauch, except that his head wasn't what ached. There was whatever she was doing to him now, and he wasn't sure what that was. She managed, just barely, to hide her learning from Segato. She couldn't conceal her excitement, though. It set the very air vibrating. Since she couldn't run about the place, openly gesticulating and theorizing and talking 6 languages simultaneously, she stuck close to Rupert, and when she couldn't contain herself, which happened every few minutes, she'd clutch his arm and tug to bring his ear near her mouth, so that she could whisper. He had to feel her breath on his ear and neck and cheek and be aware of how close her mouth was, and how all he had to do was turn his head to taste it again, and see stars. But he couldn't turn his head. He had to behave because they weren't alone, which was why he had to endure the whisper torture. Luckily for her, Segato was Italian. Assuming the whispers were romantic rather than pedantic, he kept a tactful distance. This belief wouldn't do Mrs. Pembroke's reputation any good. Still, the alternative was worse. It wasn't hard to guess what Duval and his underlings would do if they found out they'd kidnapped the wrong sibling. They'd come after her, and they'd murder whomever happened to be in the way. Captain, crew members, Lena and Tom. If Mrs. Pembroke's secret got out, none of them would be safe. Keeping the secret was going to be more difficult than Rupert could have foreseen. Every time she met a hieroglyph, she'd act like this, vibrating like a tuning fork, the gigantic brain bubbling over and spilling out its secrets. Greek and Latin and Coptic, and names of scholars and who believed what, and this alphabet versus that one, and phonetic interpretations versus symbolic ones. The day was waning when they finally climbed out of the pyramid. She was not waning in the least. Several members of their party had come up from the plain to wait nearby. Though they carried food and water, the lady paid them no heed. A heap of stones a few feet away caught her eye. She wandered thither. Tom trotted over to Rupert with the clothes he'd discarded en route. Though it was late afternoon, the air had not yet begun to cool. In any case, Rupert wanted to wash off the layer of sand and sweat first. Shaking his head at the boy, he turned away to watch Mrs. Pembroke. Beside him, Segato watched her too, remarking how unusual it was to find a woman who shared one's enthusiasm for exploration and who bore hardship so cheerfully. There was an understatement. She must be at least as hot, dirty, and tired as Rupert was. Like him, she'd had nothing to eat since morning. Yet, instead of hurrying to the waiting servants who carried food and water, she crouched to peer at a slab of rock, poking out of a pile of rubble. She brushed it off, bent close, shook her head, and with an impatient twitch, knelt in the pebbly sand. She dug under and after a moment unearthed the 2 outer corners. She grabbed the edge and lifted it up. It seemed to be a tablet of some kind, for it was covered in writing. Rupert saw that, and the shadowy form revealed when she rested it against the rubble heap. He saw the snake rear up, and his heart froze. She sank back on her knees and, "Don't move!" he roared. He was moving as he spoke. He grabbed the clothes from the boy, discarding all but the tunic while swiftly covering the few feet to where she remained immobile. The snake swayed in its place, still confused, perhaps after the abrupt awakening, or not sure where the threat lay. Mrs. Pembroke was leaning as far back over her heels as she could, balanced on one hand, her green gaze riveted upon the serpent. "Don't move," Rupert repeated more quietly. He shook out the tunic, as a bullfighter would shake out his cape. The snake made a quick dart at it, without moving further away from her. The creature was still aware of her, a larger and more solid threat. She was still within its range, and it was fully alert now, waiting. If she moved, it would attack her. While gently waving the tunic to fix the snake's attention there, Rupert inched nearer to her. When he'd finally got the cloth between her and the snake, he said softly,
"Now, back away. Try to make as little disturbance as possible."
She did as he told her, but the snake must have sensed the movement. The striped head darted forward, and the fangs tore into the tunic. In the instant the animal was occupied, she edged back quickly. When she'd moved well out of the snake's reach, Rupert said, "It's all right. You can get up now." Though aware of her rising and moving out of danger, he stayed focused on the vexed serpent.
There, my dear," he said soothingly. "You're safe now. The naughty lady's gone away. Sorry we disturbed you."
He went on speaking gently to the creature as he gradually drew the tunic farther away from it. When Rupert, too, was out of range, the snake began to settle down. Rupert gently let the tunic fall. The striped head sank down, and after a moment, the creature slithered with remarkable speed into the nearest crevice of the rubble heap. Rupert watched until it was safely inside. Then he looked about for Mrs. Pembroke. To his surprise, he found she hadn't run away and down the sand slope. She stood only a few yards away, looking from him to the hole into which the snake had disappeared.
"You want to be careful around piles of stones,"
he said, buttoning his waistcoat. For some reason he felt chilled. "Yes." She brushed sand from her clothes. "How foolish of me. Thank you." She straightened her posture and started toward the others. Rupert joined her. It was then he became aware of the eerie quiet. Egyptians were never quiet. In his experience, they did not stop talking from the time they woke up to the time they fell asleep. He looked about. His and Segato's attendants had gathered nearby. Mute and motionless, they stood staring at him. Segato broke the tableau, hurrying to Mrs. Pembroke. The Signora was good, not hurt. She was quite unhurt, she told him. He turned to Rupert. "Almost. I cannot believe my eyes," he said. "It was so quick. My mouth is open to warn the lady, but too late. I see it come up like this." He snapped his fingers.
"Snakes dislike surprises,"
Rupert said. To Mrs. Pembroke he added,
"You frightened her. She attacked because she thought she was in danger."
"Oh, you had time to discern that it was a female?" she said, her voice higher than usual.
"Might have been," he said. "She was pretty enough. Did you note the markings?"
"I know those marks," said Segato. He turned his gaze to the hole into which the snake had vanished. "I know that sound also. Everyone here knows this sound, the scraping it makes, like a saw. La vipera delle piramidi. What is the English word?" "Viper?" Mrs. Pembroke said, her voice rising another half octave. "Of the pyramids?" "See, very bad temper, and quick it moves, so quick. Very bad poison. Not simply is this the vipera, but of all snakes in the Egitto, the most deadly." Her face turned chalk white, and she swayed, and Rupert said, "No, don't!" But she folded up, and he was already reaching to catch her as she fainted dead away. Daphne recovered almost immediately. Nonetheless, Mr. Carsington carried her down the sand slope, berating her all the way.
"How many times have I told you?" he said. "No fainting!"
"I did not faint," she lied. "I was a little dizzy. You can put me down now." He did not put her down, and she lacked the moral fibre to put up the struggle she ought. She had so little moral fibre that she was quite happy to be where she was. He was so very big and so very strong and warm, so vibrantly alive. He was her genie, carrying her away, and she let herself be a child and believe in the fantasy. She let out a huff as though defeated, then rested her head upon his shoulder. His shirt was damp, and the skin of his jaw was gritty against her face. But he wasn't cold and rigid, lying upon the ground, as he might so easily have been. The snake could have turned on him. He could have been dead in an instant. That's what she'd seen in her mind's eye when Signor Segato spoke of the pyramid viper. Mr. Carsington stretched out dead on the debris-strewn ground, and then she'd heard the buzzing sound and seen the strange wash of bright colour before the black wave dragged her down. "I never faint," he said, mimicking her. No, he was very much alive, and not in the least subdued by the experience. "I don't," she said against his neck.
You did.
"I was dizzy for a moment."
You collapsed into a heap, like a marionette when someone cuts the strings. I know fainting when I see it. You did it, after all the times I've warned you not to.
"Perhaps I fainted a little," she said, "but I didn't mean to." He went on, scolding her. She'd done everything possible to bring about a swoon, he claimed. She'd baked inside a pyramid for half the day. She let herself become overexcited about a lot of falcons wearing hats. She had nothing to eat and little to drink. When at last he and Segato got her away from the confounded falcons, she did not stop talking once, all the way through the miles of passages and stairs. Then, when finally she came out into the air, did she stop to rest and take a bit of refreshment like a sensible woman? No, she went straight for a heap of rocks, and frightened witless a snake who'd been peacefully napping, minding its own business. Poor Mr. Segato! He'd so generously and patiently shown her his wonderful discovery. In return, she'd given him a shock from which his sensitive Italian soul might never recover. Daphne didn't argue. It was all true enough, she supposed. So much had happened this day. She wasn't used to having an eventful life. She was dull. Her life was dull by normal standards. Everything revolved around her work. She was herself then, and in control. Her passions, all of them, focused on a lost language. She wondered who she was now, while Mr. Carsington went on lecturing, striding down the sand slope nearly as rapidly as he'd gone up it, though this time he carried a full-grown and by no means feather-light woman. She meant to ask if he was squeamish about the remains littered about, but she was too tired to interrupt the sermon. She closed her eyes and listened to him criticize her. It sounded like a lullaby. Rupert was hoping her too complicated mind wouldn't erupt in a brain fever when her body relaxed in his arms. Devil take it! Had she fainted again? Or had she sunk into a coma?
No fainting, he growled. No comas.
She mumbled something, her mouth grazing his neck, and she shifted slightly in his arms. Not comatose. Asleep.
Well, I hope you're quite comfortable, madam, he muttered. Asleep? Really? You are like a child at times, a complete child. Well, not really. Far from it. He was aware of every diabolical curve of her body while he carried her down the sand slope, bits and pieces of ancient Egyptians crunching underfoot. It was easier once they reached the plain. He might have carried her all the way to the Isis if he wanted to completely stun the Egyptians with his prowess. But holding a sleeping woman in his arms, one who, moreover, kept nuzzling his neck and murmuring unintelligibly in his ear, was asking too much of his limited store of self-restraint. He knew he wouldn't be getting her naked any time soon. She'd built a wall of moral principles he must find a way to get round, along with other harder-to-identify obstacles. No point in torturing himself. He summoned the donkeys, woke her up, and planted her on one. Then, leaving it to the servants to make sure she didn't fall off, Rupert mounted his donkey and kept his mind off his frustrations by looking out for vipers and villains. Chapter 10. At sunset, the contrary wind died away. By this time Daphne was aboard the Isis. She was clean, dressed in fresh garments, and trying not to bore her dining companion out of his wits. This was difficult for a dull scholar like her, even in the best of circumstances. After such a day it was impossible.
The Ramesses cartouches, the kiss, the stepped pyramid with its wonderful interior and fascinating falcon motif, the kiss, the tablet with its inscription, the snake lunging at her, death so near, the kiss, the strange dreamlike time of being carried like a sleeping princess in a genie's arms, the kiss. Avoiding the many improper or disturbing subjects on her mind limited her to the dullest of scholarly ones. Now, while they lingered over sweets and coffee, she babbled about the Coptic language, believed to be the modern version of ancient Egyptian. Though no longer in everyday use, she told him, it remained the Egyptian Christians' church language. It was written using a Greek alphabet with added symbols for sounds that didn't exist in Greek. She explained how one might use it to decipher hieroglyphs. Mr. Carsington frowned into his coffee cup. She wondered what he was thinking. She knew it was not about Coptic, one of the world's most boring topics. She wondered what she would have talked about if he hadn't found out her secret. "I always go on far too long," she said. "Miles will cry out, 'Enough, Daphne, my head is about to explode.' If you do not speak up, Mr. Carsington, I shan't know when to stop. I tend to forget how few others, including scholars, find the Coptic language as engrossing as I do. Your cousin, Miss Saunders, is one of the few. She and I have carried on a most stimulating correspondence. It was she, in fact, who obtained for me several Coptic lexicons many years ago when I began my study of hieroglyphs in earnest." Daphne paused and bit her lip. "Well, that is not very interesting either."
"Yes, it is," he said. "Fascinating. It was my own cousin Tryphena who obtained these books for you."
"As well as a number of papyri in my collection," she said.
"I suppose, being so devoted to theology, Mr. Pembroke hadn't time to hunt up lexicons and papyri for you," he said.
"Mr. Pembroke did not approve," she said, trying for a light tone with mixed success.
"Of Egypt altogether?"
Mr. Carsington's dark brows rose.
"I can understand wanting to avoid the dangers of travel here, but where's the harm in studying the language?"
"Mr. Pembroke, like most of your sex, did not believe intellectual pursuits constituted a proper occupation for women," she said.
"Really?" he said. "What evil did he see in it, I wonder? Or was it your devotion to scholarship he found so objectionable? Was he jealous? You did say it was a passion when we were at the statue of Ramesses. Do you recall? It was moments before—"
She stood abruptly. "I can hardly keep my eyes open," she said. "I had better make an early bedtime. Good night." Face ablaze, she hurried from the front cabin into the passage. It was only a short way to her quarters. Not nearly short enough. She heard his footsteps at the same moment she heard his deep voice close behind her.
"What a nodcock you are," he said. "We're on a boat. How far do you think you can run?"
"I'm not running." She was, though she knew it was stupid and childish. She was not afraid of him. It was herself she feared. The self she couldn't trust. The one who belonged in a room with books and documents, pens and pencils.
"You're not a coward," he said. "Why are you behaving in this cowardly way?"
She'd reached the door of her cabin. As her fingers closed over the door handle, he laid his palm against the door and rested his weight on it. The passage was narrow, and this was the end of it. His big frame, inches away from her, blocked any return to the front of the boat. His big hand held the door shut. He not only took up most of the space, but most of the air, it seemed. She found it difficult to breathe, near impossible to think.
"You had your turn to talk about Coptic," he said. "Now it's my turn. I want to talk about harnesses."
She knew he hadn't followed her to discuss the Pharaoh's cartouches. "That is quite unnecessary," she said. "You already apologized." The passage's gloom veiled his expression, but she heard his smile when he said,
"Did I? That's unusual. What on earth for, I wonder?"
"I know it is the merest trifle to you." She lowered her voice to an undertone, while hoping that Lena inside the cabin did not have her ear pressed to the door. However, many people believe it is highly improper to kiss a member of the opposite sex who is not a close relative."
"Oh, that kiss wasn't a trifle," he said. "I've had trifling ones, believe me, and that was another category altogether. That kiss was—"
"I think we had better pretend it never happened," she broke in desperately.
"That would be dishonest," he said.
The space was small, and growing smaller and warmer by the second. She was desperately aware of the large hand on the door. She remembered how easily he'd captured her, how gently yet firmly he'd grasped her head and held her, while he claimed her mouth and made it his. She remembered his powerful hand on her backside, pressing her so close, and the pressure of his arousal against her belly. She was awash now in the mingled scents of male, boot polish and shaving soap, pomade, and, most intoxicating of all, the combination that was so absolutely and devastatingly him. "It was an aberration, a momentary madness," she said.
"It was madly exciting," he said,
his voice so low that she felt, rather than heard it, on her neck, behind her ear, and deep, deep within where the devil lurked and made her ache for wild and wicked things. She said, her voice taut and a little too high, "But above all, it was wrong, Mr. Carsington." She didn't see him move, but it felt as though he stood nearer, too near.
"Really?" he said. "What was wrong with it? Which part? Should I have done this?"
He laid the palm of his other hand upon the door, boxing her in.
"And this?"
He lowered his head and lightly kissed her forehead. It was the gentlest of touches. The world slowed, and awareness narrowed to the light touch of his lips upon her skin. It was butterflies, rose petals, the glisten of morning dew, the first note of bird song. She had no words in any language for the sweetness she felt.
"And this?"
He kissed her nose. She was afraid to move, afraid the sweet feeling was a dream. If she moved, if she breathed, it would vanish as so many dreams had done.
"And this?"
His lips brushed her cheek. "Oh," she said. "Oh, this is... Oh, I don't think..."
"Don't think."
His lips touched hers, and then she was melting, everything within her dissolving into liquid. She leant back against the door, her hands flat against it at her sides, keeping herself still, or trying to. Her knees weren't there anymore. She was dying of pleasure. It was wicked, but so sweet. The sweetness held her, made her give back in kind, and the pleasure deepened and darkened into longing. She knew better than to long for any man, especially this kind. She knew the sweetness was seduction, not affection. This was not the youthful innocence it felt like. She knew this, in some safe, sober corner of her drunken mind. Knowing all this, she should have turned away or pushed him away. She couldn't, wouldn't. She had to have the feel of his mouth hard against hers. She needed the taste of him again as much as the hashishin needed their drug. She could not get enough of the slow, wicked game he played with his tongue and the tiny heat shivers he triggered in the back of her neck and in her belly. In some part of her clouded mind she knew she'd suffer for it, but that was far away, and he was near, and the scent and taste of him blocked out everything else. He took her into the darkness, and that, it seemed, was where she was meant to be. Rupert kept his hands on the door. He'd meant to hold back, to wait. He'd had enough torture this day, and pursuing her, touching her, was begging for more. Still, for the moment, torture was delicious. It was only a kiss. Merely the longest kiss in the world, 1,000 kisses blossoming from one. His mouth played upon hers and hers upon his, and in no time at all she'd set the moons and planets and stars whirling. He kept his hands on the door, for balance, for strength, and to stop it from ending. He mustn't move his hands, mustn't let them touch her, or she'd shy away. He could drink her in, though. He could inhale the scent of her, a hint of incense carried on the desert wind, and he could savour the taste of her, a strange champagne, light and fresh, even while it made fire trails in the veins. He could let his mouth tease hers, playing over the hint of a pout. He could brush his face against hers, skin to skin, hers like silken velvet, a softness that stabbed him someplace within and left him weak-kneed and half-laughing inside at how easily a woman could bring a great lummox to his knees. He feathered kisses over her creamy heart-shaped countenance and traced her beautiful cheekbones with his lips. He found the sensitive place behind her ear and the pulse point in her throat. He felt its quickened beat under his mouth and heard his heart hammer an eager answer. His hands slid down the door, and they were not quite steady either. He brought them to her shoulders because he had to stop. Enough was enough. He was no saint. He could barely resist temptation at all, and he'd already tested his limits and beyond. And then somehow his fingers were sliding up the smooth column of her neck and pushing into her silken hair. Then he needed more of her mouth and the strange champagne, and her tongue playing a wicked game enslaving his. Then it was all too easy to forget what he'd meant to do. She was warm and soft and so passionate and for the moment completely his. Every perfect curving inch of her was close at last, and she fit exactly as she should in his arms. He brought his hands down over her straight back to her waist. She felt so right under his hands, and the rightness swept him along. He forgot about slow sieges and getting round obstacles and winning her by slow degrees. He forgot that it was too soon and he mustn't rush his fences or she'd be on her guard next time. It was too much to remember. He was drunk on her scent. He was only distantly aware of the gasp that faded into a sigh as his questing hand moved over her breast. It was warm and soft and fit his hand as though made precisely for the purpose, bespoke for him from the beginning. And so it was the most natural thing in the world to need to touch skin, and to reach for the bodice fastenings. Good grief! She pushed him away, so hard that he stumbled backward. What are you doing?
Taking off your clothes, he said.
No, she said. No, no, no. She yanked the door open, staggered inside, and slammed it behind her. Breathing raggedly, he regarded the closed door with narrowed eyes.
You knew this would happen, he told himself in an undertone. And you did it anyway.
But she had said it was wrong, and she'd done it anyway, too. And so he left the passage and went out onto the open deck, softly whistling all the while. Zawiyet el Amwat, opposite Minya. Miles had planned to row to the nearer and more thinly populated eastern shore, rid himself of the shackles, find a hiding place where he could sleep for a few hours and gather his strength, then set out at first light. The dinghy held the tools and weapons he'd taken as well as a basket of Egyptian bread. This, along with lentils, had made up the crew's diet. It ought to hold him for a week, by the end of which, in a small boat travelling by day with the current carrying him, he should be back in Cairo. All he needed, apart from getting rid of the cursed shackles, was a disguise. It would be best not to attract anyone's attention. He couldn't play a ghost in the daytime, and he couldn't travel under cover of darkness and risk colliding with another boat or a sandbank. Even experienced Nile navigators had accidents, sometimes in broad day. The sand-laden desert winds constantly reshaped the riverbed, and navigation was most difficult at this time of year, when the Nile was reaching its lowest point. He wished he'd thought of stealing clothes before he fled the sinking boat, but he would deal with that later. It turned out to be later than he expected. It took him all night to rid himself of the shackles. By then his head and hands were throbbing. A wave of nausea and dizziness drove him to his knees. He vomited, but the nausea only worsened. His head was on fire. The sun was coming up, the fierce Egyptian sun, compared to which the English sun was a lantern in the fog. He couldn't travel sick with plague or whatever it was under the baking sun. He could only conceal the boat as best he could, pack as much as he could carry, and drag his shaking, burning body across the narrow stretch of fertile land to the cliffs looming behind it. Many hours later, when he woke up inside a tomb, he couldn't remember how he got there. He wondered if anyone had seen him. He thought of Daphne, and hoped he'd live to see her again. Those were his last coherent thoughts. By nightfall, he was delirious. Wednesday, 11 April. When Lord Noxley's dahabeah the Memnon arrived at Minya, Ghazi was at the landing place waiting for him, along with 2 men. Neither of the 2 men was Miles Archdale, a circumstance which caused a small frown to mar his lordship's angelic countenance. While the expression seemed mild enough, those who knew him easily discerned the black thundercloud forming above his head. Ghazi discerned it. He had in fact expected it, which was why he'd hurried to Minya as soon as he heard of the debacle with the kidnappers. He let the 2 men tell the master their story. It was short enough. They were all that remained of the group Ghazi had sent to recover the Englishman, the friend of the master, they said. Everyone else was dead, including all of the kidnappers. Had these 2 men been a trifle more intelligent, they would have pretended to be dead too. Most certainly they would not have lingered in Minya waiting to give their master bad news. But like many of those Lord Noxley employed, they had not been hired for their intellectual skills. Like most of the others as well, they dealt with his lieutenants, never with the Golden Devil directly.
"The kidnappers killed the Englishman," said his lordship. "How odd. Why should they kill a valuable captive?"
The men were unable to explain this.
"I trust you recovered my friend's body at least," his lordship said.
They looked at each other. Then they told him about the ghost who'd come after them when they were tying their small boat to the larger one. Lord Noxley said little during the ghost story, merely nodding with what they took to be sympathy and understanding, while the thundercloud they couldn't see grew blacker and thicker. He dismissed them, telling them to make themselves useful aboard the Memnon. Then he set out with Ghazi to visit the Kashef, the Pasha's local representative. On the way, Ghazi provided a less garbled account of events.
"My men attack the boat. Someone cuts the mooring ropes and the boat drifts because everyone is fighting and no one steers. The boat strikes a sandbank. These men come last, a little after the others, and run away from a ghost, tall as a giant and pale as a shroud," his lordship quoted, shaking his head. "It is your English friend, yes," said Ghazi. "He did not know who my men were. Thieves, perhaps, from one of the villages, he thinks. He wished to flee. He needed the boat. It was most cleverly done." "I should think so," said his lordship. "Archdale is a genius, you know." "I came the instant I heard," Ghazi said. "Duval has followers to the south. This is where Farouk goes. By now they will hear of the ghost, and Farouk will know too who it is, because he is no fool. I came to find your friend before Duval's men do."
The thundercloud lightened a degree.
"Very wise,"
said his lordship. Encouraged, Ghazi went on.
"This ghost is seen most often on the east bank, in places from the rock tombs near Zawiyat el-Amwat to those of Beni Hassan."
He gestured toward the east bank of the Nile.
"A range of about 15 miles,
said Lord Noxley. He paused to gaze that way.
"And the cliffs riddled with tombs throughout. Not to mention that most of the sightings have been imaginary. The Arabs are so credulous. One of them thinks he sees a ghost, and soon everyone sees armies of ghosts and ghouls. Doubtless Archdale will have appeared in several locations simultaneously. Finding him could take weeks. It is true they see him everywhere," Ghazi said. "But I think a clever man keeps away from the villages and stays close to the tombs. To find him is not impossible, especially if the Kashef helps. He has many spies." "Then all it wants is bakshish," said Lord Noxley, walking again. "I'll see to it." He continued for a moment, thoughtful, then said, "I'd better leave finding Archdale to you. Farouk still needs to be caught." "He knows we follow him, and so he will change his plans," Ghazi said. "I think he will not linger in Beni Hassan to wait for Duval as they arranged. In his place I would continue south, A large party of French is in Dendera. I think he will go there. I know what that party of French is after, curse them, said his lordship. The brutes have got permission to carry away the magnificent zodiac ceiling from the Temple of Hathor. They shall not have the papyrus as well. I'll set out as soon as we've dealt with the Kashef.
They walked on in silence. As they reached the official's residence, Ghazi said,
Those 2 men of mine, the cowards. What is your pleasure regarding them?
Find Archdale, said Lord Knoxley.
Leave the cowards to me.
The wind, which had died down completely the previous night, revived the next morning, this time in their favour. To Daphne's relief, it blew strong and steady, driving the Isis swiftly upriver. They made up much of the time lost previously, reaching Beni Suef in less than 3 days. The sights beckoned, certainly. To the west of the village lay the remains of ancient Heracleopolis. On the east bank, a road through the desert led to the Coptic convents of Saints Anthony and Paul. It was impossible to pass the area without feeling at least a twinge of longing to explore. It was no more than a twinge, though. Finding Miles was more important to her than any monument. After that, they'd have all the time in the world to explore Egypt, together as they'd planned, she told herself. In the meantime, with a clear head, if not conscience, she could pursue the discoveries she'd made recently. She needn't worry about distractions. Mr. Carsington had evidently decided to be dishonest. He pretended, as Daphne had asked, that nothing of an intimate nature had occurred between them. He reverted to the easy-going blockhead she'd first encountered. He stopped asking uncomfortably penetrating questions. He made no gesture or remark that in any way resembled an advance. They had companionable dinners, during which they talked, much as she might have done with Miles, about the sights they glimpsed as the Isis flew along. The variety of birds, for instance, or the interesting rock formations, or the Egyptians' agricultural methods, which had not changed, apparently, since the time of the pharaohs. Clearly Mr. Carsington had no trouble interpreting the meaning of no, 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 and a door slammed in his face. He had promptly, and with amazing ease, put their 2 embraces from his mind. Daphne should have been pleased and relieved. She was annoyed. How easy it was for him, she brooded. To him she was merely one in a long line of forgettable women. At the next large town where they moored for the night, he'd probably go looking for dancing girls. It was all the same to him, except perhaps that dancing girls would not be as boring as she was, droning on about Coptic and cartouches and crowned falcons. She knew that to men like him she was a freak, and a tiresome one at that. There were times when even she wished she hadn't been burdened with a brain, times when she wished Miles had inherited the famous Archdale intellect. It would have been easier on their parents, especially their father, who'd spent so many years in turmoil about what to do with her. Treat her like a normal girl and ignore the gift heaven had bestowed, or educate her as her intellect required, though it was unnatural. It would have been easier on Daphne, definitely, had she been a normal girl. She would not have had to listen to Virgil's constant correcting. "I am sure you meant to take into account. No doubt you have overlooked. Naturally, it did not occur to you. Doubtless you were unaware of my wishes." She could still hear his voice, so very gentle and patient and infuriating. He'd wanted a normal wife. She wasn't normal, and she didn't want to be, not really, or she would have changed as he wished. She did not really want to be like other women. Her work intrigued and stimulated her and made her happy. She knew men didn't understand her. They didn't like her either, most of them. It was her well-rounded person, not her well-filled mind, that pleased them. This was true, certainly, and to her great shock and disappointment, of Virgil. She knew Mr. Carsington's interest was purely physical and temporary. She knew it was right and reasonable for him to cease attempting her virtue. She knew it was illogical and wrong of her to miss the pleasure and heat she'd felt, the sense that this was as it should be, without rules, without shame. It was disgraceful and stupid of her, but she longed for more. When he stood near, On the deck of the boat, for instance, while they gazed at the swiftly passing scenery, she wanted, with something like desperation, to press her face against his cheek and drink him in. She wanted, with the same mad urgency, to feel his body crushed to hers. It was a purely animal desire, as deep and primitive as hunger or thirst. But those needs were rational. Food and drink were essential to life. Intimacy with him was not only not essential, but not good for her in 100 ways. She knew this. She knew she should be happy that he treated her like a sister. But she was wretched. This morning, as the boat passed Beni Suef, she was still trying to subdue the wild creature within. Small wonder she'd made so little progress with the cartouche in front of her. It was one of those she'd copied from Ramesses's gigantic statue. She gazed at the goddess with the feather on her head, and wondered if all women became feather-brained in Mr. Carsington's vicinity, or she alone. A rap on the door and a familiar, impossibly deep voice called her out of the latest bout of self-flagellation. She very nearly bade him enter. She was opening her mouth to do so, in fact, when she recollected the cabin's narrow dimensions. Given her deranged state, inviting him into a confined space with her was an exceedingly stupid idea. She rose, went to the door, and opened it, and suppressed a sigh. There he was, tall, dark, far too handsome for anybody's good, and only half-dressed as usual. Loose white Turkish trousers tucked into gleaming boots, an Arab-style shirt called a kameez, with very full sleeves. Over this he wore a wine-coloured English waistcoat, unbuttoned. He hadn't bothered with a neckcloth. The shirt had no buttons, merely a slit in the front. This left his neck and collarbone, as well as a deep V of his powerful chest, completely exposed. The Egyptian sun had turned his neck several degrees darker than the outer edge of the V. She wanted to draw her tongue along that paler edge of skin. She wanted to bury her face in his neck. She wanted to bang her head against the wall. She wiped the damp palms of her hands on her skirt and asked if anything was amiss.
"Far from it," he said. "Matters look to become a great deal more interesting. Rais Rashad tells me we're entering bandit territory."
Of course Mr. Carsington would find this interesting. A chance to break heads, fire off pistols, and swing swords. A chance to play I dare you with death. Daphne could almost comprehend his enthusiasm. She, too, would like an excuse to do violence.
"Apparently, the neighborhood from Beni Suef to Asyut is notorious," he went on. "Nearly 200 miles of marauders. Lena says we must hire guards from the town at night, which will make the local sheikh responsible for our safety. But we must have someone watch the guards because they're worthless. Even in the daytime we dare not turn our backs even for an instant. Otherwise," he began to gesture in the theatrical way Lena did, "they will strip the boat down to a stick and we will all be hacked to pieces. They are wicked and evil and so ugly and dirty they make you sick." He went on, mimicking the maid's overwrought style as he repeated her dire warnings. The inner tumult abated, and Daphne felt a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. She gave up, and let it have its way. "The prospect of certain death amuses you?" he said, smiling a little too. "You have caught her manner perfectly," she said. "You are aware, I hope, that Lena tends to exaggerate?" "I've noticed," he said. "But Tom seems to agree in the essentials. He did a few of his pantomimes, a pickpocket, a thief creeping onto the boat. He did a good deal of it with one eye shut. Lena claims that most of the locals are hideously disfigured. A great many are blind in one eye. She assures us that the interior matches the unattractive exterior. In short, it appears we shall have to put those pistols of your brother's to work."
Daphne tried to pay attention to what he was saying, but her mind wouldn't cooperate. She wished he would not dress so provocatively. It was unfair to show so much skin when she was haunted by memories of the scent and taste of that skin. She had only to draw a few inches nearer to inhale the provocative scent of male. She had only to reach up and grasp the back of his neck and draw him down.
"Mrs. Pembroke?"
She heard laughter in his voice. Her face caught fire. "I'm sorry," she said. You said... What had he said?
Your mind is elsewhere, it seems.
His dark gaze went past her to the papers strewn about the divan.
Ah, of course. Ramesses. The cartouches. Have you worked out the lady with the feather on her head?
A goddess, she said.
And the feather?
That would tell me which goddess she was, she said. But at present I am altogether in the dark about her. He bent nearer to look over her shoulder, and she caught a whiff of shaving soap.
Light as a feather, he said. Light-fingered, light-headed, light-hearted. Wait.
He closed his eyes.
I saw it somewhere. That feather of hers, on a scale. What was on the other side? Something weighed in the balance. A judgment scene of some kind, it looked like. You smell like a goddess, like incense.
He opened his eyes and gazed straight into hers. She stared into those dark depths, wondering if she'd heard aright.
I must have seen it in one of Tryphena's picture books. One of the French lot. He stepped back. Where do I find the pistols?
She was still reeling from the smell like a goddess remark. It took her brain a moment to attend to the other revelation. Picture books. French lot. The Description de l'Égypte? She cried. You studied it?
There is no need to become hysterical, he said. It was wonderfully popular with the ladies, who liked to sit close and comment on the pictures. He shook his head. Anyway, I don't remember where I saw the scene. Tryphena has countless books and drawings. Maybe the feather-headed goddess herself sat on one scale, weighed against... His brow knit. I think a jar or vase stood on the other.
He was playing battledore and shuttlecock with Daphne's brain. Still, habit and obsession soon reasserted control. She quickly thrust to the back of her mind his familiarity with Miss Saunders's Egyptian collection and its usefulness in luring women to his side. "Scales like the scales of justice, you mean?" she said eagerly. She turned away, hurried to the divan, and snatched up one of her pictures. "The Egyptian goddess of justice, do you think?"
"No, Mrs. Pembroke," he said. "I don't think. You do. But I am happy to see you so... excited. If, however, I might have a moment, a mere moment, of your attention. The pistols? The fine Manton pistols?"
Chapter 11. Zawiet el Amwat. Thursday, 12 April. A few miles south of Minya, a row of rock tombs had been carved into the Arabian hills on the Nile's eastern bank. Miles had taken refuge in the first one he reached. He'd expected to die there. But 3 days after crawling in more than half dead, he was beginning to recover. He waited until the sun was setting before exploring his surroundings, though. Superstitious Egyptians, fearing ghosts and ghouls, avoided tombs and burial grounds after dark. Most of the tombs he found were ill-preserved. Some were destroyed, the locals having carried away the stones for building elsewhere. He decided to move to one of the better ones, the next to last toward the south. Its walls contained scenes of agriculture, fishing, shipbuilding, and weapon-making. By the time night fell, he was starved. The food scenes reminded him that he'd eaten almost nothing in the last few days. He'd nothing in the tomb to eat. Something had eaten his stale bread. He was down to his last mouthful of water. And so as the stars came out, Miles took up his basket and made his way in the moonlight to the river, to the place where he'd hidden the little boat. It was gone. No great surprise, really. The region was notorious. Why shouldn't someone steal his boat? He'd return the favor and steal someone else's. Tomorrow. Tonight, though, he wanted a proper dinner. He set about fashioning a fishing line. In the early morning hours, he sat in his tomb by his little fire, cleaning a sad assortment of very small fish. A faint sound made him look up. A pair of beady eyes reflected the firelight. "You'll have to fight me for them, friend rat," Miles said. The creature drew nearer. It was not a rat. It had long bushy grey fur and a black tail and reddish legs and feet. Miles smiled. "A mongoose, by gad. They could be pests, killing poultry and stealing eggs. On the other hand, they were also partial to rats, snakes, and other vermin. As a result, they were not unpopular. Some natives domesticated them. This appeared to be one of the tamer ones. It was small, a female or an adolescent, perhaps. As it came closer, he noticed it limped. "That had better not be an act," he said. "I had a dog once who used to do that whenever he'd done something deserving a scold." The mongoose eyed the fish. "No," Miles said firmly. "I worked hard for these. Go find yourself some rats. Lots of them about. Snakes, too." He watched it warily. Mongooses were very quick. That was how they survived their battles with venomous snakes. But this one couldn't be as quick as its fellows, given the wounded foot. It looked at him. It looked at the fish. "Rats," Miles said. "Lots of nice tasty rats down by the river, I'll warrant. Oh, and big delicious snakes." The creature regarded him with sad, glistening eyes. "I'll wager anything you're a female," Miles muttered. He scooped up one of the uncleaned fish and tossed it to the mongoose. "The rest are for me," he said. "Big journey ahead. Fraught with peril. Need my strength." He finished preparing the rest of the fish and cooked them. She ate hers and didn't beg for more. But she didn't leave, either. She was still there when he woke up the next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten. But later in the day, when the men came for him, one of them kicked her, and she ran away. Sunday night, 15 April. Contrary to Rupert's hopes and Lena's predictions, the Isis and all aboard it passed the 2 nights after leaving Beni Suef without mishap. Thanks to a strong and steady north wind, they reached Minya on the 3rd. Darkness had already fallen by the time they moored, and stars winked in the deep blue sky. Yet in the west, a beam of light lingered on the horizon for an hour or more. Long after this light was altogether gone and the party had supped and gone to bed, Rupert lay awake. He vowed he wouldn't do it again. Minya was a large town, the largest until they reached Asyut, nearly 100 miles away. They must spend all of tomorrow here, replenishing supplies. While the others haggled in the marketplace and Mrs. Pembroke looked at rocks, he would go to one of the cafes where a man could find dancing girls and other women untroubled by morals. A short celibacy wouldn't kill him, he knew, but he couldn't go on like this. He hadn't enjoyed a good night's sleep since the night he'd made the tactical mistake outside Mrs. Pembroke's door. He was a man of the world who could tell when a woman wasn't ready. But once he got close enough to inhale her tantalizing fragrance, once he touched his lips to her skin, he didn't know what he knew anymore. All the same, you'd think he'd have settled down by now. But no. It was worse at night, when he'd nothing else to do and no warm body to take his mind off hers. 6 days had passed, and the restless nights were making him short-tempered and dull-witted. First thing tomorrow, then, he'd find himself a warm, willing body and get his humours back in balance. He was trying to remember the Egyptian word for dancing girl when he heard the splash. Instantly he was up, and in another moment he was out of the cabin onto the deck, knife in hand. Something slammed into him, and he went down. Daphne was awake too, sharply awake, her heart pounding because of the dream. So real that when she first woke she thought she'd actually done it all. Every forbidden, unwomanly act. In the dream she wore only a transparent veil. She stood in the doorway of Mr. Carsington's cabin and smiled at him and let it drop to the floor. He lay on his back on the divan looking up at her, a light dancing in his dark eyes. He laughed a deep, wicked laugh and beckoned with his forefinger. She went down on all fours and crawled to him and over him. She bent and trailed her tongue along the bronzed skin near the opening of his shirt. She let her hands roam over his big chest. She undressed him. She kissed him everywhere, touched him everywhere. She used her tongue as boldly as she did her hands. She took him inside her and rode him until she collapsed, satisfied, exhausted. She broke every single one of Virgil's rules. She'd always hated those rules, because she wasn't like other women. She had a brain that belonged in a man's head attached to a man's body. It put unfeminine ideas in her head, aggressive, animal ideas. It made her want to go after what she wanted instead of waiting for it to come to her. It made her want to crawl on top instead of lying quietly underneath. It made her want to do as well as be done to. It made desire a wildcat inside her instead of the sweet kitten Virgil wanted. She lay there, eyes wide, staring into the darkness, her nerves taut as though she'd been caught doing what she'd dreamt. She knew the wildness and wickedness were inside her, but it was like the experience in Saqqara. She knew there were snakes. She knew they sheltered from the burning sun in dark places. But that was an abstract idea, worlds away from the real thing appearing suddenly, fangs bared, carrying instant death. She was supposed to have grown tamer, to have quieted with maturity and learnt to rule her passions, instead of letting them rule her. But Mr. Carsington had come into her life, and then... She'd thought he was the genie let out of the bottle, the dangerous force released, but she was the one set free. Discovering who and what she'd become was like lifting the rock and seeing the snake spring up. She lay staring into the darkness, wide awake, painfully alert. That was why she noticed the splash, then the movement shortly thereafter. In a nearby cabin or the passage, she couldn't tell. But the sound brought her bolt upright. She grabbed her wrapper and shrugged into it. She didn't waste time fumbling about in the dark looking for a weapon, but snatched up one of her boots. She tiptoed past the sleeping Lena to the cabin door and slipped into the passage. Even before Daphne reached the deck, she heard the muffled grunts and thuds. The rational part of her brain told her to run the other way, back to her cabin. She almost did so. Then she noticed the door to Mr. Carsington's cabin was ajar. He was out there, in trouble, very likely. She muttered a quick prayer and burst through the entryway onto the deck. A dark form came at her. Not his. She struck with the boot as hard as she could, and the man stumbled backward. Why hadn't she brought something heavier, deadlier? Where was Mr. Carsington? Not dead. Dear God, he could not be dead. She was opening her mouth to call for him, when the man growled a curse and sprang at her again, and let out a yelp, and fell hard upon the deck. He did not get up. The boat was stirring, men coming to life, sleepy voices calling to each other. Out of the darkness came Mr. Carsington's deep voice, cool and calm.
"Pray don't trouble yourselves, gentlemen. It is merely a villain come to cut our throats, rob our stores, and ravish our women. No need for alarm. Mrs. Pembroke has the matter in hand."
Later, in the front cabin, while she picked splinters from Rupert's hand, Mrs. Pembroke told him the Egyptians didn't understand irony or sarcasm in any language.
"Perhaps not, but it made me feel better," he said. "I think you missed one."
He didn't know or care how many splinters his collision with the deck had given him. He only wanted her to go on holding his hand and peering closely at it, while he watched the lantern light make red gold and garnet and ruby threads in her hair. It streamed over her shoulders, a fiery waterfall against the muslin nightclothes. Her bedtime attire was plain and severe, the very antithesis of provocative. So naturally he wanted to get her naked. Naturally his privy councillor swelled with hope. "You should not have crept out onto the deck to investigate," she said, plying the tweezers again. "You should have made a stir. If I had not happened to be awake, I should never have heard—"
"You had a sleepless night?"
Was he keeping her awake then, the way she did him? What a tragic waste of night time.
"I'm sorry to hear it. That is, I would be if you hadn't turned up at a crucial moment."
He couldn't believe he'd allowed a sullen oaf of a villain to take him by surprise. This was what came of too little sleep and too much celibacy. Bodily humours, horribly out of balance. "I was not sleepless," she said. "I woke from a bad dream. That was when I heard the noise, splashing, and other sounds that didn't seem right. Then I saw your door ajar and guessed there was trouble."
She'd come to help him, to save him. Darling girl. It was touching, really, and terrifying. She might have been raped, murdered. "You should not have crept out onto the deck to investigate," he said, mimicking her. "You should have cried out and woken everybody. If I'd been an instant slower to recover my wits, the villain would have had you."
"In future I shall keep a knife under my pillow," she said. "It hadn't occurred to me before to go to bed armed. Even now I can hardly believe a lone prowler tried to sneak onto a vessel containing so many people." She frowned. "But it would have been worse had several ruffians come. You had better teach me how to use a gun."
"Mrs. Pembroke, I'm not at all certain I want you shooting firearms in the dark. A pistol isn't like a boot. If you'd struck me thinking I was the intruder—"
"Oh, I knew it was not you," she said. "He was too short and square, and the smell was completely wrong."
"The smell?"
"Dirty and wet, from the river." She smelled wonderful, so clean, with a ghost of a fragrance hovering about her, smoke and herbs, like incense. Rupert leant in a hair's breadth closer.
"I could have been wet," he said. "I might have had a whim for a midnight swim."
Now he thought about it, a vigorous swim before bedtime would probably help calm him, until he found a dancing girl, that is. "You wouldn't be so idiotish as to go for a swim in the dead of night without warning anybody," she said. "You wouldn't want to throw the crew into an uproar."
"In case you hadn't noticed, we've manned our vessel with some of the world's soundest sleepers," he said.
"All the more reason for me to be better prepared for attack," she said. She gave him back his hand.
"A heavy candlestick would do," he said. "You might easily incapacitate an attacker while still giving him a chance of surviving the blow. On the other hand, if you put a ball through a man, he's likely to die. And the trouble with this is you might put the ball through the wrong man."
"All the more reason," she said, "for you to teach me how to do it properly." The second lot of villains had proved more civilized than the first. Miles hadn't been sure, in fact, that they were villains. They came peaceably enough to the cave, weapons tucked into their girdles instead of in their hands. Still, the leader Ghazi knew his name, and this put Miles on guard, for all the good it did when he was outnumbered 12 to 1, and none of the others appeared to be convalescing from a bout of fever.
"This is not a fit abode for you, my learned friend," Ghazi said. "I have a fine tent and food and drink. You must accept my hospitality."
"Must I?" Miles said, uneasy at the learned. Boutros had believed him learned enough to read papyri, and had spoken with happy anticipation of using torture to encourage Miles's brain. Ghazi smiled.
"I hold no knife to your throat, no rifle to your head, but in the village is the young widow who told us where to find you. If you refuse our hospitality, perhaps one of my men will take this as an insult. Perhaps he will kill the woman for sending us to be insulted. Then her baby will be an orphan. Perhaps it would be a mercy to kill the child as well. What is your opinion?" "I believe I'd better do as I'm told," Miles said. Ghazi smiled his approval. Unlike Boutros, he had all his teeth. They travelled to an encampment a few miles distant. There they fed Miles a good meal and gave him fresh clothing. This was at least more kindly treatment than he'd received from Boutros's lot, who'd ransacked his belongings. What they'd expected to find he had no idea, but their grim expressions told him they hadn't found it. They'd left him only one shirt, in addition to what he'd worn when they kidnapped him. Both shirts were filthy and ragged, and the one not on his back remained deep in the cave, with the incriminating remnants of his chains. This new batch of cutthroats most politely invited him to mount a camel the following morning. He decided it was best to follow instructions, lest one of Ghazi's sensitive minions be offended, and avenge the insult on innocent bystanders. They didn't tell Miles what their destination was. He only knew they travelled south, and he'd as soon have done so on a mode of transportation other than the camel. The creatures bore heavy, inanimate burdens calmly enough, but his showed a marked aversion to being ridden. The camel made insulting noises as Miles circled it, looking for a place to get on. The animal complained loudly and cursed him bitterly in camel language when he was finally seated. It snarled and growled and turned around to give him venomous looks.
Then, as you'd expect, it flatly refused to obey him. When Miles tried to turn its head, it tried to bite his feet. When he snapped at the animal to behave, it promptly lay down. When at last the humour seized it to get up, it made sure to throw Miles back and forth violently in the process. The journey was excruciating, though Miles's captors made allowances for his inexperience, travelling no more than 8 hours at a stretch. Yet even at this pace, with long stops between for rest and refreshment, they left Minya farther behind more quickly than they could have done by water. Instead of following the bends of the Nile, they rode straight across the desert. Furthermore, they could and did travel by night, without worrying about colliding with boats, sandbanks, or rocks. The only concerns, as Ghazi explained on the first night when they stopped to eat, were bandits and sandstorms. The sandstorms were God's will. The bandits would quickly learn their mistake, he said cheerfully.
I believe you, Miles said. I only wonder what the great hurry is and where exactly we're going. I sent men to take you from the boat, Ghazi said. They failed. This is why I had to come for you myself. But I have other matters to settle, to the south, and must go quickly to make up for the time I have lost. And if you don't?
Ghazi laughed.
If I don't?
He drew a line across his throat with his index finger.
Like that. Or maybe not so fast, and with more suffering, ha-ha. The man who fails, my learned friend, is the man who dies.
Zawiat el-Amwat, Monday, 16 April. The day following their arrival found Daphne on the opposite side of the Nile from Minya. A ways to the north behind her, a small cluster of hovels signified a village. Nearer at hand, a larger and more extensive cluster of chapels and domed tombs signified the district's burial ground. She stood at a respectful distance from the cemetery proper, staring at a complicated arrangement of metal pieces, whose operation Mr. Carsington was explaining. He had one of the coveted Manton pistols in his hand, and was telling her about breeches and priming pans and flints and cocks and such. She was beginning to understand how he felt when she talked about Coptic. They had an audience. Nearby stood Udail Tom, several crew members, and a pair of guards the Kashef, the Pasha's local representative, had sent to accompany them. As usual, the Egyptians were all talking excitedly. She couldn't follow their conversation. She had all she could do to follow Mr. Carsington's explanation. "Do I need to know how it works?" she said finally. "Can't I just shoot it?"
"If you understand how it works, you're less likely to make mistakes," he said patiently. "If danger threatens, you will not have the leisure for trial and error or even for thinking."
Daphne became aware of laughter behind her. She turned that way. Udail Tom was pointing at the gun, at Mr. Carsington, and at her, and talking too low for her to understand. The men were shaking their heads and chuckling. She must have looked as slow-witted as she felt. She turned back to Mr. Carsington. She told herself that if she could learn Coptic, she could learn this. But it was hard to concentrate. He stood so near, and spoke so earnestly and enthusiastically, nay, lovingly, of the wood and metal thing in his hand. He even took out a handkerchief and wiped his fingerprints from the polished handle.
"I'll load it for you, the first time," he said.
"Please let me do it," she said. "I shall learn more quickly that way." She would have the weapon in her hand and be forced to pay attention to what she was doing, instead of to the angle of his jaw, and the arch of his dark eyebrows, and the delicacy with which those large, clever hands caressed the pistol. He shrugged and gave her the pistol and the cartridge. "Where is the powder you spoke of?" she said. He briefly gazed heavenwards, then reverted to her.
"In the cartridge," he said. "You have to open it first."
The cartridge was made of paper, with the metal ball at one end. She needed 2 hands to open it. She tried to hand him the pistol, but he shook his head.
"You tear it open with your teeth," he said. "Try not to swallow too much gunpowder in the process."
"Why? Is it poisonous?" Would she explode? But no. The gunpowder needed a spark. He had just explained all that. What was the matter with her?
I dare say it's toxic, he said. But the point is, if you swallow too much, you won't have enough left to fire the weapon.
She used her teeth, as he insisted, and definitely tasted powder, which was horrid. She spat it out, but the taste lingered. Then she simply followed his directions, carefully tipping powder into the priming pan, closing the pan, tipping into the barrel the remaining powder, then the paper cartridge containing the ball. Then she rammed it all home, using the tool he gave her. She became aware of silence behind her. She glanced that way. The men were gaping at her. An instant later they turned and ran back to the cemetery. She watched them take shelter behind one of the domed structures. Udile Tom grinned and waved, then trotted after them.
You were right, after all, Mr. Carsington said.
She turned back to meet his deep brown gaze, serious now. About what?
About learning to take care of yourself, he said. The Egyptians have been beaten down cruelly time and again. What reason have they to stand and fight to protect us, a lot of foreign invaders? It makes more sense to run away. You and I shall have to rely upon each other.
She could hardly believe her ears. He had been so reluctant to teach her how to shoot. But these were words used between equals, words of trust, in her judgment, her skill. From a man. Her heart leapt. With pleasure or fear, she wasn't sure. Perhaps both. He pointed to a large mound some 20 yards away. There were many such mounds of rubble hereabouts. "Don't I need a target?" she said.
"Choose a spot to aim at," he said. "For now you mainly need to practice loading, aiming, and firing. Later we can work on your sharpshooting skills." He showed her how to fully cock the weapon. He stood behind her, and holding his arm alongside hers, showed her how to aim. The weapon was heavy, and she was more than a little afraid of it. These weren't the only reasons her hand shook. She'd caught his scent. She was acutely aware of his nearness. "Hold the pistol with both hands, if you need to," he said. She did so, and it helped, but the shakiness went deeper than unsteady hands. Then he moved away, and her head cleared. "Fire when ready," he said. She took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. There was a click and a little puff of smoke, then a blast so powerful that she nearly dropped the weapon. "Excellent," he said. "You hit the mound." The mound was the size of Bedford Square. Blindfolded, she could hardly miss it. Still, a wave of happiness surged through her. She wanted to jump up and down. She wanted to dance. She wanted to throw her arms about his neck and kiss him senseless. For teaching her how to do something. A useful thing that men knew how to do. A skill that even her indulgent brother hadn't taught her. "Try it again," Mr. Carsington said. "This time, see if you can do it without any prompting from me." This time she went through the preliminaries a degree more confidently, aimed, and fired. Again the ball struck somewhere in Bedford Square. She fired several more times, and it seemed the ball struck nearer and nearer to the spot she aimed for. "It is not so very difficult after all," she said casually, while her heart pounded with happiness. "Now I should like to try the rifle."